Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome ladies and gentlemen. It's the big battle for Bharat. The date, result day will be determined in just about a few hours from now as the Election Commission is all set to announce the schedule for the Lok Sabha polls. The Commission will do a press conference at 3 p.m. today and then go about announcing the dates, the phases, the procedure for conducting the big Lok Sabha Elections 2024. The EC will also announce the assembly poll schedule for the states of Odisha, Sikkim, Arunachal and Andhra Pradesh. The model code of conduct, which bars the government in power from announcing any new policy decisions, will come into effect immediately after the announcement. Now remember, the Election Commission's announcement comes just 2 days after the Election Commissioners Ganesh Kumar and Sukhbir Singh Sandhu were appointed. They took charge and joined the Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar. So there's been drama on the Election Commission side too, because it's taken some time to complete this 3-member commission. With me in the studio, Shivani Gupta on the magic wall, and we also have Pallavi Ghosh and Aman Sharma tracking the elections closely. Payal Mehta, Arunima will be joining us along with our guests and of course you the viewers, because it's all about us, isn't it? The voter. Let's try and signpost some of the key aspects, some important points that we need to remember, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at building up to the dates announcement. 96.88 crore voters will choose 543 MPs. So it's a bump up, nearly 7 crore voters more than 2019. It's a fractured India alliance, key states or battles in 4 big states that we announced, which will also go simultaneously vote on the same day for the centre and the state. There is worry for the government with respect to the unemployment numbers, but recently those numbers are also showing a drop and the government is going to town claiming those numbers. 129 seats in the south where the BJP has returned less than 30 seats in those states where, barring Karnataka, they have not been able to make inroads, although the News 18 mega opinion poll suggests otherwise this time around. About 25 seats to gain for the NDA. That's the projection. And of course, the Modi ki guarantee or the Labharti factor, that seems to be resonating because overall there is an uptick for the NDA vote share and especially the BJP vote share. 95 BJP bastions since 2009 in these 543 seats. Prime Minister Narendra Modi setting the bar way high for the NDA and the BJP, saying 370 and 400 par. 1.85 crore, nearly 1.85 crore first-time voters, and they will be a huge influence. Congress facing a wipeout because the News 18 mega opinion poll does not give the Congress party even 50 seats this time around. 225 Hindi heartland seats, and they are critical. A fractured INDI alliance versus an NDA that seems to be getting third wind this time around under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it's PM saying Modi ki guarantee, Modi hai. That's something which he's not said in 2014 and 19, but in 2024 it's all about Modi. And of course the Vishwas factor with the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Mandir. Now this is perhaps setting up why these dates announcement are so important and why we are making it such a big festival, this dance of democracy, ladies and gentlemen. Shivani, if you look at 2019, there is lots to look at. 7 phases the last time around. What should we expect this time?
Well, we are expecting, of course, the announcement is going to be elections spanned over 7, phases itself. I just want to quickly look at, the All India map from 2019. Of course, the BJP won a whopping 303 seats at that time. You mentioned how the Prime Minister has set an even stiffer target of 370 just for the BJP. If they do that, then with the alliances they have shaped up this time around, Anand, they will cross 400 because, they have managed to get a lot of alliance partners, some back and some are still in the works. But look at this map of India. This was virtually all saffron. The Prime Minister, led by Narendra Modi, leading the BJP, wants to repeat this, but they want to repeat this even in a bigger fashion. Look at the numbers for the opposition here, 52 for the Congress. Of course, together, I just want to break this down into alliances as well. This is how we've broken this down into the alliances as it stands today. So, of course, without the SAD, but with the TDP back, it's still 353 for the NDA, a vote percentage of 47%. versus 30% for the INDIA alliance, which is a big gap. It's a big gap for them to cover. 129 seats for them. The alliances, as they have stitched up, as it stands, we've all included it. So this gives you an idea of how they are actually wanting to defend this much and add to 129. The DMK, TMC, the UBD faction of the Shiv Sena, the NCP, what is remaining Sharad Pawar faction with them, all included in this. Similarly, for the NDA, we've done the similar exercise. Their current alliances are part of it. Now, the big thing is, Anand, look at the map of the NDA. It's virtually all saffron. Where can they gain? Now, this is that stretch where they can gain. And this is exactly where everyone's eyes are. This is exactly where the Prime Minister is focusing his energies as we speak. So this, the western and the southern part of India, is where the BJP is looking to add on to, and of course, together with that, just retain this weight of north and west and central India.
We'll come back to these numbers and juxtapose them with the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll, because some interesting observations. But first, let's focus on the poll dates. We've got Pallavi Ghosh and Aman Sharma with us. For a long time, it was Commissioner कौन है नहीं बताएंगे. Then it was like election कराएंगे पर तारीख नहीं बताएंगे. This time around 6 days late. Correct me if I'm wrong, from the last time around. Pallavi and Aman, between you. Yes, Pallavi?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think last time, if I'm not mistaken, 10th or 11th of March was the date when they had announced. Yes, there has been a lot of controversy, but I think something which the EC was very clear of, and that's what those sources have been telling us really, is that, you know, for all the politicking which is taking place, barbs coming in from the opposition parties, that a single man is going to be announcing and run the polls, that was never the idea. The idea was to actually appoint those 2 election commissioners on a day or 2 days before the poll schedule is announced. So look at the pattern. You had a meeting which took place day before in the morning. By noon or by 1 o'clock, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary comes out, announces the name of the 2 election commissioner. They take charge early yesterday morning. They had their first full panel meeting at 11 a.m. Again, there are people who take those barbs that how can you decide on a poll schedule in a couple of hours. That's not how it works, you know. So this is a work in progress for the last couple of months. The election commission team from the centre works in very close coordination with the state level. The state level commissioners keep on giving inputs. There are many factors, geography, security concerns, examinations taking place. All of that has to be kept in mind, and then you're going to decide on how many phases. I'm going to watch out for West Bengal, my home state, because there's going to be lots of politics on it. Mamata Banerjee says that you have more than one phase, the BJP gets an advantage, which is why she's pitching for one phase. The CC and the EC team's feedback is that if it could happen to the ED officials in Shandesh Khali, our officers are really going to be safe. So deployment of forces, phases will become very important, especially in Bengal.
Now, are there going to be more phases in Bengal or less phases in Bengal? That's also there. But rarely does it happen, Aman, that a batsman retires at 95. Why did Mr. Arun Goel recuse himself?
Well, that's $1 million question, Anand. It's not been officially said so far why Mr. Arun Goel resigned. What were the reasons? All kind of speculations have been in Delhi, his differences maybe with the CEC over certain issues. But I think that is now, Anand, in the past. We have 2 new election commissioners taking over, and we'll see the full bench of EC in a way today announcing the dates at the press conference. From the point where taking off from Pallavi about Bengal, I think the BJP would be closely looking at the schedule in the aspect that does UP and Bengal vote in 7 phases as in 2019? I think the BJP would want that, because these are the 2 states which are very, very key to the BJP's growth from 303 to the target of 370 they are hoping. BJP got about 64 seats in UP the last time, and it got 18 seats in West Bengal. BJP is looking at big gains in both these states. I would say they are looking at almost like a 20 plus from these 2 states combined. That is a big figure they have. So if it is votes again in 7 phases, mind you, West Bengal earlier used to poll in lesser phases. It's only after the 2018 mega violence which happened in the Panchayat polls that made EC do a 7-phase poll in Bengal even in the last elections in 2019. I think they will stick to the same in the upcoming schedule also. Also another important state, of course, Bihar, which also polls in 7 phases because of the sheer size of the state. So these 3 states polled in 7 phases in the last poll. It will be interesting to see what happens this time.
So Uttar Pradesh is a given that it's going to poll across the 7 phases. What happens with Maharashtra? Another interesting state, and there are a lot of developments there, ladies and gentlemen. 2 ladies who are now joining us, who are figuring it out that it's getting quite hot out there, is Arunima and Payal Mehta. Payal, what's the source within the source telling you as far as the poll dates are concerned? Are you calling dibs on how many phases and when is the first phase of polling going to be? What's going to be the date? It's got to be 30 days from today at least, isn't it?
Well, last time around when the elections were announced, it was on the 11th of March, and the voting, I think, took place in the second week of April as well. I do not want to stand here and speculate anything. I don't want to get into trouble with the Election Commission at all, because we've seen several instances like this in the past. But the Election Commission has had an entire round across the country, have gone to all the states including Jammu and Kashmir, assess the situation. And remember, it's actually a proud moment for all of us, Anand. We are in a democracy where, of course, it's such an elaborate process of election that really takes place. There's so much of effort which goes into the announcing of the election, conducting of the election. So obviously a lot of credit for that must go to the Election Commission, even though the Election Commission more than often is at the receiving end of the opposition ire. But having said that, we'll have to expect and see what really pans out. And even as far as states like Bengal are concerned, like states like Chhattisgarh are concerned, where of course you have Naxal violence that takes place, Manipur also will be one state to watch out for in terms of how the elections take place there, because Manipur has practically been shut down for over a year's time now. So we'll have to just see how it really pans out. As far as political parties are concerned, the job has well and truly begun. The BJP has already announced more than 262 seats. So obviously they really know and they are well prepared to take the election on. And probably the BJP will tell you that they already, after the elections take place in 2024, they would have already started preparing for 2029 within a couple of months. That's the kind of well-oiled machinery that the BJP unit comes up with.
Right, you're still not telling us what are the dates that you are likely saying that will be the first phase of poll, despite that smile on your face which tells me that you've got an inkling. So you don't want to stick your neck out so far yet, Payal. We'll try and get you there in just a bit. But
I don't want to get into trouble with the Election Commission by making these announcements.
Arunima, the other thing is there are 4 states that are going to poll simultaneously at the Vidhan Sabha. Is that likely to include another union territory? I'm talking about Jammu and Kashmir. Is that possible?
I've just learned about what the Election Commission's thinking is as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. For Jammu and Kashmir, ensuring foolproof security for each of the candidates is important. If you're talking about Vidhan Sabha polls, especially in the valley, the number of candidates will be much more. So very strong reasoning that is being given to the Election Commission of India is that, first tackle the Lok Sabha polls. Jammu and Kashmir has gone through a phase of uncertainty which has just stabilized after abrogation of Article 370. So just carry on with the conducting of Lok Sabha elections where the number of candidates will be much lesser. So the burden of ensuring foolproof security while they are campaigning and going to the interiors also, especially in South Kashmir, which was once a hotbed of terror, that seems to be a more practical decision. If that is accepted, then in all likelihood, assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir would have to, wait a little longer, because once all the paramilitary forces are free from their Lok Sabha duties, there will be more forces available at the disposal of Election Commission of India, and therefore it might be in a better position to ensure foolproof security for assembly elections. That's the logic we are being given at this point.
30th of September, before that there will be assembly elections, so there will be elections in Jammu and Kashmir has been a commitment that's been given. 5th of August is an interesting date, ladies and gentlemen. Why should somebody let that go to conduct the assembly polls in Jammu and Kashmir? We'll wait and watch what the EC decides. These are all speculations, but quickly bringing it back into the studio, Pallavi. Which are the states that we're going to watch out for? South, will certain key states start polling together? Will there be some amount
I would watch out for all of South, because see, even as we speak today, the Prime Minister is in Telangana. He's also going to be in Karnataka. He's going to Kalburgi, which is the bastion in the sense of Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president. Look at the day he's also chosen, not just a poll schedule, but today is also the day when the Congress has announced those 5 big guarantees, which is going to be the benchmark of the Congress's campaign. And the Prime Minister goes to the Kharge's area, OBC plus the Dalit population in substantial amount. I mean, lots happening actually. Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra's last day today. Rahul Gandhi talking about caste census. So all of this makes it a very newsy day for many reasons. And therefore, I will watch out for South, because it's very interesting that people think that why is the BJP spending so much of time down south? Why is the Prime Minister going there? But I guess that's the BJP style. I mean, as a Bengali, I can say this. At one point of time, no one ever thought that BJP would be a player in West Bengal. And look at them.
So if you take out the 25 seats or 28 seats of Karnataka, if you take those seats out, the 100 seats, remaining seats that are there, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra and Telangana, the BJP is nowhere. The BJP has not been there beyond Karnataka at all. This time around, the News 18 mega opinion poll says there will be about 25 seats to be gained in these 100 seats. Now, is that possible?
That is mainly because the Andhra alliance is sorted. So, last time the BJP could not open its account in Andhra Pradesh. This time they have an alliance in place with the TDP and Pawan Kalyan. So, that is where the gain is coming from. Of course, if BJP opens its account, Anand, in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, that's very keenly watched. And the R opinion poll shows that 5 seats to NDA in Tamil Nadu and 2 in Kerala Kerala. That is a big news for BJP if that happens. And of course, the southern states, Anand, usually poll in one phase. So except Karnataka, all other states, and they poll early also. So we'll maybe see that is why the PMs focus in the South India. Maybe that is also because if the schedule is like 2019, the southern states will poll first. So obviously the BJP will put in more efforts there. Just one point about Kashmir that you said. What I have learned from my sources that in Kashmir, presently the calculation is that about 650 companies are required for a Lok Sabha election in Kashmir. But if you win assembly election together, even more than that 650 companies would be required independently for an assembly election.
Right.
That's a huge number of strength required. But of course, we have a September 30th deadline and we have the Amarnath Yatra coming up soon after the Lok Sabha elections end. So the window, I think, is only mid-August till September end. So that is maybe the window that the Election Commission may look at.
That's why I said don't forget the 5th August date. Yes. There is a reason why that 5th August date is significant, ladies and gentlemen. Ram Mandir, Shilanyas, 5th August, but abrogation of Article 370, 5th August. So that 5th August date is also in time for the 30th September deadline. But phase 1, Shivani, you got something.
So very interestingly, you were talking about these states where the BJP can gain, right? So this is phase 1. Usually we can expect that the phase-wise polling that will be announced by the Election Commission today will mirror roughly this. So of course you've got parts of the northeast, you've got Uttarakhand, western UP going, some parts of Bihar, but I want to focus on this region. Now this is of course including Andhra and Telangana, and in the first phase itself, this time around, the BJP can actually gain. That's what the expectation is. I just want to quickly break down. In the others here, the INDA alliance as it stands today won only 11 out of these 91 seats. The others were 38. So who are these others? You've got the YSRCP at 22. Of course, they swept. It's not likely to be the case this time around. You've got BRS, which is also coming down. But the BJD, the BSP. Now, BSP is not with the INDIA. And the BJD, well, it's all up in the air right now. But these are the areas where the BJP could actually gain. Why? Because this time around, they've got the TDP with them. And the TDP is expected to make a comeback as far as Andhra Pradesh politics is concerned. Even in Bihar, you know, the JDU is in effect. There's, of course, the Sena factor because some parts of eastern Maharashtra have gone to polls in the first phase. So actually, the point is that in the first phase itself, the BJP will hope to make big gains. And as you know, Anand, in our News 18 mega poll, in Andhra and Telangana both, there are massive gains for the NDA.
We'll call that out. Let's just keep that alliances, the opening page that you had on the alliances. 2019, we've broken down the seats. And let's look at the News 18 mega opinion poll here. Behind me, the alliances breakup. The alliances breakup, we have it, and we'll just try and compare and tell you, ladies and gentlemen. As per the 2019 data, the NDA had 353, as Shivani pointed out, with a 47% vote share. Interestingly, this time around, we'll come to that. INDIA, 129 seats with a 30.34% vote share. But if you look at the alliances breakup this time around on the News 18 mega opinion poll, the NDA gets 411 seats. The BJP is marrying or perhaps matching the 2019 NDA number with 350 seats. The allies are getting 61. Look what's happening to the Congress. It's slipping below 50. And the allies overall are down, way down, nearly about 24 seats from 2019 to just 105 seats. The overall vote share for the BJP is about 48%. So that's also up compared to what it was in 2019. As far as the south states are concerned, in Andhra plus Telangana itself, there is a 21 seat gain for the BJP, if not more. 15 seats in Andhra, which is because of the ally, not for the BJP, but for the NDA itself. Overall in the south and overall across the country, they have 57 seats to gain, and in the south, about 25 seats. Now, how much of this will fructify? We'll have to wait and watch. Javed Ansari, senior journalist with us. Vineet Goenka, political commentator, analyst, member of the BJP with us. Sumansi Raman, political analyst and commentator with us. And B.S. Arun, senior journalist with us. Namaste and Jai Hind to everybody. Thank you very, very much. Let me first ask you, Javed Ansari ji, poll dates, what is your expectation?
Well, I think it will mirror what happened last time. Polls will be held through April and till at least first part of May, because the next Lok Sabha probably has to be in place by the 16th or the 18th of May. So it will mirror that. UP, Bengal, these are Bihar, these are states which will have at least 6 to 7 stages. Six polls will be held in 6 to 7 stages. Maybe perhaps Andhra Pradesh too. I mean, the dates don't really matter so much because this, to my mind, to my memory at least, is perhaps the most one-sided election I'm likely to witness in a long, long time.
So you're already saying it's a one-sided election, but it's just that don't go gung-ho about the seats. Not sure if the BJP will win the kind of numbers that the News 18 mega opinion poll is projecting. But Shumanshi Raman, you've had a bone to pick with the South projections. The thrust of the BJP in the South, you believe will fructify in terms of vote share, but not in terms of seat share.
Yeah, Anand, I very strongly believe that the BJP will improve their vote share in the South, but that's not necessarily going to convert into seats. I particularly have a problem with your numbers in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, those 7 seats that you have given, 2 in Kerala, 5 in Tamil Nadu. And I also disagree quite strongly with the number of 8 that you have given in Telangana, because, conventional wisdom has it that the BJP potentially would do very well if they picked up more than 3 or 4 seats in Telangana. So I think that, some of these numbers are quite clearly exaggerated. Again, Karnataka, the Congress is not going to just roll over and die. They have a well-oiled machinery there. They have a strong leadership, local leadership there. So I don't see Karnataka again returning 25. I've maintained the BJP will win the majority of seats in Karnataka, but it's not going to be 25-3 kind of a sweep as your opinion poll projects. Overall, in the South, my gut feel is last time I think the BJP got around 29 seats. And this time my guess is they would do very well if they get anywhere around that number. My guess for them is probably around 25, but not much beyond
Less
that.
than
Yes,
last time around is not something which the Prime Minister will take. Pallavi and Aman, you were in Telangana. What was the mood on ground when the elections happened? Arunima was also with us. Payal was there when the Vidhan Sabha elections happened there. What was the mood on ground? What were the voters saying there?
Well, this time, Anand, I think Telangana, the fight is essentially between, the Congress and the BJP. The BRS seems a bit down and out to me. That's what at least the buzz in Delhi is. And the BJP wants to, increase its tally in Telangana. Even the last time, the buzz was that if BJP had taken certain other steps, including retaining maybe Mr. Bandi Sanjay Kumar, the results may have been better.
See, that Bandi Sanjay issue was because Bandi Sanjay was going after the BRS. When Bandi Sanjay was removed, was there a talk on ground that the BJP and the BRS, which the Congress alleged, they have a safeguard? Arrest of Kavitha this time around. The Prime Minister just now in Telangana saying, mark my words, people of Telangana, I will not spare anybody in the name of corruption, and I want every household to understand this in Telugu. How important is that message on ground?
Well, I mean, corruption, of course, is going to be the flagship program, and there are always going to be two sides.
So that the BJP and BRS is not together. That message
and it was very important for the BRS as much it was important more for the BJP that this thing of that we are in it together, we are friends. I mean, I think the Congress plays this card every time. I mean, they're trying to do this in Orissa, saying that the BJD and the BJP are actually friends. They played it in Andhra Pradesh to extent. They played it in Telangana, which they did, I remember, during the assembly elections, which worked for them and which they're thinking that they should work for them in Andhra Pradesh. See, South, I mean, you would know better, you're from there, but there's a time when inherently it was thought that South hates North because they feel that, here's a Hindi heartland belt which is trying to impose their language and culture on us people from the South. Bengal at one point of time used to think like that, Anand, but that was a long, long time back. So the southern parties, and I noticed Congress, for example, try to do a lot of that on Karnataka, that ye hai Hindi heartland belt parties like the BJP, they are trying to impose their culture on us and just be aware of them. Even the Ram Mandir issue, I remember the southern parties, the southern-based parties would make this about imposition of Ram on us. Still, the Prime Minister countered them very effectively and showed that Ramji ka route was not just restricted to the north. I mean, he going on.
It was more in the south, actually. There are more landmarks there.
Yeah, more landmarks in the south. So he busted that kind of a myth which was being propelled by the southern parties. So, yeah.
So, the South push from the Congress saying that the BJP is a North party, the Congress was the national party which is surviving right now only purely on the basis of the South. B.S. Arun, quick comment before we take a break. That's the NDA vote share that is projected on the News 18 mega opinion poll. 58% is the vote share for Karnataka in 28 seats, 25. Sumant Raman doesn't agree. B.S. Arun, what do you think?
Well, Karnataka is going to see a very tough fight between these two parties. BJP will be facing a very belligerent Congress, the ruling party here. And, already BJP, the heat is on. The BJP is facing severe problems, the internal issues in many of the seats where the candidates have been announced. BJP has so far announced 20 seats, candidates for 20 seats out of 28, and nearly every second seat has a problem. You take Chikmagalur, you take Davangere, you take Bidar, Koppal, Raichur, and you come to former Chief Minister S.R. Bommai in Haveri, in Belgaum. Almost everywhere, the party is facing internal issues. Only 2 days back, the party office in Raichur was ransacked because the sitting MP was denied the seat, denied the ticket. So there are problems for BJP to resolve. And the latest we have seen about the case against Mr. Yediyurappa, the senior most leader of the BJP. So there are problems, multiple problems for the BJP on the one side, and on the other, Congress is not bereft of the problems. Congress also has issues to resolve because it's not getting candidates, especially in Bangalore City, where it has lost the 3 seats over and over again.
Right.
And in Bangalore South.
Just hold your thoughts, BS Arun. Quick word from Vineet Goenka. Internal strife within the BJP hurt the party in the Vidhan Sabha. It will hurt it in the Lok Sabha too. In Karnataka.
Ram Ram to you, Anandji. Ram Ram to all my co-panelists and all the viewers who are watching me right now. This is a classical case where the elections will be fought around the performance of the government for the last 10 years. We have seen the development in the last 10 years, which is unparalleled to any other 10 years of this country. So I think this small matters of who would get the ticket, if there is a local dislike or a discontent within the party for the seat, it is all localized. More or less, citizens, the voters have decided whom they would vote. And as if I go through, whether it is Karnataka or whether it is the northern part of Kerala, or it is other places, it is Bharatiya Janata Party which has got clear lead. The face of Narendra Modi ji, his work and the delivery.
What does the Janta think about the Prime Minister? What is the opinion of the Janta or Bharat ke Man Ki Baat in terms of delivery, the Labharthi aspect? We'll talk about all of that. Taking a very short break as we count down, ladies and gentlemen, just about an hour and a half to go before the Election Commission announces the dates for the Battle for Bharat. Stay with us.
इक्कीसवीं सदी भारत की सदी है। 125 करोड़ देशवासियों के परिश्रम के बल पर भारत फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी बन गया। 10 वर्षों में हमने अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था में $2 ट्रिलियन और जोड़ दिया। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है भारत पूरी दुनिया के सामने एक मिसाल बनकर के उभरेगा।
Watch PM Modi share his thoughts on Dream Sports presents News 18 Rising Bharat Summit in partnership with Hindustan Times, 19th and 20th March, only on News 18 Network.
And the political independence of states.
On behalf of Ukraine, Albania, Andorra, Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Canada, Chile, Costa Rica, Croatia, Cyprus, Czechia, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Japan, Latvia, Liberia, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Marshall Islands, Monaco, Montenegro, the Netherlands, New Zealand, North Macedonia, Norway, Palau, Poland, Portugal, Republic of Korea, Republic of Moldova, Romania, San Marino, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, the United States of America, Uruguay, and the European Union. We condemn in the strongest terms the Russian Federation's illegitimate attempts to organize Russian presidential elections in temporarily occupied areas within the internationally recognized territory of Ukraine. Holding elections in another UN member state's territory without its consent is in manifest disregard for the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. Such elections have no validity under international law. We recall the United Nations General Assembly's resolution ESS 11/4, adopted at its emergency special session on October 12, 2022, that declared the Russian Federation's attempts to hold illegal so-called referendums in September 2022 in parts of Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk, and Zaporizhia regions of Ukraine had no validity under international law and do not form the basis for any alteration of the status of those regions of Ukraine. An overwhelming 143 countries voted in support of the resolution and affirmed core principles under international law by condemning these so-called referendums. We also recall General Assembly Resolution 68/262 of March 27, 2014, which similarly underscored that Russia's referendums held on March 16, 2014 in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol had no validity and cannot form the basis for any alteration of the status of these regions. We reiterate the UN General Assembly's call to all states.
Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the big battle for Bharat. The date, result day, will be determined in just about a few hours from now, as the Election Commission is all set to announce the schedule for the Lok Sabha polls. The Commission will do a press conference at 3 p.m. today and then go about announcing the dates, the phases, the procedure for conducting the big Lok Sabha elections 2024. The EC will also announce the assembly poll schedule for the states of Odisha, Sikkim, Arunachal and Andhra Pradesh. The Model Code of Conduct, which bars the government in power from announcing any new policy decisions, will come into effect immediately after the announcement. Now remember, the Election Commission's announcement comes just 2 days after the Election Commissioners Ganesh Kumar and Sukhbir Singh Sandhu were appointed. They took charge and joined the Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar. So there's been drama on the Election Commission side too, because it's taken some time to complete this 3-member commission. With me in the studio, Shivani Gupta on the magic wall, and we also have Pallavi Ghosh and Aman Sharma tracking the elections closely. Payal Mehta, Arunima will be joining us along with our guests and of course you the viewers, because it's all about us, isn't it? The voter. Let's try and signpost some of the key aspects, some important points that we need to remember, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at building up to the date's announcement. 96.88 crore voters will choose 543 MPs. So it's a bump up, nearly 7 crore voters more than 2019. It's a fractured India alliance, key states or battles in 4 big states that we announced, which will also go simultaneously vote on the same day for the Back on, ladies and gentlemen, the dates for the Battle of Bharat, the dates when you and me have to go out and cast our ballot in our respective constituencies. We hope we are all getting a check on our voter ID list, our voter ID card, and ensuring that our name is there in the voter list, because ek ek vote कीमती है. Nearly 98 crore votes this time around will decide the fate, the future of the political parties, and of course who will be the next Prime Minister and who will form government. Just about an hour and 25 minutes to go. As we took the break, ladies and gentlemen, in our special coverage, we were talking about Labharthis. So let's quickly understand the Labharthi aspect, and let's look at some of the aspects that we covered on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll. Have you benefited from the PM Kisan Samman Nidhi? 68% of the respondents, 1,18,000 plus respondents across 518 Lok Sabha constituencies have said yes. Quickly moving to the next one. As in terms of the Labharthi schemes, have you benefited from the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana? Again, nearly 60% have said yes, 42% so far have said no. Perhaps they would not fall under that scheme, or the scheme has not reached out to them, despite the government saying we're going to extend it to another 2 crore houses. Har Ghar Jal, 70% of the respondents pan-India have said we have benefited from Har Ghar Jal or the Jal Jeevan Mission. To have water in your house via a null, how important is that? How critical will that factor be? One will have to wait and watch. Ujjwala Yojana, again 70% beneficiaries, and the government reducing the prices of the gas cylinder by another 100 rupees just ahead or days ahead of the poll dates being announced, or that is today. So if you look at all the schemes, largely the respondents have said that there is a Labharthi effect. Have you benefited from Jan Dhan Yojana? 64% have said yes, we have benefited from the Jan Dhan Yojana. This Labharthi effect, finally Ayushman Bharat, 61%, 330 million people are now being covered. More than the population of the USA have been covered within 5 to 6 years of the Ayushman Bharat scheme itself being launched, ladies and gentlemen. How important is this is something that we need to consider. Will this Labharthi, let's bring it to Pallavi and to Aman before we take it to our guests, will this Labharthi actually work across the spectrum? Will it bridge the caste community divides, and will people come out? And how important then does the Mahila become, or the Mahila vote become? Aman?
Well, it seems to, Anand, if you look at the 2019 election, the two big schemes which worked for the government, PM Awas and Ujjwala, these two schemes were rolled out ahead of 2019, and we saw the impact of these schemes on the ground. This time, the BJP has 3 more schemes. PM Kisan and Ayushman Yojana were just launched before the 2019 election. So they've really played out, in the present 5-year term period. We saw the Har Ghar Jal scheme being launched about 3 years back. It has also covered a large part of the country. And don't forget the free ration scheme. So free ration scheme, which started during COVID, is still continuing. So this is a huge class of Labharthis, and most of these schemes, Anand, as you correctly say, are aimed at the woman voter. So the woman voter is the main beneficiary of these schemes. This is what I think the loyal vote base of the BJP, which transcends caste, transcends religion. I think it's across the board, and that is what BJP is not just gained in a Lok Sabha election. In the last few state elections, especially in states like UP, Bihar, we have seen the BJP gain from this, and I think it is not a surprise in 2024 Lok Sabha, and the Prime Minister has been speaking about it from all his munches, and the government even launched a yatra just 2 months back to cover each and every beneficiary. The Prime Minister has said that we need to cover even the last beneficiary under these schemes. So I think the government has a lot of goodwill because of these schemes, and it will resonate in the results.
And these schemes have been delivered, Pallavi, across caste, creed, community, across the social strata. Will that have an impact?
I find the irony also, which we cannot be lost out, because on one hand, I'm very, very surprised. Even today, I was listening to, say, for Rahul Gandhi was saying, the Congress is going back to what many would call regressive, talking about caste. And like I remember, I heard one of his interactions where he's saying that, what can India do if 90% of the castes are left backwards and high and dry? And here you have the other counter coming in from the government, from the Prime Minister. My castes are different. It's women, it's the youth, it's the Kisan and so on who matter. And that is where these schemes, and the Labharthi scheme is actually, which I think they calculate is going to make that difference. I mean, caste cannot be wished away. I mean, it's going to be an important factor, certainly in UP and in other states as well, which is why these factors are kept in mind when you go in for alliances, when you have those ticket distribution taking place. But at the end of the day, you're filling up your tummy, you have a job in hand. I think these matter more. We saw that example where post triple talaq, the statistics which came out show that in many pockets of Uttar Pradesh, even Muslim women ended up voting for the BJP. So the religion card did not work so much there as the fact that she felt that my life was secure, my future was secure, because of many of the schemes coming in from the BJP. So I think this is the larger calculation which is working in the government, in the BJP and the Prime Minister's mind.
Well, Javed Ansari ji, let me quickly ask you, do you think this Labharti effect or panel will have or this grouping will have an impact? Prime Minister Narendra Modi talked about a nano class way back in 2008, just above the poverty line, just below the lowest of the lower middle class. This grouping, is it equal to the Labharti, and will they come back and reward the PM?
Look, Labharti has worked. It has worked, but to say that this is that magic, the silver bullet which will paper over everything else is a bit of a fallacy. It has worked to a large extent, but it also in state it hasn't. I mean, if this was all pervasive, then why didn't it work in the Bengal Assembly elections? Why didn't it work in Karnataka? Why didn't it work in Delhi or in Himachal Pradesh? So yes, it's an important factor, but not the only factor. And this is a part of the larger bouquet that the BJP under Prime Minister Modi presents. This is an integral part, but not the only deciding factor.
Well, now the Prime Minister has also set up the benchmark. What the Prime Minister has done is he's told in standing in Parliament that the BJP will win 370. So can the BJP actually win 370? That's the big question, because the News 18 mega opinion poll also does not give the BJP 370. It gives it 350. So it gives it about 47 seats more than the last time around. But to get 67 seats, is that even possible? The target for NDA is 400 par, that's being achieved. Now, where are the seats? Which are the 2019 bastions for the BJP? Himachal, they've maxed out 4 out of 4. Uttarakhand maxed out 5 out of 5. Haryana maxed out. Delhi maxed out. Rajasthan 24 out of 25. This time 25 on 25. So 1 seat gain there. MP again continues to remain 28 out of 29. Gujarat maxed out. Chhattisgarh will remain the same, 9 or maximum 10 out of 11. Jharkhand 11 out of 14. This time around they could look to gain about 2 or 3 seats there. Tripura, they've maxed out. Assam, they could gain a bit there. And Karnataka, again, it seems to be the same as 25 out of 28. So these are the states where they have already got some of the best. Where can they improve their tally? They can improve their tally in the states of Maharashtra, in Punjab, they can improve it in Bengal, and they can also improve it in Chhattisgarh, hoping to better their tally. So this is where they're eyeing their breach. Odisha, 8 out of 21, Telangana 4 out of 17, Andhra none out of 25, Tamil Nadu 0 out of 38, and Kerala 0 out of 20. Now these are the numbers where they really need to breach. And can they, if they really breach these numbers, can they even get to 370? Let's ask Shivani, how does the wall look like, and where all do you think they will have to really push hard?
No, so as I pointed out, Anand, there's a clear divide and a clear catch area for the BJP. It runs almost virtually through the east to the southern part of India, and of course this is all maxed out, as you pointed out. They can gain a little bit in UP. Last time around they were a little bit shy of their 2014 tally. They can gain a little bit in Maharashtra actually, and let's say a little bit in Assam as well, as you pointed out. But if you add, for example, the area that they can gain in Bengal, Odisha, you've got 25 in Andhra, 17 in Telangana, 39 in Tamil Nadu, 20 in Kerala. This is about 178 seats. Let me take out the 18 plus the others they won in Assam. So it's about 150 seats that they should be targeting, where they don't really have an account, out of which they only really have to win 47, isn't it, to touch that 400 mark. Now, the strike rate of roughly 0.3, right? For 50, let's say, out of 150 is what the clear equation for the BJP is. This is where their catch area is. Of course, they're likely to gain a little bit in UP. I will be very surprised if the BJP doesn't gain from the 2019 tally in UP. Maybe in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is a tricky game. But this is where they have to make their
See, the News 18 mega opinion poll, going back to our guest, says that they stand to gain at least 15 seats in Uttar Pradesh. That's a big bump up. The states, the gains in Tamil Nadu, gains in Kerala are something which many are not willing to buy. Gains, the significant gains because of coming back with the TDP in Andhra, will that account for? We'll have to say. But our opinion poll was before it happened. Our opinion poll was before this alliance in Andhra was announced. So will that have an impact? We'll have to see. Quick update coming in on Kavitha. So that development in Telangana happened. Prime Minister's roadshow in Malkajgiri, and just before that, full drama in Hyderabad with Kavitha's arrest. The ED now in court seeking a 10-day police remand of Kavitha Kavlakuntala. The hearing will continue post-lunch. This is at the Rouse Avenue Court. Ananya Bhatnagar with us. Yes, Ananya, the court was also trying to understand. Anshul Singh is also joining us with us. Anshul, the court was... Ananya is with us. Ananya, the court wanted to understand what submitted to the Supreme Court. What is the Supreme Court going to hear about? Now what has been argued, and why is the ED seeking a 10-day remand?
Well, definitely the Enforcement Directorate is seeking a 10 days remand of, in fact, Kavitha, very clearly informing the court that, two witnesses who had given statements against Kavitha have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. She will be confronted with them. Not only this, her husband and one of her servants from whom phones have been seized during this particular search in which Kavitha was arrested will also be called for the digital data extraction, and then she will be confronted with that data as well. So very, very clearly and categorically, the Enforcement Directorate says that they have a strong case against Kavitha, and not only this, they also blame Kavitha and her supporters to actually create a ruckus while searches were being conducted at her residence and while she was being arrested.
Was the issue of illegal arrest raised? Was the issue of illegal arrest raised, arrest without a transit remand?
Well, definitely, this argument was raised by Mr. Vikram Chaudhary, was appearing for Ms. Kavitha, that, no kind of transit remand was sought. And not only this whole arrest is something that is vexatious in nature. Not only that, it was also argued that even after a Supreme Court's undertaking, but as of now, Anand, we've reported that particular hearing very, very fluently. And what was very, very categorical submission of Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju was that only a 10 days time would be given. There was no talk of a no coercive action until today with regards to that particular order that is being cited by, in fact, Mr. Chaudhary, saying that, this was a statement that was made by the Additional Solicitor. However, no kind of a statement was made by the ASD at that front. It was only stated that only a 10 days time would be given to Kavitha before a next summon is issued. That too, this statement was made last year, and that's exactly what Mr. Zoeb Hussain had also been arguing before the court today since the very beginning when preliminary submissions were actually being made in this particular case. Anand.
Right. Time for a very, very short break. Stay with us. Continuous coverage here, and the battle for Bharat, the poll dates to be announced and on the clock right now as we are counting back, an hour and 13 minutes to go. We'll be right back.
21वीं सदी भारत की सदी है। 125 करोड़ देशवासियों के परिश्रम के बल पर भारत फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी बन गया।
10 वर्षों में हमने अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था में $2 ट्रिलियन और जोड़ दिया।
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है भारत पूरी दुनिया के सामने एक मिसाल बनकर के उभरेगा।
Watch PM Modi share his thoughts on Dream Sports presents News 18 Rising Bharat Summit in partnership with Hindustan Times, 19th and 20th March, only on News 18 Network.
State, there is worry for the government with respect to the unemployment numbers, but recently those numbers are also showing a drop, and the government is going to town claiming those numbers. 129 seats in the south where the BJP has returned less than 30 seats. in those states where, barring Karnataka, they've not been able to make inroads, although the News 18 mega opinion poll suggests otherwise this time around. About 25 seats to gain for the NDA. That's the projection. And of course, the Modi ki guarantee or the Labharti factor, that seems to be resonating because overall there is an uptick for the NDA vote share and especially the BJP vote share. 95 BJP bastions since 2009 in these 543 seats. Prime Minister Narendra Modi setting the bar way high for the NDA and the BJP, saying 370 and 400 par. 1.85 crore, nearly 1.85 crore first-time voters, and they will be a huge influence. Congress facing a wipeout because the News 18 mega opinion poll does not give the Congress party even 50 seats this time around. 225 Hindi heartland seats, and they are critical. A fractured INDI alliance versus an NDA that seems to be getting third wind this time around under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it's PM saying Modi ki guarantee, Modi hai. That's something which he's not said in 2014 and 19, but in 2024 it's all about Modi. And of course the Vishwas factor with the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Mandir. Now this is perhaps setting up why these dates announcement are so important and why we are making it such a big festival, this dance of democracy, ladies and gentlemen. Shivani, if you look at 2019, there is lots to look at. 7 phases the last time around. What should we expect this time?
Well, we are expecting, of course, the announcement is going to be elections spanned over 7, phases itself. I just want to quickly look at, the All India map from 2019. Of course, the BJP won a whopping 303 seats at that time. You mentioned how the Prime Minister has set an even stiffer target of 370 just for the BJP. If they do that, then with the alliances they have shaped up this time around, Anand, they will cross 400 because, they have managed to get a lot of alliance partners, some back and some are still in the works. But look at this map of India. This was virtually all saffron. The Prime Minister, led by Narendra Modi, leading the BJP, wants to repeat this, but they want to repeat this even in a bigger fashion. Look at the numbers for the opposition here. 52 for the Congress. Of course, together, I just want to break this down into alliances as well. This is how we've broken this down into the alliances as it stands today. So, of course, without the SAD, but with the TDP back, it's still 353 for the NDA, a vote percentage of 47%. Versus 30% for the INDIA alliance, which is a big gap. It's a big gap for them to cover. 129 seats for them. The alliances, as they have stitched up, as it stands, we've all included it. So this gives you an idea of how they are actually wanting to defend this much and add to 129. The DMK, TMC, the UBD faction of the Shiv Sena, the NCP, what is remaining Sharad Pawar faction with them, all included in this. Similarly, for the NDA, we've done the similar exercise. Their current alliances are part of it. Now, the big thing is, Anand, look at the map of the NDA. It's virtually all saffron. Where can they gain? Now, this is that stretch where they can gain. And this is exactly where everyone's eyes are. This is exactly where the Prime Minister is focusing his energies as we speak. So this, the western and the southern part of India, is where the BJP is looking to add on to, and of course, together with that, just retain this swathe of north and west and central India.
We'll come back to these numbers and juxtapose them with the News 18 mega opinion poll because some interesting observations. But first, let's focus on the poll date. Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the big battle for Bharat. The date, result day, will be determined in just about a few hours from now as the Election Commission is all set to announce the schedule for the Lok Sabha polls. The Commission will do a press conference at 3 p.m.
इक्कीसवीं सदी भारत की सदी है। 125 करोड़ देशवासियों के परिश्रम के बल पर भारत फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी बन गया।
10 वर्षों में हमने अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था में $2 ट्रिलियन और जोड़ दिया।
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है भारत पूरी दुनिया के सामने एक मिसाल बनकर के उभरेगा।
Watch PM Modi share his thoughts on Dream Sports presents News 18 Rising Bharat Summit in partnership with Hindustan Times, 19th and 20th March, only on News 18 Network.
And go about announcing the dates, the phases, the procedure for conducting the big Lok Sabha Elections 2024. The EC will also announce the assembly poll schedule for the states of Odisha, Sikkim, Arunachal and Andhra Pradesh. The model code of conduct, which bars the government in power from announcing any new policy decisions, will come into effect immediately after the announcement. Now remember, the Election Commission's announcement comes just 2 days after the Election Commissioners Ganesh Kumar and Sukhbir Singh Sandhu were appointed. They took charge and joined the Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar. So there's been drama on the Election Commission side too, because it's taken some time to complete this 3-member commission. With me in the studio, Shivani Gupta on the magic wall, and we also have Pallavi Ghosh and Aman Sharma tracking the elections closely. Payal Mehta, Arunima will be joining us along with our guests and of course you the viewers, because it's all about us, isn't it? The voter. Let's try and signpost some of the key aspects, some important points that we need to remember, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at building up to the dates announcement. 96.88 crore voters will choose 543 MPs. So it's a bump up, nearly 7 crore voters more than 2019. It's a fractured India alliance, key states or battles in 4 big states that we announced, which will also go simultaneously vote on the same day for the centre and the state. There is worry for the government with respect to the unemployment numbers, but recently those numbers are also showing a drop and the government is going to town claiming those numbers. 129 seats in the south where the BJP has returned less than 30 seats in those states where, barring Karnataka, they have not been able to make inroads, although the News 18 mega opinion poll suggests otherwise this time around. About 25 seats to gain for the NDA. That's the projection. And of course, the Modi ki guarantee or the Labharti factor, that seems to be resonating because overall there is an uptick for the NDA vote share and especially the BJP vote share. 95 BJP bastions since 2009 in these 543 seats. Prime Minister Narendra Modi setting the bar way high for the NDA and the BJP, saying 370 and 400 par. 1.85 crore, nearly 1.85 crore first-time voters, and they will be a huge influence. Congress facing a wipeout because the News 18 mega opinion poll does not give the Congress party even 50 seats this time around. 225 Hindi heartland seats, and they are critical. A fractured INDI alliance versus an NDA that seems to be getting third wind this time around under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it's PM saying Modi ki guarantee, Modi hai. That's something which he's not said in 2014 and 19, but in 2024 it's all about Modi. And of course the Vishwas factor with the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Mandir. Now this is perhaps setting up why these dates announcement are so important and why we are making it such a big festival, this dance of democracy, ladies and gentlemen. Shivani, if you look at 2019, there is lots to look at. 7 phases the last time around. What should we expect this time?
Well, we are expecting, of course, the announcement is going to be elections spanned over 7, phases itself. I just want to quickly look at, the All India map from 2019. Of course, the BJP won a whopping 303 seats at that time. You mentioned how the Prime Minister has set an even stiffer target of 370 just for the BJP. If they do that, then with the alliances they have shaped up this time around, Anand, they will cross 400 because, they have managed to get a lot of alliance partners, some back and some are still in the works. But look at this map of India. This was virtually all saffron. The Prime Minister, led by Narendra Modi, leading the BJP, wants to repeat this, but they want to repeat this even in a bigger fashion. Look at the numbers for the opposition here, 52 for the Congress. Of course, together, I just want to break this down into alliances as well. This is how we've broken this down into the alliances as it stands today. So, of course, without the SAD, but with the TDP back, it's still 353 for the NDA, a vote percentage of 47%. versus 30% for the INDIA alliance, which is a big gap. It's a big gap for them to cover. 129 seats for them. The alliances, as they have stitched up, as it stands, we've all included it. So this gives you a
Back on, ladies and gentlemen, and we are counting down. Just about an hour to go. In 60 minutes, the Election Commission will be there giving the briefing and doling out the dates for the battle for Bharat. How many phases, which will be the first day when Bharat will go to polls, which side of the Bharat, which states, which regions will go ahead and first up exercise the power of the ballot. We'll have to wait and watch. We're counting down to that. In a short while from now, we should have visuals coming in of the election commissioners entering the EC office. Payal Mehta will be joining us live from there at Vigyan Bhavan. That's where the briefing will be. Arunima is also there, and we will get you all the updates. But first, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about that one state that compels many phases. That one state which moves from one direction to the other, and sometimes it also dictates the tone and the outcome of the election nationwide. Many pollsters have been scratching their heads to figure out how is that possible? How is it that one big state that returns 80 seats to the Lok Sabha tends to determine the shape of the election largely? We're talking about Uttar Pradesh. अब बात यूपी की है तो कुछ स्पेशल करना होगा. So let's bring and roll out the jeeps into our studio, ladies and gentlemen. This is kudos to our graphics team. They've done a phenomenal job here at Alexa. ये घूम के आ जाएगी and it will come and face itself right next to me and Shivani as we get you the numbers for 2019. ये आ गई यहाँ पर. Perfect. Now let's try and look at these numbers. 73 out of 80 seats in 2014. In 2019, that dropped to 64 out of 80 seats for the NDA. The INDI alliance, the UP के लड़के और भाई भतीजा और बुआ भतीजा, all of that did not work. 7 on 80 and 6 on 80. That's what they were able to return in 2014 and 2019. Will that shrink further in Uttar Pradesh this time around? Well, the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll says yes, it will shrink for the INDIA to just 3. No, actually 2. 1 to the BSP because Buaji has decided to go on her own. And it will actually turn out to be a big, rich haul of 77 seats for the NDA at the Lok Sabha. In the UP Assembly, the trends have been upward. The trends have been steady, and it's the Modi-Yogi factor that's worked for the NDA. Have a look at this number. 313 in 2017, and in 2022 it was 281. Will it go better this time around? Has Yogi ji only established himself a little more? The delivery of the Pradhan Mantri schemes, the central schemes, the welfare to the people on ground, has it been so significant that people who are at -5 have now come to 5? And is that a significant change itself in terms of ground up delivery? That's what's going to be important, because UP is one of the states where the delivery of the central schemes has been accomplished to the maximum. Suffering for the opposition, which rose from 47 to 113 in the Vidhan Sabha between 2017 to 2022, but at the Lok Sabha, it's not going to be a rich haul this time around. Shivani, more with you.
Yeah, so you take a look at these 3 regions of Uttar Pradesh. These are the regions of Purvanchal, Ruhelkhand and West. Now, in these 3 regions alone are all of the 10 seats that the BSP won last time. The BSP and the SP fought together, and famously, the results showed that the SP vote transferred to the BSP, not so much the BSP to the SP, because the SP hall wasn't great. But all of these blue are the 10 BSP seats. This is where they won. These also include 4 of the INDA seats. Remember, it was the SP and the BSP, not the Congress together. But look at these regions where the BJP can gain. This is roughly 50 out of the 80 seats of Uttar Pradesh. So more than half. And the BJP won 35 of these. So they have massive gains to make here in this region. But for that, of course, this region that I have not highlighted is where they completely swept. So this is why, Anand, I said earlier as well, there is a huge scope for the BJP. Unlike what we've been saying that they've maxed out in Hindi heartland, actually they've got ground to cover or recover if they want to go back to 2014.
So they retain the shades, the non-shaded area, those seats they retain, and they have to gain at least 14 to 15 in these states.
West was such a big talking point last time around. That factor is not there anymore.
RLD is now part of the NDA.
NDA. And the BSP, the big story, Anand, emerging from Uttar Pradesh is what we saw in the last assembly elections. You pointed out the numbers. Actually, it was SP alone. SP showed a resurgence, emerging as a contender against the BJP for local UP politics. The BSP vote share, which has always been consistent between 18 to 20%, dipped. And the BSP have become a very muted factor, if at all. Always it was said that their voter is a silent voter, but it looks like that voter could desert Mayawati in the Lok Sabha elections.
What do the regions in the News 18 mega opinion polls suggest? Is there a trend that suggests that yes, in Purvanchal and also in Western UP, that's where the NDA is likely to make the gains?
So this is our opinion poll numbers. This is broken down region-wise. And of course, you can see that the number of seats that the NDA is getting here, in Purvanchal,
29 out of 30.
29 out of 30, in Rohelkhand, 10 out of 10, in West, 9 out of 9. So this is the region where they're going to gain the most. This is the only possibility for them. The opinion polls certainly suggest they're bound to do so. As I mentioned, the BSP, the RLD factor, not there anymore. And possibly the SP Congress alliance also hasn't quite lit up the stage just yet in Uttar Pradesh.
True. So Azamgarh, the only seat in Purvanchal that looks like that the INDI alliance will retain, because that's a Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav bastion. 1 seat for the BSP and 1 seat for the INDI alliance in some of the other regions towards the west. Otherwise, it's a sweep for the NDA. 77 seats is what they will return. Uttar Pradesh, is this going to be the story? Pallavi and Aman, we've got Javed Ansari ji staying on with us, Sanjeev Srivastava and BS Arun also with us, and Ratan Sharda ji also join us. Namaste and Jai Hind to everybody. Gentlemen, I'll come across to you with a quick word, after a quick word with Pallavi and Aman here in the studios. Yes, Pallavi. UP 15 seat gain possible. That means total diffusion of the Priyanka Rahul factor for the Congress party and also Akhilesh factor.
Well, I mean, the UP ke ladke narrative certainly didn't work. See, what happens is that from the point of view of the voter, it often leaves them confused when these kind of unlikely partners go into an alliance. Because one big challenge is that, at the top there may be agreements, but that may not percolate down to the ground. Many workers, say in Amethi and Raebareli, for example, because I just went there recently, they said, we've always fought against, say, an SP, we have fought against the BSP. Today our workers, and actually more, to be very honest, more beyond Amethi and Raebareli, in other areas, we have been at loggerheads, and suddenly now you're telling us to work together. So that partnership may be there at the top, but that partnership may not actually go down to where it matters the most, which is your party cadre. So that is something we saw in the case of UP ke ladke. As you pointed out, SP, BSP, it did not work. I'm very, very cynical about whether it's really going to work in UP with this SP and the Congress party come together. I mean, even in Amethi and Raebareli, look at the day when Rahul Gandhi turned up there and Akhilesh Yadav was supposed to join the Bharat Jodo Yatra. He didn't.
He didn't.
So you had, and I saw it, I can visualize it. I saw some SP flags there and suddenly they withdrew because there was this confusion. Because there were those SP workers saying, "Acha, hमें जाना है कि नहीं जाना है." That is a confusion which could work to the advantage of the BJP.
And why does the Congress cadre in Uttar Pradesh need the support of the Samajwadi Party despite the amount of work that they claim to have put in there to try and get that seat? Aman, the Labharti factor, delivery of the schemes in Uttar Pradesh, how critical will that be in this Modi Yogi combine? And there is also, of course, there is PM Modi factor when he is on the ticket, but there is also significant Yogi factor, and that law and order issue is another number that we will call out, ladies and gentlemen. That's significant in UP.
Anand, I think UP is one state of which the BJP is the most confident about. UP is a state where the BJP is looking at big gains. Some leaders are even telling me of a clean sweep. 80 out of 80 seats is possible. I would tell you there are only 3 seats which BJP sees as challenge in UP. Mainpuri, Sambhal and Raebareli. These are the 3 seats that BJP sees as a challenge. No other seat is unassailable for the BJP in UP right now. Of course, Mr. Modi contesting from Varanasi, Modi's popularity in UP is at an all-time high. That is coupled with the popularity of Yogi as the Chief Minister, who's returned BJP to power in the state for a historic second time. Plus, let us not forget the big event, the Ram Temple inauguration. The Pran Pratishthan of the Ram Temple is a big issue in UP right now. The people in UP, and we have travelled to the ground, me and Shivani recently, that is one issue that people in UP feel that, this is something that the government has delivered. And, it's a huge emotive sentiment in UP, and BJP sees big gains from that. Labharti factor, of course, UP is one state, and, the top people in the government in the center also feel that Yogi Adityanath is one chief minister who's completely modeled the, the governance model of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. If somebody has implemented central schemes totally in a state like the center has, it is Uttar Pradesh. So Uttar Pradesh is one state, they won 73 seats, the NDA, in 2014. That was under the leadership of Mr. Amit Shah when he was in charge of UP. They did drop to 64 in 2019, and that was because of the SP-BSP alliance. But Anand, even in 2019, some people were thinking that BJP will sink further because SP plus BSP is like RLD and JDU coming together in Bihar. But BJP still managed to retain its vote share at 164 seats. This time there is no alliance on the other side. The Congress-SP alliance is as good as no alliance.
Right.
I think the BJP is very confident they can win 77 to 78 seats in UP. That will be the big push they require for that 400 par for the NDA.
Well, some interesting numbers we'll call out quickly and show you on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll. We'd like to revisit it. One is what does the respondents feel as far as law and order and who can deliver on law and order? What do the respondents feel on Ram Mandir? And the third one is on BJP voters. Irrespective of who's the candidate, will they vote for PM Modi? How likely are they to vote for PM Modi when PM Modi is on the ticket? These are interesting numbers. Let's just put out the Ram Mandir factor, since Aman said that both he and Shivani went and saw that it was a huge factor in UP. These are national numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Nationally, 64% of the 118,000 respondents across 518 Lok Sabha constituencies have come out and said that Ram Mandir is a symbol of national pride and unity. 64% of the respondents have returned a positive impact and a positive feeling about the Ram Mandir and the Pran Pratishtha for Ram Lala's temple there in Ayodhya. 20% have said no. 16 are saying we are on the fence. We don't know, can't say. We call out some of the other numbers in just a bit. But Sanjeev Srivastava, Ratan Sharda, B.S. Arun and Javed Ansari ji. Let me ask you, Sanjeev ji, how do you see the projections? We're standing by for the poll dates. How many phases? And do you think it's going to be similar to what happened in 2019? And the prospects of the BJP and the NDA this time around?
You are asking, Anand, good afternoon, asking with respect to UP or overall?
We can start with UP and you can extrapolate overall, or you can expand overall, the conversation, yes.
Right. So I think UP, I would agree with most of the comments I just heard, and UP is one of the states where the BJP has everything going for it right. The Modi-Yogi combination works very well from the point of view of the voters, because it's not just Modi-Yogi combination. Yogi by himself is also a factor. So that adds on to the Modi charm or charisma. And then all those things which you just pointed out, the Ram temple or the law and order issue, or just a very, relatively a very honest administration. Yogi is known to deliver an honest administration. So that is the reason why vis-a-vis 2014, BJP lost some seats in UP in 2019, and my personal take is that because the opposition alliance is quite fragmented, the SP Congress alliance is not as strong. RLD, this Jayant Chaudhary has crossed over to NDA. Mayawati will be directly, indirectly batting for NDA by contesting alone. So all these factors on the ground make UP a very rich ground for a better harvest than 2019. And I think to extrapolate it, I think what they may end up losing in Bihar, NDA, in Bihar, Maharashtra, and Karnataka will be to some extent offset by their gains in UP. Not entirely, but to some extent.
So you believe that they will lose in Bihar? Interestingly, we'll pull out the Bihar numbers. The News 18 mega opinion poll in Bihar actually said that the NDA will return a higher number in Bihar. The NDA will have a higher vote share in Bihar. See, 56% vote share, 39 seats out of 40.
So 39 was last time as well. 39 was last time as well. So they cannot improve on that. I think that 39 number may be, I cannot just rattle out numbers. I have no ways to know numbers. But my feel is, or my instinct is, or from what I hear, that they may lose a few seats in Bihar.
Right. I'm just going to request our team to check the numbers there on the graphic that we've put on air, because it's 40 seats, 39 to NDA, 1 to INDI and 1 to others. We'll just fix that in a bit. But yes, the 56.4% vote share is true. B.S. Arun, Uttar Pradesh, and Javed Ansari, Uttar Pradesh, Ratan Sharda ji, your thoughts? Yes, B.S. Arun.
Yeah, I think Ram Temple issue is going to make a huge impact on the voters. So, and BJP has very effectively communicated that, and is making efforts to ensure that the inauguration of the temple reaches the vast masses across the country. And to that extent, I think the people are quite happy. You take any state, whether it's north or south or east or west, maybe to a little extent less in northeast of India. But across the country, I think the temple issue has made a big impact, and it will certainly favor the BJP. And as far as South India is concerned, I'll talk a bit about that more. Even in Tamil Nadu, the temple issue is big, but not to the extent of catching the new voters. That's what my feeling is. And in Karnataka and other states, we have been seeing the donations being made by people across caste lines, across even to some extent religions. But then, will the voters, get impacted so much that they vote for BJP? I doubt that. The temple has made an impact, but turning them to new voters of BJP, I think they may not.
No, there is a pan-India positive impact of Ram Mandir. Where it will relate, or where is it going to have an impact in places where the BJP is already maxing out, or will it have an impact or a positive reinforcement in places where they are trying to make inroads? We'll have to wait and watch. But Javed Ansari, the Labharti factor box ticked in UP, law and order fact box ticked in UP, the Astha aspect ticked in UP. Do you believe the 77 or to gain or do better than 62 the last time around is a possibility? And if the BJP crosses 70 or 75 in UP, what does that then mean for an overall India picture? You're on mute, Javed.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that BJP is going to do very well in UP. UP is tailor-made. They tick all the boxes there. Ram Mandir is the cementing force, then is the Labharti, law and order, etc., etc. But the one issue that which your pollster has glossed over, and which nobody is talking about, and that could probably affect the BJP's, is the paper leak. 1.5 crore people sat prepared and sat for the exam for 60,000 constable posts. Eventually that paper was leaked and it went up. 1.5 crore is a very large number. So there's disaffection. There's a bit of angst amongst the farmer community as well. But more than that, RLD going away makes a lot of impact
for the INDIA.
Optics-wise. Because as it is, most of the voters were already voting the BJP. So in Western UP, the BJP has no opposition. In fact, one added factor could be if Mayawati and AIMM, there is talk that there could be an alliance between these two parties. If they come in, then whatever little hope India alliance has, even that will evaporate.
Yeah, there will be a rupture there even in that Muslim Dalit combine or that caste plus community grouping. But is that something which is going to happen, that there will be certain castes or communities which will not vote for the BJP, Ratan Sharda? Or does this now, this entire all-encompassing Vikas plus Vishwas plus law and order and a better life or a Viksit Bharat narrative, does it then transcend caste, creed and community for the BJP?
Anand, before I get into the politics of election, I would like to look at the politics of election commission because you are going to announce the dates. The way Congress opposed the appointment of 2 EC members is very surprising. You know that actually election commission is one-man commission. Then Congress realized it cannot control the election commission. It made it 3-member commission. Now having a 3-member commission, which they started off to not to have a member just because election around the corner, they are afraid of losing. That was really stupid crybaby act. Now coming to the UP itself, see, we keep on stressing the impact of Ram Mandir. I think as far as UP is concerned, it is more a result of very high quality law and order, huge impact on law and order, where women couldn't get out of their home after 6, or even they were subject to harassment even during daytime. There is huge infrastructure which was never seen in the UP. You look at the UP's position from somewhere low down in the hierarchy, they have reached 5th position in economic indicator. They are number 1 in investment. These are the issues which really people can see with wide open eyes. Ram Mandir is a icing on the cake. Ram Mandir is much more important for BJP in states where it is not very strong. For example, in Karnataka, to overcome the earlier resistance to BJP because of local, very low quality BJP leadership in the meantime, and also in Tamil Nadu, where it has become a huge issue with the DMK continuously attacking Hindus and Ram and all the Hindu icons. So that resentment of the Hindus, if that gets converted to votes, and with the AIDMK losing steam, dividing itself and also opposing BJP, if those anti-DMK votes get gravitated to BJP, that is where you see huge change, and your voting also shows it. Similarly, in other states where Ram is highly revered, but these opposition parties are continuously creating very negative noise, they have to pay for it. And the worst thing is, in UP, Congress' own enemy. Can somebody from UP really insult Ram Bhagwan or get angry with people, shout at them, tell them, nikamme ho, tumko lead liya, Ram ka naam lete rehte, all that kind of stuff? It's totally negative. And that is where Congress has lost its own steam. Nobody else is to blame, not even SP or anybody. And as far as SP's Congress is concerned, SP itself and Congress, they're highly cacophonous, highly offensive language against each other, even when they're going for alliance. It's not a very good sign for the voters, just like it's not good for a good sign for Punjab, for AAP and
In
Congress.
terms of clarity
These
of
are
vision,
issues.
what is it? Attacking the BJP, attacking PM Modi and Modi ko hatao, can that be the agenda? Is one question that many people are asking. What is my
Not at
alternative?
all.
How are you
Not at
telling
all.
me that you've got a better story for me, my country, my future, compared to the person who's coming to me with a vision and with an aspiration? We'll pause there, ladies and gentlemen. It's just about 38 minutes on the clock before the Election Commission presser gets underway. We will shift the focus towards the poll dates and also the updates coming in from Vigyan Bhavan soon after the break. Stay with us.
Of how they are actually wanting to defend this much and add to 129. The DMK, TMC, the UBD faction of the Shiv Sena, the NCP, what is remaining Sharad Pawar faction with them, all included in this. Similarly, for the NDA, we've done the similar exercise. Their current alliances are part of it. Now, the big thing is, Anand, look at the map of the NDA. It's virtually all saffron. Where can they gain? Now, this is that stretch where they can gain. And this is exactly where everyone's eyes are. This is exactly where the Prime Minister is focusing his energies as we speak. So this, the western and the southern part of India, is where the BJP is looking to add on to, and of course, together with that, just retain this swathe of north and west and central India.
We'll come back to these numbers and juxtapose them with the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll because some interesting observations. But first, let's focus on the poll date. Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the big battle for Bharat. The date, result day, will be determined in just about a few hours from now as the Election Commission is all set to announce the schedule for the Lok Sabha polls. The Commission will do a press conference at 3 p.m. today and then go about announcing the dates, the phases, the procedure for conducting the big Lok Sabha Elections 2024. The EC will also announce the assembly poll schedule for the states of Odisha, Sikkim, Arunachal and Andhra Pradesh. The Model Code of Conduct, which bars the government in power from announcing any new policy decisions, will come into effect immediately after the announcement. Now remember, the Election Commission's announcement comes just 2 days after the Election Commissioners Ganesh Kumar and Sukhbir Singh Sandhu were appointed. They took charge and joined the Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar. So there's been drama on the Election Commission side too, because it's taken some time to complete this 3-member commission. With me in the studio, Shivani Gupta on the magic wall, and we also have Pallavi Ghosh and Aman Sharma tracking the elections closely. Payal Mehta, Arunima will be joining us along with our guests and of course you the viewers, because it's all about us, isn't it? The voter. Let's try and signpost some of the key aspects, some important points that we need to remember, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at building up to the dates announcement. 96.88 crore voters will choose 543 MPs. So it's a bump up, nearly 7 crore voters more than 2019. It's a fractured India alliance, key states or battles in 4 big states that we announced, which will also go simultaneously vote on the same day for the centre and the state. There is worry for the government with respect to the unemployment numbers, but recently those numbers are also showing a drop and the government is going to town claiming those numbers. 129 seats in the south where the BJP has returned less than 30 seats in those states where, barring Karnataka, they have not been able to make inroads, although the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll suggests otherwise this time around. About 25 seats to gain for the NDA. That's the projection. And of course, the Modi ki guarantee or the Labharti factor, that seems to be resonating because overall there is an uptick for the NDA vote share and especially the BJP vote share. 95 BJP bastions since 2009 in these 543 seats. Prime Minister Narendra Modi setting the bar way high for the NDA and the BJP, saying 370 and 400 par. 1.85 crore, nearly 1.85 crore first-time voters, and they will be a huge influence. Congress facing a wipeout because the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll does not give the Congress party even 50 seats this time around. 225 Hindi heartland seats, and they are critical. A fractured INDI alliance versus an NDA that seems to be getting third wind this time around under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it's PM saying Modi ki guarantee, Modi hai. That's something which he's not said in 2014 and 19, but in 2024 it's all about Modi. And of course the Vishwas factor with the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Mandir. Now this is perhaps setting up why these dates announcement. Back on, ladies and gentlemen, in the battle for Bharat. Yes, we are counting down to the poll dates. Just about 30 plus minutes to go, 32 minutes to go, under 33 minutes, and the election commissioners will be making their way to Vigyan Bhavan. Let's speak about the state that will be on the spotlight. Also because the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll says that the NDA will thump the Trinamool Congress in the battle for Bengal. The NDA will beat them by a mile because they are projected to win 25 seats and get the same amount of vote share as the Trinamool Congress at 42% each. But the target set by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for Bengal is 35 out of 42. Now let's look at the projections. In 2009, the BJP had just one seat with 10% vote share. The Trinamool was at 19 seats with a 31% vote share, and look how it transformed. In 2014, the BJP moved to 17% votes and 2 seats, but the Trinamool had 34 seats with a 40% vote share. But look where the climb has happened. In 2019, the Trinamool strengthened itself by another 3% in vote share, but the BJP jumped from 17 to 40%, a 23% bump up that resulted in it getting 18 seats, and it shocked the Trinamool. Yes, there was a full reversal of the whole story when it came to the Vidhan Sabha in 2022, where the Trinamool swept the elections and it was a landslide win for Ms. Mamata Bandyopadhyay. But this time around, when it comes to Lok Sabha and PM on the ticket, the BJP is being very aggressive. The results of the News 18 mega opinion poll, ladies and gentlemen, were before the CAA rule notification. What will be the impact of the CAA rule notification is another factor. But is 35 out of 42 even possible, Shivani?
Well, whether it's possible or not, it's another matter. But this is what the map of Bengal looked like last time around in 2019. The BJP made massive gains from 1 to 2 in the previous 2 Lok Sabha elections to 18 in West Bengal. It was unheard of and unimagined. Can they improve on this? Well, the CAA announcement is the big issue that is being talked about right now. And you look at the divide really as far as West Bengal is concerned, it is right here, the divide. And this is where it will be interesting to see whether the BJP can gain some ground. Now, these are areas that are bordering Bangladesh. These are areas where CAA is going to be a huge issue. They already kind of maxed out as far as southwest of Bengal is concerned. They did very well in north. They had some pockets here in southeast as well. But this is where most of the gains have to come. The greater Kolkata area plus others. This is the catch area for them. So whether the CAA issue, Anand, is going to be effective for them as far as these border districts, border constituencies is concerned, remains to be seen. They certainly did some magic there last time around. They need to expand this area of influence.
So you said North Bengal and Southwest Bengal is where, or Southeast Bengal is where they need to really make inroads. We'll try and just see if you have the breakup for region-wise breakup for Bengal as far as the News 18 mega opinion poll is concerned and where they're gaining.
Sure.
But is it possible? North Bengal, they have had some impact, but in that entire South Chobis Pargana region and of course the Delta region, the Sundarban Ilaka, Sandesh Khali, will that be a factor? Because when we did the opinion poll, Sandesh Khali was a factor that was still brewing. Yeah.
So in North, they already did well last time around. So we are projecting 7 out of 8 seats for them again. Now this is where the gains for the BJP are going to come. This is the Southeast.
Yeah, 5 seats.
5 seats gain for them. That takes them to 23 from 18 last time around. They obviously have to retain and add a little bit more in Southwest. Nothing in the greater Kolkata region. We can understand that. But these are the major gains they have to make.
But the BJP has taken umbrage to our saying that there is nothing in the greater Kolkata region because they believe they have something in there. The Trinamool is really upset with us because they said there are BJP is nowhere, anywhere in the picture. We are getting 30 seats at least. Yes, what's going to happen in your home state, Parliament?
See, urban areas, I will not completely wish away the BJP. I mean, the fact is that the kind of candidates you're going to put up, and that's where, see, like most of the people I know from Kolkata, there is a sense that Bhadralok people who are no longer, at one point of time, who were very pro Mamata Banerjee, when they got very disgruntled with the left, they are also now increasingly disgruntled with the Mamata Banerjee government. And that is where I think the Sandesh Khali issue can play that mind game, because here you have a party which talks about Ma Mati Manush. So where is the Mati? And the second thing, of course, is the woman factor. I mean, Mamata Banerjee won the last assembly elections on the ground that here is a lonely woman who's being targeted by the BJP. Then, they're going to start pricking holes and start questioning it, that if you talk about woman empowerment, Nari Shakti, then why was this happening in Sandesh Khali and you just let it happen? That could have a certain amount of impact on the urban areas, but let's not forget also, I mean, she's also very strategically put up candidates, Shayoni Ghosh, a firebrand, youth TMC leader, all of that. She's also going to try and play on that. So, Sandesh Khali, I think, would be a bit of a benchmark and an important factor, and that's where this whole woman empowerment issue also starts coming in. And as Shivani pointed out, North Bengal, even the BJP did well last time round. The Matua community, the CAA, all of that is going to have certainly, I think, kind of strengthen or cement the BJP's hold in that area.
Well, let's go across to, before we bring in Aman and go across to our guest, let's go to Vigyan Bhawan. Payal and Arunima are with us. Payal, what's happening? We believe that the election commissioners were busy watching a cricket match this morning, or they were guests at a cricket match that was played between the media at the DDCA and another entity. That was another grouping. So have they left that place? Were they relaxed? What do we have? What's the inside story?
Well, I wasn't there at the cricket match for sure, but they would be in fact playing one of the biggest matches of their careers right now, with so much of anticipation being looked forward to as far as the 2024 elections are concerned. And it's going to be a debut match for at least Gyanesh and of course for Mrs. Sandhu, because they've just made that, they've just been appointed to the Team India a couple of days ago, Anand, to put it across in the cricket analogy. And they basically have to now deliver the goods. They of course will be sitting by the side of the Chief Election Commissioner as the dates really gets announced. And it's going to be a huge task to see how this election really transpires. There's so much to look forward to. There's so much of acrimony between the ruling party and the opposition party. The Election Commission has also not been left out of it. We'll have to just wait and see how this transpires, because it's going to be quite a bit of talking that the Election Commissioner will do. We'll tell you what preparations have been made, how many places did they visit, what are the key areas to watch out for, what is the security setup, how many booths have been set up. All of this will be there before they actually come to the point that we are looking forward to is of course the dates.
Well, Vigyan Bhawan visuals coming through. We're putting it there. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look. The brand ambassador for the Election Commission, he's there out sending the vote. Ki jao vote karo, ungli kar. Because this is your right. That's what he's going out and saying, very popular with the masses, and that's why perhaps he's been roped in by the Election Commission to champion the message of going out to vote. Every vote counts, and then we can see the waiting media press already ready for the briefing. Arunima is also with us. Arunima, quick aside, yes, we're wearing multiple hats, also tracking the court developments with respect to Kavitha carefully. The order has been reserved till 4:30 p.m. So poll dates will be announced, and then that order will be announced. There will be a lot of drama over the course of next 2 hours, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. And even the issue of the transit remand has also been addressed by the ED in court. So multiple developments. How much of all of that is going to have a bearing on these poll dates?
Well, Election Commission in its press conference will not focus on anything but their own preparations. We've been given a lowdown by the spokesperson of ECI as to how the day will progress. Around 3 o'clock sharp, ECI accompanied by the two election commissioners will come into the plenary hall of the Vigyan Bhavan. That's the hall on my left. And there will be a presentation first being made by the CEC. This presentation will encapsulate their travel across India. It will encapsulate what is the kind of step that the ECI is taking to ensure that there's maximum voter turnout. The number of voters, of course, have gone up from 2019. The number of paramilitary forces deployed also up by at least 50,000. Last time there was about 3 lakh. This time approximately 3,50,000. This is not just about Lok Sabha elections. It's also about assembly elections, Andhra, Arunachal, Sikkim and Odisha. And all important, whether Jammu and Kashmir will finally see legislative assembly elections. Like I was telling you earlier, the indications that we are getting is that as far as security is concerned, ECI has been told that when you do a legislative assembly elections in Kashmir, the number of candidates who need foolproof security is much more.
Yes.
Having spread across paramilitary forces across the country for Lok Sabha, why put a burden on the paramilitary forces by aiming to do Lok Sabha and assembly together in Kashmir? So that's one of the logic that has been put to them, indicating perhaps that right now, today, we'll only hear about Lok Sabha elections for JK also. They have time till September 30th, that's the Supreme Court deadline, to hold the assembly elections there.
True. September 30th is the deadline. I keep saying 5th of August is an important date. Along with the security deployment, the mood will also be important, and the Lok Sabha polls will have an impact. How peacefully they are conducted, the number of people who come out to vote, it will instill confidence within the people of Jammu and Kashmir, who largely have abstained from voting, ladies and gentlemen. 5-6% voter turnouts have decided MPs to the parliament, which perhaps has been a travesty in the past. It's all changing this time around, and we'll see the results. But how many stages will Jammu and Kashmir poll in? How many phases will Bharat go to the polls in? All of this will be decided, and it's counting down. Just about 22 minutes to go. We take yet another break, and when we come back, it will be non-stop coverage of the poll dates, and then of course the court reserving its order at 4:30 p.m. It's just non-stop action, politically hot Saturday. Stay with us in this battle for Bharat. why we are making it such a big festival, this dance of democracy, ladies and gentlemen. Shivani, if you look at 2019, there is lots to look at. 7 phases the last time around. What should we expect this time?
Well, we are expecting, of course, the announcement is going to be elections spanned over 7, phases itself. I just want to quickly look at, the All India map from 2019. Of course, the BJP won a whopping 303 seats at that time. You mentioned how the Prime Minister has set an even stiffer target of 370 just for the BJP. If they do that, then with the alliances they have shaped up this time around, Anand, they will cross 400 because, they have managed to get a lot of alliance partners, some back and some are still in the works. But look at this map of India. This was virtually all saffron. The Prime Minister, led by Narendra Modi, leading the BJP, wants to repeat this, but they want to repeat this even in a bigger fashion. Look at the numbers for the opposition here, 52 for the Congress. Of course, together, I just want to break this down into alliances as well. This is how we've broken this down into the alliances as it stands today. So, of course, without the SAD, but with the TDP back, it's still 353 for the NDA, a vote percentage of 47%. Versus 30% for the INDIA alliance, which is a big gap. It's a big gap for them to cover. 129 seats for them. The alliances, as they have stitched up, as it stands, we've all included it. So this gives you an idea of how they are actually wanting to defend this much and add to 129. The DMK, TMC, the UBD faction of the Shiv Sena, the NCP, what is remaining Sharad Pawar faction with them, all included in this. Similarly, for the NDA, we've done the similar exercise. Their current alliances are part of it. Now, the big thing is, Anand, look at the map of the NDA. It's virtually all saffron. Where can they gain? Now, this is that stretch where they can gain. And this is exactly where everyone's eyes are. This is exactly where the Prime Minister is focusing his energies as we speak. So this, the western and the southern part of India, is where the BJP is looking to add on to, and of course, together with that, just retain this swathe of north and west and central India.
We'll come back to these numbers and juxtapose them with the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll because some interesting observations. But first, let's focus on the poll date. Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the big battle for Bharat. The date, result day, will be determined in just about a few hours. Back on, ladies and gentlemen, we are counting down to the poll dates being announced by the Election Commission. The Election Commissioners should make their way to the Vigyan Bhavan in just about 5 to 7 minutes from now. 18 minutes and counting down to 3 p.m. when the poll date should be announced in Vigyan Bhavan. Media crew, fellow colleagues, our own reporters in the News 18 network, they're all settling inside the plenary hall of the Vigyan Bhavan. But there's one state that we need to speak about, and that's the state of Maharashtra before we get to the poll dates, because the scenario has changed. Largely a 4-party, 2-yuti scenario in 2019 with some of the smaller allies. It's the BJP and Shiv Sena on the one hand, the NCP and the Congress party on the other. A lot has changed in the last 5 years, ladies and gentlemen, and today it's quite fragmented. There are 6 to 7. There are Shiv Sena is into 2 factions, NCP is into 2 factions, there is the BJP, there is the Congress, there is the VBA, there is the MNS. Everybody now believes that they've got skin in the game. It's a power race to 48 seats. And many believe that the BJP will return weaker, the NDA will return weaker compared to 2019, although the News 18 Mega Opinion polls don't say that. Let's go across to the magic wall with Shivani Gupta and understand who holds sway where right now, ladies and gentlemen. The blue areas that are shaded on this beautiful graphic below are the ones which are the Congress areas. The saffron is, of course, the BJP. The Shiv Sena is in the brown, and of course the NCP in the dark blue. So these are the areas that are shaded. Let's try and understand this and get some more perspective on the wall. Yeah.
So the big question in Maharashtra is exactly who has the stronger faction of the 2 parties that have become divided, the Sena and the NCP. So I want to begin by showing you the India numbers. This is as things stand today. So we've done the breakup for you. This is not how they fought the elections last time. This is how it stands today with the Congress and the Sena UBT and the NCP Sharad Pawar faction. So these seats in the dark blue are the Sena seats, and there are a couple in the the Mumbai region. So this is where the Sena, as it was for the UBT one last time around, and these of course are the the Sharad Pawar faction seats. Out of 4, these 3 are actually in the INDIA kitty. This is just to give you an idea that out of 4, if it was strength as per last elections, the Sharad Pawar faction is dominant. They won 3 out of those 4 seats. The Ajit Pawar faction has 1, which went to the NDA. And then of course is the Sena. Sena won 18. The UBT has 5 on the Congress's side. So while the INDIA may have the stronger NCP faction, at least we can say so right now, they don't have the stronger Sena faction. And I'll just show you very quickly as well, because if you look at the NDA chart, now this is what the NCP Sharad Pawar faction has gone to the NDA. These are the Sena seats gone to the UBT +2 in Mumbai. This is the only Ajit Pawar faction seat with the NDA, but all of the other brown, 13 out of those 18 seats that the Sena won last time around are with the NDA kitty. So they've got the stronger Sena partner possibly. Of course, results have to be matched or repeated, but not so much the stronger of the NCP faction. The senior Sharad Pawar, the senior Pawar still very much with the INDA.
Well, 30, 12 and 6, that's what a little bird tells me could be the seat sharing arrangement that's being pushed for by the BJP, because they believe they hold sway there. The Shinde faction gets 12 and 6. And 6 goes to the Ajit Pawar faction. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is speaking in Kalaburgi even as CEC Rajiv Kumar is off to Vigyan Bhavan.
कलबुर्गी का ये जन सैलाब और आप सबके चेहरों का ये उत्साह कर्नाटका ने लोकसभा के चुनाव में बीजेपी को रिकॉर्ड सीटों पर जिताने का संकल्प ले लिया है। अभी मैं हेलीपैड से यहां आ रहा था, इतनी धूप में रोड शो का जो वातावरण बन गया, इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में लोग उत्साह उमंग के साथ आशीर्वाद दे रहे थे। अभी तो चुनाव की घोषणा होना बाकी है और आपने घोषणा कर दी। आज पूरा कर्नाटका कह रहा है अब की बार साथियों, बीते 2 दिनों से मैं भारत के इस दक्षिणी भाग में ही हूं और इसके पहले मैं श्रीनगर में था। श्रीनगर के पत्रकारों ने जो ब्लॉग लिखा है उसमें लिखा है कि 1988 के बाद श्रीनगर में इतनी बड़ी रैली किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की नहीं हुई। जो दृश्य मैंने श्रीनगर में देखा, जो जज्बा देखा, भारत के प्रति, भाजपा के प्रति जो उमंग और उत्साह देखा, साथियों, मैं बड़े विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, देश अपने संकल्पों को पूरा करने के लिए तैयार हो चुका है। और उसके बाद पिछले 2 दिन से दक्षिण भारत में मैंने 4 अलग अलग राज्यों का दौरा किया है।
The Election Commission is all set to announce the schedule for the Lok Sabha polls. The Commission will do a press conference at 3 p.m. today and then go about announcing the dates, the phases, the procedure for conducting the big Lok Sabha elections 2024. The EC will also announce the assembly poll schedule for the states of Odisha, Sikkim, Arunachal and Andhra Pradesh. The Model Code of Conduct, which bars the government in power from announcing any new policy decisions, will come into effect immediately after the announcement. Now remember, the Election Commission's announcement comes just 2 days after the Election Commissioners Ganesh Kumar and Sukhbir Singh Sandhu were appointed. They took charge and joined the Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar. So there's been drama on the Election Commission side too, because it's taken some time to complete this 3-member commission. With me in the studio, Shivani Gupta on the magic wall, and we also have Pallavi Ghosh and Aman Sharma tracking the elections closely. Payal Mehta, Arunima will be joining us along with our guests and of course you the viewers, because it's all about us, isn't it? The voter. Let's try and signpost some of the key aspects, some important points that we need to remember, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at building up to the dates announcement. 96.88 crore voters will choose 543 MPs. So it's a bump up, nearly 7 crore voters more than 2019. It's a fractured India.
कर्नाटका में आप लोगों का कांग्रेस के लिए जो आक्रोश है वो मैं भली भांति समझ सकता हूं। कांग्रेस एक ऐसी पार्टी है जो चाहे कितने भी कपड़े बदल ले, कांग्रेस की करतूतें नहीं बदलती। और इसलिए कर्नाटका में जनता जाग चुकी है, आक्रोश और गुस्से से लाल है। किसी सरकार से इतने कम समय में ही जनता का मोहभंग हो जाना ये दिखाता है कि लोगों को कांग्रेस की सच्चाई क्या है इसका पता चल गया है। और कभी कभी लोग भी सोचते हैं कि चलो भाई एक बार सजा दी, अब वो सुधर जाएंगे, दोबारा कुछ अच्छा करेंगे। लेकिन लोग फिर निराश, वो सुधरने को तैयार ही नहीं है। भाई आप कितने मौके दीजिए, वो नहीं सुधरेंगे। आज कर्नाटका में कानून व्यवस्था की धज्जियां उड़ाई जा रही हैं। असामाजिक तत्वों को खुलेआम संरक्षण दे रही है। जनता के मन में खौफ पैदा किया जा रहा है। जनता परेशानियों से त्रस्त है और कांग्रेस लूट में व्यस्त है। साथियों, एक बार कोयले से कालिख दूर हो सकती है, लेकिन कांग्रेस से करप्शन दूर नहीं हो सकता। इन परिवारवादियों के लिए करप्शन ही ऑक्सीजन है। बिना भ्रष्टाचार के ये लोग सियासत में सांस भी नहीं ले सकते। चुनाव से पहले बड़ी बड़ी घोषणाएं करना और चुनाव के बाद सिर्फ अपनी जेबें भरना, यही कांग्रेस का काम है। कर्नाटका को कांग्रेस ने अपना फैमिली एटीएम बना लिया है। पार्टी और परिवार के खर्चे पूरे करने के लिए कर्नाटका की जनता की मेहनत की कमाई यहां से सप्लाई की जा रही है। साथियों, जहां राज्य की सारी पूंजी कुछ लोगों का पेट भरने में, जेब भरने में, तिजोरी भरने में खपने लगती है, वहां सबसे पहले कुशासन, अव्यवस्था और अराजकता चारों तरफ हर स्तर पे फैलना शुरू हो जाती है। इसलिए कांग्रेस ने चुनाव में जो वादे किए थे उन्हें पूरा करना तो दूर, उल्टा कर्नाटका के हालात दिन पर दिन बदहाल होते जा रहे हैं। चुनाव में कांग्रेस ने मुफ्त बिजली का वादा किया था, लेकिन जवाब में जनता को बिजली की कटौती मिली, अंधेरा मिला। आज किसान पूछ रहे हैं कि जब बिजली ही नहीं है तो खेतों में पंप सेट कैसे चलेंगे। इन लोगों ने किसानों से एक और धोखा किया। हर किसान को पता है कि मोदी सरकार यहां के 55 लाख किसानों के लिए पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के पैसे भेजती है। ये योजना किसानों के लिए वरदान जैसी है। पहले बीजेपी की राज्य सरकार किसानों को इसमें 4,000 रुपये जोड़कर देती थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस वालों ने ये 4,000 रुपये देने का प्रावधान बंद कर दिया। साथियों, ये लोग युवाओं से बड़े बड़े वादे करके सरकार में बैठ गए, लेकिन आज ये उन्हीं युवाओं को उनकी स्कॉलरशिप रोक रहे हैं, स्कॉलरशिप में कटौती कर रहे हैं। ये कांग्रेस ही है जो नौजवानों के हक मारने का पाप कर रही है। कांग्रेस की लूट का हाल ये है कि छोटे छोटे विकास कार्यों के लिए भी सरकार के पास पैसे ही नहीं हैं। विधायकों को कह दिया गया है कि सरकार के पास पैसे नहीं हैं, हाथ ऊपर कर दिए। कलबर्गी के मेरे भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बताइए, क्या कोई सरकार ऐसे चल सकती है क्या? चल सकती है क्या? कर्नाटका का भला कर सकती है क्या? आपके सपने पूरे कर सकते हैं क्या? उनके वादे पूरे हो सकते हैं क्या? कांग्रेस भी ये जान चुकी है कि ये दोबारा सरकार नहीं बना पाएंगे, इसलिए कांग्रेस का एक ही एजेंडा बचा है, जितना लूट सको लूटो। क्या आप लूटने देंगे क्या? लूटने देंगे क्या? साथियों, अब राज्य सरकार इस तरह काम कर रही हो, आपको लूट रही हो, तो ये बहुत जरूरी है कि संसद में आपकी आवाज जरूर पहुंचे। कर्नाटका को लूट से बचाने के लिए सांसद के रूप में मुझे एक रक्षा कवच बनाना है, ताकि इन पे निगरानी रहे, हर पल मुझे दिल्ली में खबर रहे और कर्नाटकी जनता के लूटने के कारनामों को मैं रोक पाऊं। जब यहां कर्नाटका में ज्यादा संख्या में बीजेपी सांसद जीतेंगे, तो कांग्रेस की भ्रष्ट सरकार को डर करके रहना पड़ेगा, 7 बार सोचना पड़ेगा कि अब खबरें मोदी को पहुंच रही है। बीजेपी सांसद यहां कांग्रेस के कारनामों को लाख कोशिश करे कांग्रेस वाले, छिपाने नहीं देंगे। और इसलिए मुझे कर्नाटका से ज्यादा बीजेपी सांसदों को आशीर्वाद मिले, जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद मिले, इसलिए मैं आपसे, आपका ये सेवक प्रार्थना करने आया है। सभी सीटों पर भाजपा को जिताएंगे। आप पक्का जोर लगाएंगे, हर पोलिंग बूथ में जाएंगे, बीजेपी की जीत पक्की करेंगे। साथियों, भाजपा ने हमेशा कर्नाटका के विकास के लिए काम किया है। हमने कर्नाटका की पहचान को सम्मान दिया है। मैं दुनिया में जहां भी जाता हूं, मैं लोकतंत्र के उन सिद्धांतों की
taking the still photographs. Kindly be seated. Thank you. गुड मॉर्निंग फ्रेंड्स फ्रॉम द मीडिया। आप सबका इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में स्वागत है। It's a big day today for all of us at ECI, and I would like to formally welcome you to this press conference to announce the schedule for general elections and some state assemblies. It's my privilege to introduce the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner Shri Rajiv Kumar Ji, the Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Ganesh Kumar, and the Honorable Election Commissioner Dr. Sukhbir Singh Sandhu. Also on the dais today are senior officials who have been a part of Team ECI in the past 2 years and have played a crucial role in the run-up to the general elections. Namely, Senior Deputy Election Commissioners Shri Dharmendra Sharma and Shri Nitesh Vyas. Also DECs Shri Udesh Kumar, Shri Ajay Bhadu, Shri R.K. Gupta and Shri Manoj Sahu. Another crucial team member has been DG IT Srimati Neeta Verma. Also on the dais is our Joint Director Media, Anu Chandak, who is familiar to most of you here. I am B. Narayanan, DG Media for the Commission. The format is as follows. There will be opening remarks by the CEC along with the presentation. We will share the PDF copy of the presentation with all of you after this event is over. The PC is also being live streamed on X along with the slides and live streamed on our YouTube and Facebook. Following this PowerPoint, there will be a question and answer session. When you want to ask a question, raise your hands. Wait for a chance to be called by me to put your question. I will direct the micer to come to you. When it's your turn, introduce yourself and your organization and then ask your question. I request you to be brief and ask only one question at a time. Please keep your mobiles on silent mode. Sir, I request you to deliver your opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Narayanan. Good afternoon, friends. My recently joined distinguished colleagues, let me introduce you to them. Shri Ganesh Kumar ji on my right and on your left, and Shri Sukhveer Singh Santhu ji on my left. Senior officials from Election Commission of India, friends from media, और विभिन्न संचार माध्यमों से जुड़े हुए देश के मतदाता, आप सबको सबसे पहले अभिनंदन, नमस्कार। आप सभी का इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में स्वागत है। As you see, our team is now complete. All three of us are here and we are fully prepared. So now our request is to all the voters to get inked. Please, the entire team in the ECI is ready to ink the voters. Please join us. I think this is the most awaited press conference in this part of the year. We address you at a precious moment when we as a nation are set to reiterate our pledge to electoral democracy, when Indians will together express their will once again. This is a historic opportunity for all of us. By the way, this year also marks a pivotal moment in the global landscape of democracies. 2024 is a year of elections across the world. Over 5 dozen nations and people will vote across the hemispheres, across the date lines. However, India's elections have been like a pole star, both for its quantity and quality, and I'll elaborate it in detail in this conference. दुनिया के सबसे बड़े और सबसे जीवंत लोकतंत्र के रूप में भारत पर सभी का ध्यान केंद्रित रहता है, जहां चुनाव एक त्योहार है जिसमें लोकतंत्र के रंग उभरते हैं और देश के सभी हिस्से उसमें समावेश होते हैं। चुनाव का पर्व, देश का गर्व। Let me say in the very beginning that it is our promise to deliver a national election in a manner that we add to our global shine and remain a beacon for electoral democracies across the world. We are committed to give the nation a truly festive democratic environment. Friends, the term of 17th Lok Sabha is due to expire on 16th June 24. The term of legislative assemblies of Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Arunachal, Sikkim are also due to expire in June 24. Jammu Kashmir Assembly में भी चुनाव ड्यू हैं. We in the Commission understand with all humility at our command, that every election is a new test and failure is not an option. The entire election machinery has been trained on all aspects of election management. I had myself personally interacted with over 800 district magistrates across the length and breadth of the country. We have interacted with the SPs, DMs, commissioners, range IGs, political parties, enforcement agencies in Delhi and also while visiting the states. और पूरी स्टेट्स में इन सबके साथ समीक्षा करने के दौरान और उसके बाद हमें ये विश्वास है कि हम एक यादगार, स्वतंत्र, निष्पक्ष चुनाव एक पर्व के रूप में सबकी भागीदारी के साथ सुनिश्चित कराएंगे. बिफोर आई शेयर द शेड्यूल, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि भौगोलिक, सांस्कृतिक, सामाजिक रूप से विविध इतने बड़े देश में चुनाव कराने के लिए हमने अपने आप को कैसे ओवर द 2 years पीरियड तैयार किया है. दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र के चुनावों में लॉजिस्टिक्स और मटेरियल प्रबंधन ही अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है. So let us show you what is the magnitude by which we are doing these elections. We have 97 crore registered voters. more than the combined voters of a few continents put together, America, Europe, Australia, all many put together. Over 10.5 lakh polling stations, and कितने लोग उसको conduct करते हैं? 1.5 crore polling officials and security officials conduct those elections. More than 55 lakh EVMs, 4 lakh vehicles, और अब तक हम क्या कर चुके हैं? 17 जनरल इलेक्शंस टू द पार्लियामेंट, 400 से ज्यादा असेंबली इलेक्शंस कर चुके हैं. ये इलेक्शन कमीशन का एक लीगेसी है. 16 प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शंस, 16 वाइस प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शंस, a truly gold standard. It's a gold standard in the entire election management. Friends, there is a qualitative leapfrog which Commission is ensuring, which would be shown by the outcomes of the 11 state elections which we have held recently. पिछले 1-1.25 साल के अंदर में 11 इलेक्शंस स्टेट असेंबलीज के देश में हुए हैं, और आज जो हम नए जो 2024 में जा रहे हैं, तो इस दृढ़ता के साथ जा रहे हैं कि जो उनके आउटकम्स हैं वो आपको दिखा रहे हैं. पहले वो पीसफुल हुए, वायलेंस फ्री हुए. जो इसमें से 1-2 स्टेट में वायलेंस होती थी, वहां भी वायलेंस नहीं हुई. नियर जीरो रूपोल्स, और कैंपेनिंग जो क्लटर है, जो नॉइज है, जो कैंपेन के दौरान होती है पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज की, उसमें भी घटित देखने को मिली. कोर्ट केसेस रिड्यूस हुए, कोर्ट की टिप्पणियां जो अनावश्यक या हमारे ऊपर में होती थी वो कम हुई. सीजर्स बढ़े, और फेक न्यूज पर एक एक्शन लेने का जो तरीका था वो बहुत बढ़ा. तो लास्ट 2 इयर्स में इसको और रोबस्ट करने के लिए हमने क्या क्या किया है, ये हम आपको आज दिखाएंगे, और उसको कैसे बेहतर करेंगे ये भी दिखाएंगे. हम कहां पहुंचना चाहते हैं, इस इलेक्शन को किस तरीके से डिलीवर करना चाहते हैं, ये भी आपको लास्ट स्लाइड में दिखाएंगे. अभी जो इलेक्ट्रल साइकिल है उसमें हमने कितनी तैयारी की है, ये हम आपको आज शेड्यूल बताने से पहले बताना चाहते हैं. अगर देखा जाए तो इनपुट के रूप में हमारा जो इलेक्ट्रल रोल है वो प्योर होना चाहिए. ये फाउंडेशन है किसी भी अच्छे चुनाव के लिए. उसमें जिसको होना चाहिए वोटिंग में वो है, और जिसको नहीं होना चाहिए वो नहीं है. हमने इलेक्ट्रल रोल में बहुत मेहनत की है. इनपुट के तौर में मटेरियल, मैन पावर, टेक्नोलॉजी, ट्रेनिंग, इतनी चीजें लगती हैं. प्रोसेस के रूप में जो डिसरप्टिव चैलेंजेस हैं, मसल पावर, मनी पावर, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन, एमसीसी वायलेशन, और रीचिंग आउट टू द मिसिंग वोटर्स, अर्बन अपैथी, यूथ अपैथी, और ओवरकमिंग ऑपरेशनल चैलेंजेस जिसमें रीचिंग इन इनएक्सेसिबल एरियाज इन दिस वाइड कंट्री, एंड व्हाट आउटकम्स वी वांट, that is what is we will tell you little later also. तो पहला जो इनपुट है ये एक मोज़ेइक है जो देश की वोटर्स की, इलेक्टर्स की पिक्चर है. क्या दिखाती है ये? इट्स अ वेरी डाइवर्स मोज़ेइक. 96.8 crores are the total electors in the country, of which 49.7 crore are male and 47.1 crore are female. और जो यंग वोटर्स हैं, बहुत मेहनत की हमने पिछले साल में, वो 1.82 करोड़ फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स इस बार इन चुनावों में वोट देने के लिए हमारे इलेक्टोरल रोल्स में हैं. और अगर इसको हम 20 से 29 साल के वर्ष में देखें, वो भी तो यंग ही हैं, कोई अभी बड़े तो हुए नहीं हैं, तो 18 से जो 29 हैं वो करीब 21.5 लाख वोटर हैं. 1.80 करोड़ 18 से 19, और 20 से 29 में 19.74 करोड़, यानी 21.5 करोड़ वोटर्स एब्सोल्युटली यंग, जो कि डेमोक्रेसी में भाग लेंगे और अपना फ्यूचर अपने से डिसाइड करेंगे, बिकॉज दे आर द बिगेस्ट स्टेक होल्डर्स इन द डेमोक्रेसी, बिकॉज दे हैव ए लार्जर टाइम टू कंट्रीब्यूट इन द सोसाइटी. अगर हम देखें तो बहुत इंक्लूसिव करने के लिए देर आर 88.4 lakh persons with disabilities who are part of our voter list. We have made a special effort कि जितने हमारे मतदाता हैं उस तरह के उनको हम अपने इलेक्टोरल रोल में लेके आए. 82 लाख लोग ऐसे हैं जो 85 वर्ष से ऊपर हैं, और वो हमारे प्राउड मतदाता हैं. वी फील वेरी प्राउड टू हैव देम विद अस. और उसमें से 2,18,000 लोग देश में 100 वर्ष से अधिक के मतदाता भी हैं जो हमारे इलेक्टोरल रोल में. सो द मोज़ेइक इज, ट्रांसजेंडर्स भी हैं 48,000. तो मोज़ेइक इज लाइक 18 से 19, 20 से 28, 85 transgenders, person with disabilities, and in the entire country, length and breadth of the country. इस rigorous जो procedure है, इसको बनाने में कितनी मेहनत लगती है, ये मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ कि हर स्टेज पे इलेक्टरल रोल के प्रिपरेशन करते समय पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को इन्वॉल्व किया जाता है, ताकि कोई हमसे ये ना प्रश्न कहे कि आपने अपने से इलेक्टरल रोल बनाया और हमें बताया भी नहीं. सो व्हेन द इलेक्टरल रोल प्रिपरेशन स्टार्ट्स, वी मेक ए ड्राफ्ट पब्लिकेशन. वी गिव 2 कॉपीज फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट टू द पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज. उसके बाद जितने फॉर्म 6, फॉर्म 7, फॉर्म 8, नया नाम जुड़ने के, डिलीशन के, मॉडिफिकेशन के, मेरा नाम बदल है, घर बदल गया, वो सब की कॉपी हम शेयर करते हैं, उसके मिनट्स बनाते हैं. और इस बार हमने और जोर दिया कि बूथ लेवल एजेंट्स अगर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हमारे BLOs के साथ लगाना चाहें तो लगाएं. और अक्रॉस द लेंथ एंड ब्रेड्थ ऑफ द कंट्री, ऑल द डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट्स, वी आर एब्सोल्युटली कॉन्फिडेंट दैट साइलेंटली वी वर वर्किंग. सब ने पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के साथ में हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कम से कम 1, 2, 3 मीटिंग्स की हैं, उनको सारे ड्राफ्ट रोल्स दिखाए हैं. दिखाने के बाद जितने ऑब्जेक्शंस हैं वो उनको पूरा किया है और उसके मिनट्स बना के रखे हैं. फ्रेंड्स, वी आर वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट दैट एंड वी आर कॉन्शियस दैट ए वेरी सॉलिड इलेक्टरल रोल इज द फाउंडेशन स्टोन ऑन एनी इलेक्शन एंड वी आर रेडी टू गो विथ दिस. वी हैव ऑल्सो वर्कड on the women voters. Women voters का जो जेंडर रेशियो है वो बढ़ के अब 948 हो गया, which is again a very healthy sign of women participation increasing in our electoral cycle. राज्य, देश के 12 राज्य ऐसे हैं जहां आज 1000 से ऊपर जेंडर रेशियो है, यानी महिला वोटर्स की संख्या मेल से ज्यादा है. और जैसे मैंने अभी आपको बताया था कि 1.89 नए वोटर्स हमने जुड़े हैं, उनमें से 18 से 19 में 85 लाख हमारी लड़कियां हैं, फीमेल वोटर्स हैं. सो दे आर गोइंग साइड बाय साइड एंड दिस इज अगेन ए वेरी हेल्दी साइन दैट वुमेन आर ऑल्सो इक्वली पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन आवर इलेक्शन. और जैसे वुमेन पार्टिसिपेशन है, ऐसे ही यूथ participation is another area which the commission is very conscious and commission is also consistently focusing on. 13 से जो 1.8 करोड़ मैंने आपको बताया, 19 करोड़ वोटर्स 20 से 19, और जिस किसी की भी उम्र 1 जनवरी 2024 को 18 साल नहीं हुई थी, उसका भी नाम हमने एडवांस में एप्लीकेशन में लिया, जो 2024 के किसी भी समय में जिनकी उम्र 18 साल होने वाली है. एंड यू वुड बी हैप्पी टू नोट दैट आउट ऑफ 13.4 lakh एडवांस एप्लीकेशंस व्हिच हैव कम टू अस, अराउंड 5 to 6 lakhs आर सच हु विल कंप्लीट द एज ऑफ 18 बाय 1 अप्रैल 2024. और वो भी हमारे वोटर उस समय तक बन जाएंगे. यानी द रोल वुड बी एज मच अपडेटेड ऑन 1 अप्रैल कि कोई भी छूटे नहीं. नेशनल आइकन्स को बड़ी संख्या में हमने यूथ को अपने साथ जोड़ने के लिए इस कार्य में लगाया है. हमें विश्वास है कि यूथ न सिर्फ वोट करेंगे बल्कि हमारे एम्बेसडर्स भी बनेंगे. जो इन्फ्लुएंसर्स हैं वो भी हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे. वो अपने साथ यूथ एक के साथ अपने 10 दोस्तों को भी लेके आएंगे. और इस बार हम कन्विंस्ड हैं अपने डिफरेंट आउटरीच एक्टिविटीज की वजह से कि वो हमारे साथ ज्यादा से ज्यादा जुड़ेंगे. फ्रेंड्स, जब हम वोटर्स को अपने बूथ पे बुला रहे हैं तो हमारी ये भी ड्यूटी बनती है कि हम अपने बूथ को बहुत अच्छे से उनके लिए तैयार करके रखें. कैसे तैयार करें? हर बूथ पे पीने का पानी होगा, टॉयलेट होगा, मेल एंड फीमेल अलग, साइनेज होगा, पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी के लिए रैंप होगा, एक व्हील चेयर होगी, हेल्प डेस्क होगी, वोटर फैसिलिटेशन सेंटर होगा और शेड भी होगा, सफिशिएंट लाइट भी होगी. यानी मिनिमम बेसिक फैसिलिटीज वुड बी अवेलेबल एट ऑल द पोलिंग स्टेशंस. और दीज पोलिंग स्टेशंस विल बी सेटअप अक्रॉस द लेंथ एंड ब्रेथ. उत्तर में हिमालय की बर्फीली चोटियां हों या दक्षिण में कन्याकुमारी का समुद्र तट, पश्चिम में राजस्थान के रेगिस्तान से लेके अरुणाचल के जंगल और मेघालय के वेटेस्ट रीजन इलेक्शन कमीशन देश के हर कोने में प्रजातंत्र को मजबूत बनाने के लिए अपने पोलिंग स्टेशन, अपने पर्सनल को लेके जाएगा, एंड वी विल टेक डेमोक्रेसी टू एवरी कॉर्नर ऑफ द कंट्री, we are sure that we would make it a very overwhelming experience for our voters. And then the voters delight, पोलिंग स्टेशन इस तरीके के मिलने चाहिए जिसमें ये सभी चीजें आपको मिलें. Then how would we ensure that it is also inclusive? Inclusive in the sense 85 प्लस जितने वोटर्स हैं उनके हम घर जाके वोट लेने के लिए तैयार हैं. नॉमिनेशन से पहले सबके घर में हम फॉर्म 12D पहुंचाएंगे. देश के कुछ हिस्से में घर से वोटिंग हो चुकी है असेंबली इलेक्शंस में, कुछ राज्यों में अभी नहीं हुई है. अब इस बार पूरे देश में पहली बार ये व्यवस्था एक साथ लागू होगी कि जो 85 वर्ष से ऊपर के मतदाता हैं, जो पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी हैं, 40 इयर्स एंड 40% से ज़्यादा की जिनको डिसेबिलिटी है, वो सब के पास हम फॉर्म पहुंचाएंगे. अगर वो ये ऑप्ट करेंगे कि वो फॉर्म वो बूथ पर नहीं आना चाहते, घर से करना चाहते, तो हम घर में जाएंगे, एक आदमी का वोट लेने घर में जाएंगे. हालांकि हमारा तजुर्बा यह है कि ज़्यादातर लोग उस एज के बूथ पर आना चाहते हैं, बिकॉज दे हैव कंसिस्टेंटली बीन पार्ट ऑफ आवर डेमोक्रेसी. उनको वॉलंटियर्स और व्हील चेयर की सुविधा वहां उपलब्ध रहेगी. नाउ जब ये बूथ बनाए तो हमने अपने पर्सनल को, जो टीम्स हैं, उनको बहुत अच्छे से ट्रेन करके तैयार किया है. दे आर सेंटिनल्स ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी. आई मीन हमारे जितने एम्प्लॉयज हैं वो सब तैयार रहेंगे इस बात के लिए कि दैट वेयर एवर इट टेक्स दे विल वॉक एन एक्स्ट्रा माइल सो दैट वोटर्स डोंट हैव टू माइल. पहाड़ के बर्फ में भी जाएंगे, जंगल में भी जाएंगे, नदी में भी जाएंगे, घोड़े पर भी जाएंगे, काठ के ब्रिज पर भी जाएंगे, हेलीकॉप्टर से भी जाएंगे, हाथी से भी जाएंगे, बर्फ में भी चलेंगे, म्यूल से भी जाएंगे. सिर्फ हर जगह पहुंचेंगे इसलिए ताकि वोटर अपना वोट दे सकें. मैं इसी क्रम में आगे थोड़ी अर्बन एपैथी की भी बात करूंगा. हम इतनी जब मेहनत करते हैं जाने में, हम देखते हैं जहां घर के नीचे बूथ है वहां पे बहुत सारे लोग वोट देने नहीं आते. ये उनके लिए भी एक उदाहरण है कि वो ये समझें कि वोट देना कितना जरूरी है. अगर हम 10 लोगों के लिए, 5 लोगों के लिए बूथ बना के इतनी मेहनत से जा सकते हैं, तो आप घर के नीचे उतर के जो 2 किलोमीटर के रेडियस में आपके पास बूथ है उसमें वोट देने जरूर आए. फ्रेंड्स, वी आर ऑल्सो वेरी कॉन्शियस अबाउट द सस्टेनेबल इलेक्शंस एज अवर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी टूवर्ड्स द एनवायरमेंट. तो एनवायरमेंटली सस्टेनेबल इलेक्शंस हों, इसके लिए भी हमने डायरेक्शंस अपने इलेक्शन मशीनरी को दी है. वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट किसी भी पोलिंग स्टेशन पे पोलिंग के बाद में दिखाई नहीं देना चाहिए. आप उसको कलेक्ट करें, डिस्पोजल करें और टीम्स के साथ में सेंड देम टू वेरियस डिस्पोजल थिंग. इट्स पार्ट ऑफ द मटेरियल अरेंजमेंट. मिनिमल यूज पेपर का करें. मैक्सिमम हमारी ई बुक्स लागू हैं, आप कभी भी हमारी वेबसाइट पे देख सकते हैं, हर सब्जेक्ट पर ई बुक है. मोर एंड मोर कार्बन फुटप्रिंट्स को हम कम से कम किस तरह से कर सकते हैं. रिसाइकलिंग, मोर एंड मोर लेस एंड लेस पेपर वर्क, all that is what is our commitment to the environment. We are also greatly leveraging technology in 3 verticals for the help of the voter, for the help of the election management agencies, machinery, and also for the political parties and candidates. कोई भी वोटर पूरे देश में उसका एपिक नंबर से बूथ कहाँ है उसका एपिक डाउनलोड करना है. इफ ही हैज ए मोबाइल नंबर सीडेड, ही कैन डाउनलोड हिज और हर मोबाइल. कोई भी बीएलओ के बारे में कोई जानकारी लेनी है, वन कैन गो टू द वोटर हेल्पलाइन ऐप. यू कैन नो अबाउट what kind of a candidate you have in your constituency who are contesting. So there is an application called Know Your Candidate. तो उस कैंडिडेट की कोई क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड तो नहीं है, उसके खिलाफ में केसेस तो नहीं है, उनके क्या असेट्स हैं, क्या लायबिलिटीज हैं, ये सारी चीजें केवाईसी के एप्लीकेशन में वोटर्स को देखने का अधिकार है, उनको मिलेंगी. और जिस किसी का भी क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड है किसी भी कैंडिडेट का, उसको 3 बार न्यूज़पेपर्स में देना पड़ेगा. टीवी में देना पड़ेगा और पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को भी ये बताना पड़ेगा कि आपको उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में क्रिमिनल कैंडिडेट बैकग्राउंड के खड़ा करना पड़ा तो बाकी क्यों नहीं मिला। आप बताइए व्हाट इज द बेसिस ऑफ द selection of a candidate who has a criminal background. Then, in order to clean up the entire system, we want to use the technology with the help of the citizens. Citizens, be please vigilant. So, C-Vigil app में कोई भी शिकायत अगर किसी citizens को, किसी वोटर को करनी है, कहीं पर भी कोई पैसा बांटने का केस है, फ्रीबी बांटने का केस है, एक्सेस कैंपेनिंग का केस है, just take a photo or type text, send it to us. We will capture your longitude and latitude ourselves. आप कहाँ पर खड़े हैं ये हम अपने से आपकी मोबाइल की लोकेशन से समझ लेंगे और आपको 100 मिनट के अंदर अपनी टीम भेजकर जो आपकी शिकायत है उसका निराकरण हम आपको करने देंगे। फ्रेंड्स, इस सारी चीज को करने में हमारे सामने कुछ चैलेंजेस भी हैं। मैं आज आपके सामने उन चैलेंजेस की भी चर्चा करना चाहता हूं और ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि इसको हम कैसे ठीक करेंगे। तो मेनली 4 चैलेंजेस हमारे पास हैं, 4 M's: मसिल, मनी, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन एंड MCC वायलेशंस। एसेंशियली 4 किस्म के ब्रॉड जो हमारे प्रोसेस हैं और इसी के संदर्भ में पूरा जो प्रोसेस अब आज से शुरू होगा और जब तक चुनाव खत्म होगा तो इलेक्शन कमीशन का अधिकांश समय इन्हीं 4 चीजों में लगने वाला है कि हाउ टू कंट्रोल मसिल पावर, हाउ टू कंट्रोल मनी पावर, how to control the menace of misinformation, and how to control the violations which are done or alleged to be done under MCC. So coming to the muscle power को control करने के लिए adequate number of CAPF would be deployed. 24/7 एक नया प्रयोग हम इस बार कर रहे हैं। We are establishing, हम बिल्कुल डिटरमिन्ड हैं इस बार मसिल पावर को कम करने के लिए। चुनावों में हिंसा का कोई स्थान होना नहीं चाहिए और ब्लड बाथ बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। जहां भी हिंसा बची है, चाहे वो प्री पोल हो, चाहे वो ड्यूरिंग कैंपेनिंग हो, चाहे वो पोस्ट पोल हो, वी आर कमिटेड टू काइंड ऑफ बी वेरी वेरी अलाइव टू दिस सिचुएशन और जो भी हमें सख्ती से करना होगा इसके लिए हम करेंगे ताकि ये प्रोविजन ना रहे। हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक कंट्रोल रूम बनाया गया है जो दिन उसमें 5 किस्म के फीड्स होंगे: टीवी, सोशल मीडिया, वेबकास्टिंग विच इज ऑन दी बूथ्स, 1950 की लाइन जिससे शिकायत आती है, एंड ग्रीवेंसेस पोर्टल। So, one senior officer would be available in the control rooms in every district to look at these 5 feeds. जहां से भी, और C-Vigil, 6th C-Vigil, जहां से भी कोई शिकायत मिलेगी उस पर सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। एवरीवेयर अक्रॉस द कंट्री हमने बड़ी सख्त ताकीद दी है कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट्स, SSPs अपने एरिया में हिंसा को ना होने दें। जितने नॉन अवेलेबल वारंट्स आज की डेट में हैं, पुलिस उनको ऑलरेडी हमारे विजिट्स के साथ साथ ऑलमोस्ट एग्जीक्यूट कर चुकी है, कर रही है। साथ ही जितने हिस्ट्री शीटर्स हैं उनको भी बहुत तेजी से देख रही है। देयर इज ऑल्सो ए नेटवर्क ऑफ चेक पोस्ट विच हैव बीन सेट अप इन द इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर, इन द इंटर स्टेट बॉर्डर एंड ऑन द नोट्स फ्रॉम वेयर सम काइंड्स ऑफ irregular illegal goods can move across the states. In some international borders there is also a drone based checking which will happen. We are fully committed that हिंसा का कहीं कोई उपयोग नहीं होना चाहिए। हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट्स को बहुत सख्त हिदायत दी है कि जितने लोग 3 साल से ऊपर हैं उन सबको आप बदल दीजिए पहले, और अकाउंटेबिलिटी स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम द हेड ऑफ द डिस्ट्रिक्ट, नॉट बिलो। ये उनका काम है कि जो नीचे हैं वो उनको देखें। किसी भी प्रोसेस में वॉलंटियर्स और कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल स्टाफ किसी भी स्टेट ने लगाए वो इस्तेमाल नहीं होंगे। बहुत सारी स्टेट्स ने टेम्परेरी वॉलंटियर्स और कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल स्टाफ को लगा के रखा है, वो किसी भी स्टेज में इस्तेमाल नहीं होंगे। डबल वोटिंग, इम्पर्सोनेशन की भी शिकायत आती है। बहुत सख्त हिदायत दी गई है कि अगर इम्पर्सोनेशन के केसेस आए तो आरपी एक्ट की सेक्शन में उनके खिलाफ एक्शन लें। साथियों, बहुत ही डिटर्मिनेशन के साथ हम हिंसा मुक्त चुनाव देना चाहते हैं। चुनाव में हिंसा की कतई गुंजाइश नहीं है। राष्ट्रपति महात्मा गांधी जी ने कहा था, मैं हिंसा का विरोध करता हूं क्योंकि उससे पाया हुआ समाधान बहुत कम वक्त के लिए होता है और उससे पैदा हुई नफरत हमेशा के लिए। ओनली पीस इज एवरलास्टिंग, वायलेंस डजंट सॉल्व एनीथिंग। वी विल रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन, ऑल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज, all candidates, that they must be very cautious of this point. Will be ruthless if anywhere the violence happens. Similarly, coming to the money, आप जानते हैं, मैंने पहले भी आपको दिखाया है कि पिछले जो 11 इलेक्शंस हुए हैं स्टेट में, राज्यों में, और उसी की वजह से ये कन्विक्शन है जिससे हम आपसे उसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। वी आर टॉकिंग टू यू from the strength of our outcomes. 3400 करोड़ रुपए के करीब का कैश मूवमेंट को रेस्ट्रिक्ट किया गया 11 इलेक्शन में। एवरी स्टेट, राजस्थान, तेलंगाना, मध्य प्रदेश, नागालैंड, गुजरात, हिमाचल, मिजोरम, त्रिपुरा, छत्तीसगढ़, हर स्टेट में उससे पहले इलेक्शन में जो भी हुआ था उससे 200, 400, 500, 700% की वृद्धि हुई। टोटल 3400 करोड़ इज अराउंड 835% हायर। ये जो धन बल का जो उपयोग है, जो धन का उपयोग है, जैसे बल का उपयोग कुछ राज्यों में ज्यादा है, ऐसी धन का उपयोग भी कुछ राज्यों में ज्यादा है। हम इस बात से भी बहुत वाकिफ हैं। वी आर अवेयर fully that there are differential vulnerabilities in each state. Some states have more violence, some states have more money, some states are more kind of a geographical problems. So whichever problem pertains to a particular state, based on this differential analysis, we would be having a differential level of treatment for that state. Misuse of money हम नहीं होने देंगे। इसके लिए भी हमने एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज को, सब स्टेट्स में एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज के साथ बैठक की है। दिल्ली में हम सब हेड्स ऑफ द एजेंसीज के साथ फिर से बैठक करने वाले हैं आज के बाद तुरंत। क्या कहा है उनको हमने कहा है कि जो फ्रीबीज, लिकर, कैश, कुकर, साड़ी, मशीन्स, whatever kind of freebies किस किस स्टेट में बंटने की शिकायतें आती हैं, उसको 100% रोकें। रोकने के लिए एनालिटिक्स बेस्ड कार्य करें। सो whom have we directed? GST, excise, state police, all agencies, income tax, customs, coast guards, BSF, SSB, बॉर्डर से जहां से भी जिसके नारकोटिक्स और जहां से भी फ्री भी आने की संभावना हो सकती है। जीएसटी वुड बी डूइंग द ई-वे बिल बेस्ड एनालिटिक्स टू सी if there is a trend of spurt in the demand for the FMCG in certain areas. Banks would look at if there is a spurt in demand of the cash in the chests. So, National NPCIL will look at if there is a spurt in demand for the payments from the wallets. डिजिटल पेमेंट से तो पैसा नहीं जा रहा है। 1-2 स्टेट में ऐसा भी देखने में आया था कि आप अपने वैलेट के थ्रू किसी को भी पैसे ट्रांसफर करते रहिए, 2,000, 1,000 रुपये। ऑल दैट वी विल बी लुकिंग एट। बैंक्स वुड बी सेंडिंग ऑलमोस्ट डेली रिपोर्ट ऑफ द सस्पिशियस ट्रांजेक्शंस विच दे हैव। ऑल एयरपोर्ट्स इन द कंट्री would be checked regularly by the dedicated teams of income tax for any kind of movement through the air strips. और जहां जिन राज्यों में एयर स्ट्रिप्स कॉमर्शियल के अतिरिक्त हैं, जहां हेलीकॉप्टर्स लैंड कर सकते हैं, वी हैव आस्क्ड एंड वी हैव गॉट एक्चुअली द ब्यूरो ऑफ सिविल एविएशन ऑफ सिक्योरिटी टू इशू डिटेल्ड इंस्ट्रक्शंस कि जिस किसी क्षेत्र में हेलीकॉप्टर या चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट उतरेगी, वहां जो भी सामान उसके अंदर में उसकी एज पर द डायरेक्शंस, एज पर द instructions and guidelines of the BCS, almost equal to the commercial airports, checking hogi. Railways, RPF, GRP, both will be simultaneously, continuously looking at. Roads. So, cash or money, जो भी धन बल का दुरुपयोग करना चाहेंगे. Political finance in any case is a thing which is in news these days. So this is our effort to add to that thing so that there are much more cleaner elections. Coming to the third M, which is the misinformation. This also troubles us a lot during the elections. While we are conscious of two facts, that the social media helps us in taking out our outreach programs. जितना हम youth, women, voters को अपने पास लाने की कोशिश करते हैं, उस मीडियम को यूज करते हैं. We are also conscious that on social media, in democracy, there is a full freedom to criticize anybody, including criticizing us. Why not? If we are doing wrong, criticize us. But you should not be allowed to create fake news which is not based on facts, because it can disturb the public order. ये अफवाहें फैलाते हैं. तो हमने सबको इंस्ट्रक्शंस दी हैं, किस किस्म का इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज तरीका किया है. ये कुछ इस तरीके की नई चीजें हैं जो इस बार के चुनाव में सबको देखने की मिलेंगी. मैंने मसिल पावर के बारे में भी बताया, मनी पावर के बारे में भी बताया, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन के बारे में. तो ये जो प्रोसेस है इलेक्शन का, जो आज से शुरू हो रहा है काउंटिंग के बीच तक, जिसमें शोर शराबा गंदगी की संभावना बनी रहती थी, वो हमारा प्रयास है कि कम से कम हो. उसके प्रति हम बहुत ज्यादा सजग रहें. इसमें क्या करेंगे? अंडर सेक्शन 69 and 79(3) of the IT Act, authorized authority of each state is empowered to ask for takedown of the social media posts. In almost all states, authorized officials have been appointed or are being appointed. In each district, we have done thorough trainings as to how to deal with this kind of a menace. So this is on the preventive side. But there is also a promotional side. All our entire machinery will now react to whatever is coming by facts. We will try and join the issue instead of being in the background. If somebody is trying to do a fake kind of a narrative, which is disturbing the level playing field, which is disturbing the public order, or which is not based on the facts, and which has crossed the line of the criticism, we would be also joining them. We will also launch very soon on our website something called myth versus reality. This is going to be live very soon. Means ये myth फैलाया जा रहा है, ये उसकी reality है. हम अपनी तरफ से आगे बढ़ के आपको एजुकेट करेंगे कि ये उसकी reality है. और सोशल मीडिया के बारे में आप सबसे भी एक अपील है कि थोड़ा देख लें. मतलब जो आया उसको आगे नहीं करना चाहिए. इसमें एक बहुत बड़ा झूठ का बाजार भी है. मैं इसके बारे में सोच रहा था तो मैंने कुछ चंद लाइनें लिखी थी जो आपको बताना चाहता हूं. झूठ के बाजार में रौनक तो बहुत है, गोया बुलबुले जैसी तुरंत ही फट जाती है. पकड़ भी लोगे तो क्या हासिल होगा सिवाय धोखे के. तो उसको थोड़ा रोक के देखें, समझ लें आगे बढ़ाने लायक है कि नहीं है, ना बढ़ाएं. नाउ फ्रेंड्स, द लास्ट प्रॉब्लम. चुनाव के दौरान हमारे सामने एक और बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, और वो समस्या है चुनावी प्रक्रिया का, पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स का घटता हुआ स्तर, जिसमें एज वी कॉल इट, इट्स ए प्लम्टिंग लेवल ऑफ द पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स. अगर हमने सब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को बहुत स्ट्रांग एडवाइजरी इशू की हैं. आप पूछेंगे कि एडवाइजरी तो दी, उसके बाद एक्शन क्या होगा, उसका भी जवाब मैं आपको दूंगा. एडवाइजरी इशू की हैं जो भी पिछले 11-12 इलेक्शंस में, एक्चुअली जो पिछले 5 साल में जितने भी एमसीसी के वायलेशंस होते रहे, उसको हमने इकट्ठा करके एक फाइनल एडवाइजरी दी है बिफोर द 24. सो दिस इज हाउ वी हैव सेट आवर ग्राउंड्स, एंड व्हाट वी हैव डन इन दैट, वी हैव सेट, we are putting political parties on notice. Means we have asked political parties to give copy of our guidelines to each star campaigner. Political parties के जितने भी बड़े नेतागण स्टार कैंपेनर्स हैं जो कैंपेनिंग करेंगे, उनके व्यक्तिगत नोटिस में हमारी गाइडलाइंस ले आइए. ये जिम्मेदारी हमने पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को दी है. सो नाउ व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, वी हैव पुट देम ऑन नोटिस. and we will presume knowledge of the guidelines. These are the two fundamental changes which we have made silently. People were asking, you issued so many notices last time, did nothing. We left it at that. That was a moral censor. Now we will go beyond. We will go beyond, and here we have said we will also look at the past. We will also look at the history. We might look at a calibrated approach dealing with the MCC violations, which may be, जो MCC violations किस प्रकार की हो सकती हैं? I mean, statements which should inspire rather than divide. Issue-based campaign ho, hate speeches, religious speeches, private life ka criticism is what is absolutely avoidable. People should be refraining from giving unverified and misleading advertisements or masquerading as an advertisement as a news. इसमें हमने एडिटर्स को भी एडवाइजरी इशू की है. वो एक न्यूज़पेपर में बड़ा ऊपर में छप जाता है कि इसकी लहर और उसकी लहर. अगर ऐसा है तो साफ साफ लिखें कि ये एडवर्टाइजमेंट है. लेट इट नॉट पास थ्रू एडवर्टाइजमेंट. वी हैव इशूड दीज एडवाइजरीज. नाउ द टाइम इज ड्यूरिंग दिस इलेक्शन to go beyond advisories, take concrete action, for which in the advisories there are relevant sections of the acts which are also inbuilt. So notice is there, knowledge is there, sections are there. So please, our request is कि campaigning के दौरान please don't try to cross the red line. ये वैसे भी इसलिए जरूरी है that in this digital world, जो भी एक बार मुंह से निकलता है उसका रिकॉर्ड तो 100 साल तक के लिए पैदा हो गया, वो बार बार चलता रहता है. सो प्लीज अवॉइड क्रिएटिंग डिजिटल मेमोरी ऑफ बैड वर्ड्स विच आर कमिंग फ्रॉम योर माउथ. प्लीज बी सिविलाइज्ड ड्यूरिंग द इलेक्शन. दिस इज व्हाट इज आवर एडवाइस. और एक बार जब लड़ाई झगड़ा होता है ना तो प्रेम का धागा टूट जाता है, और जब प्रेम का धागा टूट गया तो बड़ी मुश्किल होती है. रहीम ने कहा था, रहीमन धागा प्रेम का मत तोड़ो छिटकाए, टूटे से फिर ना मिले गांठ पड़ जाए. तो क्यों ऐसी गांठ बांधनी है? थोड़ा प्यार मोहब्बत से कैंपेनिंग करें, शोर शराबा कम हो. फ्रेंड्स, पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को और भी बहुत सारी स्ट्रीमलाइन करने के लिए उनकी एक्टिविटीज को हमने कदम उठाए हैं. ये मैं पिक्चर आपको इसलिए दिखा रहा हूं कि हर फील्ड के अंदर में वी आर रेडी दैट हाउ वी वुड कंट्रोल दिस. क्या किया है? अराउंड 537 रजिस्टर्ड unrecognized political parties have been taken out of the political space. वो क्या करती थी? किसी के नाम में कैंडिडेट खड़ा कर दिया, गाड़ियों की परमिशन ले ली, दूसरा कोई यूज कर रहा है, किस्म की भांति एंटाइटलमेंट ले लिया, भांति का वो देवर क्लटरिंग दी पॉलिटिकल स्पेस, क्राउडिंग आउट दी जेन्युइन पर्सन्स. सो दैट इज व्हाट इट हैज बीन डन. सारी फाइनेंशियल जितने भी अकाउंट्स हैं पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के और जितनी भी कंट्रीब्यूशन रिपोर्ट्स हैं वो सब डिजिटाइज्ड फॉर्म में हमारे पास आएंगी, ऐसा हमने उनको कहा. डायरेक्शंस दे दिए, इट इज स्टार्टेड कमिंग. तो जो भी पॉलिटिकल फाइनेंस की चर्चा देश में चल रही है उसके साथ साथ ये भी कार्य पीछे से बैकग्राउंड में चल रहा है, बिकॉज कमीशन ऑलवेज बिलीव्स इन द ट्रांसपेरेंसी इन द पॉलिटिकल फाइनेंसिंग. प्लम्बिंग लेवल आई हैव ऑलरेडी सेड. We have also asked the political parties to be very, very respectful to the persons with disabilities in their discourse, not to use the abusive words, also to not use children at all during the campaigning. बच्चे नहीं है इसलिए कि उन्हें campaigning में लाया जाए. We will be very strict if anybody does that. We are also giving advisories to political parties that have internal organizational structures within your party, within the parameters and in a right form. Friends, we are appointing 2,100 observers. जितनी चीजें मैंने आपको बताई, ये सब चीज को फील्ड ऑफिसर्स तो करेंगे ही करेंगे. हम 2100 ऑब्जर्वर्स को अपॉइंट कर रहे हैं और इस बार उनको हमने क्या खास सख्त हिदायत दी है. और जो भी डीओज लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं कि नहीं कर रहे हैं वो स्पेसिफिकली इसको देखेंगे. इंड्यूसमेंट एंड कोअर्शन, इंटिमिडेशन फ्री इलेक्शन हो, इस पर स्पेसिफिकली नजर रखेंगे, हमें रिपोर्ट करेंगे. फोर्स जितनी भी जा रही है किसी भी राज्य में उसका डिप्लॉयमेंट रेंडमाइज्ड हो, ऐसा नहीं कि उस फोर्स को कहीं बैठा दिया काम नहीं कर रही या कहीं दूसरी जगह भेज दिया जहां जरूरत नहीं है. दे विल बी randomizing the force. Entire election machinery will be randomized in the presence of the in the presence of the observers. Now, having done all this, what are the, जैसे मैंने पहली स्लाइड में बताया था, तो what are we expecting, हमारे elections कैसे होंगे? So, let me show you this, what is our effort, what is our endeavor as a last slide, let me tell you. There are reduced repolls, that is what we are endeavoring. Zero violence, that's what we are endeavoring. No inducements, जिस पे कार्य हो. फेक न्यूज कर्व की जाए. कैंपेनिंग क्लटर और बदमिजाजी कम हो और लोगों का पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़े. जो 67% पार्टिसिपेशन था वो बढ़ के अधिक से अधिक पहुंचे. With this, I would like to in the end appeal to the voters that elections belong to you. बहुत मेहनत की है हमने 2 साल में, आगे भी करेंगे, लेकिन दामोदर अब आपके हाथ में है. We are handing over the baton to you. Please come and vote. पॉलिटिकल अपने जितने भी हमारे चुनाव कराने कर्मी जाएंगे, उनसे मैं फिर से एक बार अपील करना चाहता हूं, आज सुन रहे होंगे कहीं ना कहीं, कि लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड प्रोवाइड करना उनका परम धर्म है. इसमें से कतई भी कोताही ना बरतें. उनको बताया गया है, इंस्ट्रक्शंस दी गई हैं, अगर बरतेंगे तो विल बी रूथलेस इन डीलिंग, बिकॉज मेजॉरिटी ऐसा नहीं करती. अगर 1-2 करेगा तो उसकी वजह से हम अपने इलेक्शंस को बदनाम नहीं होने देंगे. विल बी रूथलेस. एंड लास्टली, माई अपील टू द पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज अगेन. वी आर वेरी कमिटेड फॉर एथिकल पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स. I would like parties to again appeal that please maintain decorum in campaigning and refrain from abuses and personal attacks. राजनीतिक दलों को बहुत पर्सनल अटैक से बचना चाहिए. फिर मुझे बदर साहब का एक शेर याद आता है, दुश्मनी जमकर करो लेकिन ये गुंजाइश रहे. दुश्मनी जम के करो लेकिन ये गुंजाइश रहे, जब कभी हम दोस्त हो जाएं तो शर्मिंदा ना हो. और वैसे भी आजकल जल्दी जल्दी दोस्त बनना और जल्दी जल्दी दुश्मन बनने की प्रक्रिया थोड़ी ज्यादा चल रही है. तो पार्टीज कम से कम ऐसा ना गंदा बोलें कि वो एक दूसरे के दुश्मन बन जाएं और फिर कुछ ना हो सके. विद दिस आई वुड वंस अगेन थैंक ऑल द प्रेस मीडिया हु हैव कम हियर. Very sincerely, this is what I have seen in now 3.5 years. You are our natural allies, you are eyes and ears. हमारा कोई क्रिटिसिज्म होता है आप करते हैं, हम अपनी बात कहते हैं आप करते हैं. आप ही के थ्रू हम वोटर्स पे पहुंच सकते हैं. प्लीज वोटर्स तक हमारी बात पहुंचाइए, उनको बाहर निकलवाइए. ये सारी स्लाइड्स, सारा प्रेजेंटेशन आपको अभी तुरंत इसी माध्यम से हमारी वेबसाइट पे मिल जाएगा. डाउनलोड, यूज इट इन योर स्टोरीज. कुछ और चाहिए तो हमें बताइए, हम देंगे. नाउ आई कम टू द शेड्यूल विच यू वर वेटिंग, एंड आई होप आई डिडंट डिले इट. आई हैव नॉट बोर्ड यू बाय व्हाट आई सेड. सो नाउ विल बी अनाउंसिंग शेड्यूल in 3 phases. First, for the by-elections. There are 26 assembly constituencies in the country जहां बाई-पोल होना अभी है ड्यू. बिहार, गुजरात, हरियाणा, झारखंड, महाराष्ट्र, त्रिपुरा, उत्तर प्रदेश, वेस्ट बंगाल, तेलंगाना, हिमाचल प्रदेश, राजस्थान, कर्नाटका, तमिलनाडु. इन सब राज्यों में बाई इलेक्शंस होना ड्यू है. आज तक की जितनी भी वैकेंसी थी बाई इलेक्शंस की, 26 की 26 हम पूरी कर रहे हैं, ताकि हमारे खाते में कोई भी वैकेंसी ना रहे. और ये उसी फेज में होंगी जिस फेज में पार्लियामेंट्री इलेक्शन उस पर्टिकुलर इलाके में हो रहा है. वो कब हो रहा है वो मैं आपको जब फेज आएंगी तो उसमें दिखा दूंगा. बट ऑल दी 26 assembly constituencies will go to the by-poll so that during this election itself we can complete this entire process. अगर आपने नोट कर लिया हो तो now I come to the असेंबली इलेक्शंस। साथियों, 4 राज्यों में असेंबली इलेक्शंस जैसे मैंने बताया था जून में खत्म हो रहे हैं। सिक्किम जो 2 जून को विद 32 असेंबली सीट्स, उड़ीसा जून 24th जून with 147 assembly constituencies, Arunachal Pradesh on 2nd of June with 60 assembly constituencies, Andhra Pradesh on 11th June 24 with 175 assembly constituencies. These are the simultaneous elections to the parliament. They will be held simultaneously. They will also be held in the same phase where the parliament elections will be held. So now, when I tell you the parliamentary elections, then I will tell you. But in case of Andhra Pradesh, the date of issue of Gazette notification would be 18th of April 2024, or date of poll would be 13th May 2024. तो आंध्रा के केस में नोटिफिकेशन 18 अप्रैल 24 को होगा और डेट ऑफ पोल 13th May 24 को होगी। इसके बाद अरुणाचल प्रदेश में डेट ऑफ गजट नोटिफिकेशन 20 मार्च को होगा और डेट ऑफ पोल 29 अप्रैल को होगी। 20 मार्च को गजट नोटिफिकेशन, 29 अप्रैल को डेट ऑफ पोल। सॉरी 19 अप्रैल को, 20 मार्च 19 अप्रैल। इस प्रकार सिक्किम में भी 20 मार्च और 19 अप्रैल, 20 मार्च को नोटिफिकेशन, 19 अप्रैल को डेट ऑफ पोल। उड़ीसा में फर्स्ट नोटिफिकेशन, दिस विल बी कंडक्टेड इन phases, and first phase would be on 18th April and date of poll would be 13th May. 5th phase में होगा second phase of the Assembly of Odisha, 26th April and 20th May. Then 6th phase and 7th phase also, Odisha would have the Assembly elections. 6th phase being on 29th April and 25th May elections. ये सब आपके साथ में हम अभी शेयर कर रहे हैं ताकि आपको लिखने में, रिपोर्ट करने में इसको आसानी हो। कमिंग टू दी जनरल इलेक्शंस टू दी लोकसभा, जो विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार है, सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार, बिगेस्ट। 543 parliamentary constituencies, of which 84 are reserved for SCs and 47 are reserved for STs. तो इस 543 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज के महात्योहार में शेड्यूल बताने से पहले सभी वोटर्स का फिर से हाथ जोड़ के आग्रह, अनुरोध, गुजारिश दैट प्लीज ज्वाइन फॉर द वोटिंग, कम ऑन द डे ऑफ वोटिंग। छुट्टी मनाने ना जाएं, जरूर आ जाएं। शेड्यूल ऑफ द लोकसभा पोल, phase 1, we'll do it in 7 phases as was done last time. 7 phases. Phase 1 will start from 20th March notification, 5 days from now, and last date of withdrawal would be 30th March and date of poll would be 19th of April. इसमें फेज 1 का शेड्यूल एक दिन से हमें 2 बार करना पड़ रहा है। फिर बिहार के लिए वहां एक फेस्टिवल है, तो नोटिफिकेशन की डेट सेम है, लेकिन बस लास्ट डेट ऑफ विड्रॉल हमें 30 मार्च की जगह 2 अप्रैल सिर्फ बिहार के फर्स्ट फेज के लिए करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि वहां त्योहार है। और 19 अप्रैल को यहां वोटिंग होगी और पूरी कंट्री में 4 जून को काउंटिंग होगी। सो फेज 1 दिस विल लुक लाइक दिस। ये मैप भी हम आपको प्रोवाइड कर देंगे। अभी ये जो येलो पोर्शन है ये ऐसा दिखाई देगा। तो इसमें जो फेज 1 का जो मैप है, इसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट, नीचे तमिलनाडु, राजस्थान, सेंटर में छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड, और ऊपर में जम्मू कश्मीर की 1 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी। ये येलो फर्स्ट फेज का आपके सामने में मैप है। सेकंड फेज और फर्स्ट फेज में 21 स्टेट्स जाएंगी पोल में। सेकंड फेज notification will start on 28th of March and date of poll will be 26th of April. Similarly here in case of J&K, because of the some holiday, the date of one day would be different, date of security of nomination would be different, but date of gazette notification और date of poll would be common. Phase 1 में 21 राज्य पोलिंग में जाएंगे और फेज 2 में उसमें से और राज्य जुड़ जाएंगे। सो दिस इज द मैप विच वुड बी फेज 2, जिसमें हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में काफ़ी जगह चुनाव को कंप्लीट करते हुए, तमिलनाडु में कंप्लीट करते हुए सेकेंड फेज में राजस्थान को भी कंप्लीट करेंगे। फेज 3 वुड बी फ्रॉम 12th of April and date of poll will be 7th of May. इसमें भी टोटल 12 स्टेट्स उस समय में जा रही होंगी और इस फेज में 3 नए राज्य में चुनाव शुरू होगा। इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह से दिखाई देगा। राजस्थान हम कवर कर चुके होंगे, तमिलनाडु कवर कर चुके होंगे, केरला कवर कर चुके होंगे, गुजरात इसमें कवर कर लेंगे, नॉर्थ ईस्ट पूरा कवर कर चुके होंगे और हम नए राज्यों को मिला के 3 इसमें नए राज्य भी जुड़ेंगे। फोर्थ फेज में 18 अप्रैल को गजट नोटिफिकेशन होगा और डेट ऑफ पोलिंग वुड बी 13th of May. Date of counting in the entire country would be 4th of June for all by-elections, for the assembly elections, for the parliamentary elections. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा। इस समय तक हम इसमें तेलंगाना, आंध्रा, उड़ीसा would start, and by that time, other than that, entire South India would be complete, entire Western India would be complete, Northeast would be complete. और फिफ्थ फेज 26 अप्रैल से शुरू होगी और 20 मई तक चलेगी। 20 मई तक डेट ऑफ पोल होगी, बीच में नॉमिनेशन, स्क्रूटनी और विड्रॉल की डेट्स रहेंगी। काउंटिंग ऑफ कोर्स इज 4th of June. It will look like this, which is in front of you, and phase 5 में 49 constituencies will be going to the poll. Phase 6 में 57 constituencies will go to the poll, starting from the gazette notification on 29th of April and finishing on 25th of May 2024. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा कि मोस्टली यूपी, बिहार, बंगाल, उड़ीसा और साथ में कुछ नॉर्थ का पोर्शन चालू रहेगा। लास्ट फेज, 7th phase notification will be on 7th of May and polling on 1st of June. So last polling would be on 1st of June and counting on 4th, and इस फेज में पूरा पंजाब, हरियाणा भी शामिल रहेगा, बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा. This is how the map will look. Yellow denotes the first phase and accordingly the legends are given. We will share this map also with you, ताकि आप इसे अपने साथ रख सकें, इसके हिसाब से देख सकें। ये भी कोशिश की है हमने, और अगर पूरी फेज वाइज हम पिक्चर दें, ये भी एक अच्छी स्नैपशॉट है, जिसमें फेज 1 में 102 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज, फेज 2 में 89, फेज 3 में 94, फेज 4 में 96, 49, 57, 57. So we'll start with the 102, the largest, slowly come down and finish northeast, move up from the south and finish the western area. तो इसमें वेदर और हर चीज का ध्यान रखते हुए काफी सोचने के बाद ये शेड्यूल बनाया गया है। विद दिस, जो सिंगल पोल डेट है वो 22 स्टेट में होगी। 2 राज्य 4 बार में जाएंगे, कर्नाटका, राजस्थान, त्रिपुरा, मणिपुर। 3 फेज में 2 जाएंगे, छत्तीसगढ़ एंड असम। 4 फेज में 3 जाएंगे, उड़ीसा, मध्य प्रदेश, झारखंड। 5 फेज में 2 जाएंगे महाराष्ट्र एंड जम्मू कश्मीर। जम्मू कश्मीर की हर पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लिए 1 फेज होगी और 7 फेज में 3 जाएंगे उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार एंड वेस्ट बंगाल। विद दिस फ्रेंड्स, I end my address and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those detailed remarks. Please hold on. So, you raise your hands, हाथ खड़ा कर दीजिए, माइकर्स आपके पास आएंगे. So we will start with you in the first row. Where are the micers? आप आइए, इनको दे दीजिए. जो Yeah, CC sir will take 4-5 questions at one time. So after that we'll take the next person. Yeah.
सर, मैं मोहित दुबे हूँ न्यूज़ नेशन से. सर, मेरा सवाल ये है कि आपने 7 चरणों में मतदान ये करवाया है. बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है क्योंकि दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र हिंदुस्तान है. अपोजिशन पार्टियां जो है ये आरोप लगा रही हैं कि 7 चरणों में क्या जरूरत है और इसकी वजह से सत्ताधारी दल को फायदा होता है. और छोटा सा सवाल सर एक और है कि ईवीएम को लेके लगातार अपोजिशन धरना दे रहा है, सवाल उठा रहा है. आप हमेशा ये कहते रहे कि निष्पक्षता के साथ आप मतदान करवाते रहते हैं ईवीएम के माध्यम से, तो उनके सवाल के बारे में आप क्या जवाब देंगे?
आप ये जो लाइट जैकेट पहने हैं सेंटर में, इनको दे दीजिए. जो हाँ, जस्ट होल्ड ऑन.
सर, मेरा नाम रविंद्र सिंह शोरान है. आई वुड लाइक टू आस्क कि जो आपने बताया कि 3500 करोड़ रुपए को सीज किया, उसके बाद कार्रवाई कितने लोग जेल गए, कौन कौन सी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज इन्वॉल्व थी, और जो लीकर सीज किया गया उसमें कितने केसेस रजिस्टर हुए, उसकी डिटेल्स इलेक्शन कमीशन हमारे साथ कभी शेयर करता नहीं है आफ्टर द इलेक्शन हैपन्स.
दिस लेडी इन द फ्रंट या इधर मिडिल में जो है, इनको माइकर्स, हाँ इनको दे दीजिए. या इनको दे दीजिए. हाँ, please switch on your mic.
Great. Samir Hussain from BBC News. This is an incredible feat to try and get every person who's eligible to vote. I'm wondering how much money is being spent. And in addition, what is the biggest concern in terms of these elections?
Okay. The lady in the 4th row over there with that black dress, उनको दे दीजिए. Micers. मिडिल में, हाँ उनको जो बीच में है वो लेडी जो है, हाँ गिव इट टू हर. यस, स्विच ऑन योर माइक.
Hi, I'm Ashlyn. You said in your speech that...
Can you just introduce yourself?
I'm Ashlyn Matthew.
From?
National Herald.
Thank you.
You had said in your speech that there should be no hate speech. There will be a calibrated approach to code violations. But there have been several complaints against the Prime Minister and Amit Shah, but none of the EC has not taken action against them. But you have taken action against the opposition leaders. So even if you take a calibrated approach, so won't it be the opposition leaders who get picked up more, who will get notice from you more than the ruling party leaders?
Yeah, the gentleman in the second row here. Yeah, please. Yeah, mic is live.
Hello. Sir, Venkatraman from Dinamala, from Tamil Nadu. Sir, every election you are getting new experience regarding the control of money power. How are you going to control the money power? For example, last election 2019, at Vellore constituency, the candidate Kadira Anand, from his place, crores and crores of rupees money has been recovered from it. But what kind of action has been taken against him? And he is going to be the future candidate from the same constituency.
Let me first take the answers of these questions of the first round. First question ये था कि 7 फेज में इलेक्शन क्यों, और अपोजिशन पार्टीज का ये आरोप है कि 7 फेज में होने से लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड डिस्टर्ब होती है, किसी को फायदा होता है. एक बार कभी पूरी कंट्री का भौगोलिक और ज्योग्राफिक इतिहास और ज्योग्राफिक स्थिति को नजर डाल के देखिए. नदी, नाले, बर्फ, पहाड़, जंगल, गर्मी, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का मूवमेंट कभी सोच के देखिए. They will be moving like within 3 to 4 days between the gap in the phases, they will move, they will walk length and breadth of the country. उनके ऊपर प्रेशर कभी देखिए कितना होता होगा. कभी इलेक्शन मशीनरी की पूरी प्रोसेस, कभी एग्जाम्स, कभी फेस्टिवल्स, होली, रमजान, रामनवमी, पता नहीं क्या क्या फेस्टिवल्स बीच में है. जब कैलेंडर पे हम लेके बैठते हैं तो एक डेट फिक्स करते हैं, दूसरे में चली जाती है, दूसरी फिक्स करते हैं, कहीं प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है. हम किसी को फेवर करने के लिए, किसी को नुकसान करने के लिए कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लेते, कोई भी एक्शन नहीं लेते. किसी को ऐसा भ्रम है तो वो गलत है. हम फैक्ट्स पे बात कर सकते हैं. जहां की जो मैंने कहा था, हर राज्य अपने आप में अलग अलग है. किसी राज्य में 1 में भी है, किसी राज्य में 7 में भी है. जिन राज्यों में 7 में है वहां का विस्तार बहुत बड़ा है, नंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज बड़ी हैं, कंटेस्टेशंस ज्यादा हैं, इसलिए वो 7 में है. माय फ्रेंड फ्रॉम दी तमिलनाडु हैज आस्क्ड, वहां 1 में है, लेकिन वहां दूसरा चैलेंज है जिसके लिए व्हाट ही हैज टॉक्ड अबाउट, देयर इज ए चैलेंज ऑफ मनी पावर इन दैट पर्टिकुलर स्टेट, एंड एज आई मेंशन्ड, we are extremely careful of what he has asked. If you learn it from the assembly elections which happened in another southern state recently, we have been able to cure that menace of money power to a very large extent, and we would control this. Please don't be worried. Similarly, I'll on the expenditure side take this question from BBC that how much we spend. Each candidate is allowed to spend in the parliamentary constituencies up to 80 lakhs, up to limit, and in the assembly up to 90, up to 90 lakhs, and in the assembly up to 38. So if you combine amongst the candidate, that's the upper limit, which is the expenditure. You have asked about, somebody asked about EVMs. EVMs के बारे में मैं बहुत बार बता चुका हूं, लेकिन ठीक है, आपने फिर क्वेश्चन पूछा है तो, और देश में एक ऐसा अभियान भी चल रहा है जिसको बताना भी जरूरी है, इसलिए मैं थोड़ा विस्तार में बता ही देता हूं. वैसे बहुत बार बता चुका हूं, 40 बार लगभग इस देश की संवैधानिक कोर्ट्स, हाई कोर्ट्स एंड सुप्रीम कोर्ट्स ईवीएम के ऊपर में जितनी चुनौतियां हुई हैं उनको देख चुकी हैं. चुनौतियां किस प्रकार की हुई? ये हैक हो सकती है, चोरी हो जाती है, 19 लाख मिसिंग हैं, इसमें दिखाई नहीं देता है, ये कंप्यूटर से खराब हो जाती है, रिजल्ट्स बदल सकता है, मैनिपुलेट हो सकता है. हर बार संवैधानिक कोर्ट्स ने इसको रिजेक्ट किया है. क्या कहा है? कभी कहा कि इसमें वायरस लग ही नहीं सकता, नो क्वेश्चन ऑफ इंट्रोड्यूसिंग वायरस. कभी कहा इनवैलिड वोट्स नहीं हो सकते, कभी कहा रिगिंग इज नॉट पॉसिबल, कभी कहा कि व्हेन देयर इज सेक्शन 61A इन द आरपी एक्ट व्हिच एम्पावर्स द यूज ऑफ द ईवीएम, जब तक वो खत्म ना हो जब तक ये प्रश्न उठाना गलत है. कभी कहा कि ईवीएम्स आर फूल प्रूफ डिवाइसेस फॉर काउंटिंग एंड एलिगेशंस ऑफ टेम्परिंग आर बेसलेस. कभी कहा कि आप 1 के बदले 5 वीवीपैट गिनिए, वो हमने शुरू कर दिया. अब तो ये आ गया है नतीजा कि कोर्ट्स ने जुर्माना लगाना शुरू कर दिया. दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने मिस्चीवियस कहते हुए 10,000 रुपए का जुर्माना लगाया. फिर माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय ने 50,000 रुपए का जुर्माना लगाया. अभी फिर रिसेंटली माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय ने एक पिटीशन खत्म की है. कितनी बार सुनेंगे, क्यों बार बार वही बिलाप करना है? कोई चीज है तो हमसे पूछिए. हैक नहीं हो सकती, किसी सूरत में नहीं हो सकती, एंड जो परिणाम आते हैं वही प्रमाण है. बार बार परिणाम आते हैं. कोई भी ईवीएम लेके बैठ जाता है सोशल मीडिया पे, वो डिब्बा लेके एक बैठ जाता है. और आजकल एक नया ट्रेंड शुरू हुआ है, वो थोड़ा सा एक्सपर्ट भी बन जाता है. आजकल 1-2 एक्सपर्ट भी चल रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया पे. वो कहाँ की डिग्री है, कहाँ के एक्सपर्ट हैं, थोड़ा देखना भी चाहिए. वो बताते हैं कि ये डिब्बा है, वो टूल बॉक्स जैसा डिब्बा होता है, उसके अंदर में क्या है पता नहीं है, उसमें से एक गत्ते के डिब्बे में से एक स्लिप भी निकलती है. वो धरना भी हो जाता है कि ये स्लिप बदल गई, मैंने यहाँ बटन दबाया था और यहाँ ही गलत निकल लगी. भाई आपने क्या दबाया था, किसी को बताया था क्या? क्या निकला, किसी को बताया था क्या? अरे संविधान कोर्ट्स कह रही हैं। अच्छा, जितनी बार हमसे आप पूछेंगे उतनी बार हम उसका एक क्वेश्चन लेके आपको FAQs में डाल देंगे। 100+ क्वेश्चंस हैं। और भाई, पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज have come into existence because of the EVMs. There are many smaller political parties which in the age of the ballot papers might have not come into the existence. It was the fairness and the political parties know in the heart of their hearts. सब EVMs का 3 बार मॉक पोल होता है, कैंडिडेट्स के सामने में होता है। फिर भी अगर कुछ आप किताब लाए हैं, किसी के पास है क्या? एक हमने किताब भी बनाई है, एक जितने लीगल केसेस 40 केस, देखिए, दीज आर 40 केसेस ऑन EVM। इसमें FAQ भी है, आप सब लीजिए इस किताब को हमसे। इसमें FAQ भी है और इसमें फ्लो चार्ट्स भी हैं। देखिए, हमारी वेबसाइट पे है ये, थोड़ा पढ़ने का तो कष्ट करिए, खासतौर से जो एक्सपर्ट महोदय हैं। वो बहुत सारे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं यहाँ, मतलब कंट्री में कोई भी बन जाता है, किसी पे कोई रोक नहीं है। हमने इसमें चार्ट भी लगाया है कि कितनी बार सत्ता में रहने वाली पार्टियां EVM ने बदल दी। तो मुझे भी EVM पे फिर मैं रात सोच रहा था ये प्रश्न तो आएगा जरूर, तो फिर रात को मैंने कुछ लिखा अपने हाथ से, वो फिर आपको सुनाता हूं। अधूरी हसरतों का इल्जाम, अधूरी हसरतों का इल्जाम हर बार हम पर लगाना ठीक नहीं। ये EVM कह रही है, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं। अधूरी हसरतों का इल्जाम हर बार हम पे लगाना ठीक नहीं, वफा खुद से नहीं होती, खता EVM की कहते हो। और बाद में गोया जब परिणाम आता है तो उस पर कायम भी नहीं रहते, आप ही के पक्ष में रिजल्ट आ जाता है। ये क्या बात है भाई? कितने दिन? EVMs are 100% safe, 100% sure. We know now. In last 2 years, again, we have done large number of improvements. एक EVM की नंबर जो भी किस बूथ पे जाएगी वो कैंडिडेट को दिया जाएगा, इसलिए इसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। नाउ, जो MCC के बारे में प्रश्न पूछा, जिसमें आप ये पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि हम बायस्ड होके किसी के खिलाफ एक्शन लेते हैं, किसी के खिलाफ नहीं लेते, यही आप प्रश्न बेसिकली पूछना चाह रही हैं। पूछना नहीं चाह रही हैं, आरोप लगा रही हैं, जिसका मुझे जवाब आपको देना चाहिए। करेक्ट, वेरी राइट, यू हैव ए क्वेश्चन राइट टू आस्क। आप पिछले 8, 10, 11 इलेक्शंस की सारे आरोप जितने हमारे पास आए हैं वो सबको एक बार पढ़िए। सबको पढ़ने के बाद सबके नोटिसेस देखिए जो हमने दिए हैं, उसमें जहां जहां कोई भी वायलेशन एस्टेब्लिश होता हो, उस नोटिस के बाद, जवाब आने के बाद भी हमने, ऐसा नहीं है सब में कार्रवाई की है। वी आर वेरी, एज आई सेड, दे आर काइंड ऑफ ए मोरल सेंसर विच वी हैव इन द बिगिनिंग इशूड। और जिस किसी के भी खिलाफ में अगर कहीं भी कोई केस बनेगा, हाउसएवर हाई स्टार कैंपेनर he or she may be, we will not sit back, we will take action. Next, sir.
We'll take some questions from that side. Yeah, the middle row. There is a gentleman holding both his hands up, उनको दे दीजिए।
थोड़ा जल्दी दें।
Yes sir.
माइक के लोग थोड़ा जल्दी दें।
थोड़ा माइक जरा जल्दी दीजिए, वो सेंट्रल रो में है, वो हाथ उठा रहे हैं वो।
जी मैं आशीष हूँ, अमर उजाला डिजिटल से। मेरा सवाल है सर, जो आपने अभी 4M की बात की थी, उसके लिए क्या कोई एडिशनल डिप्लॉयमेंट आपने किया है? अगर किया है तो वो क्या है सर?
Just yeah, give it to him there. Yeah, please.
मैं राजस्थान पत्रिका से नवनीत मिश्रा हूँ। अभी इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड पे जिस तरीके से घमासान मचा हुआ है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी उस सिस्टम को खत्म कर दिया है, और जो चुनावी चंदे की जो पारदर्शिता की बातें होती हैं, तो उसके लिए वो सिस्टम लाया गया था। तो आयोग का अगला कदम क्या होगा, क्योंकि इसके बाद से कैश की चुनौती है वो बढ़ेगी चुनाव में?
सर, सुनील प्रभु फ्रॉम NDTV, just two, three points, because you just now made a comment that every EVM has a number,
and your own commission had asked for a totalizer. That totalizer has not happened because, if you wanted in the essence of free and fair election, then you should not be identified. The others, you said disclose, disclose, disclose. In the interest of the general public, and now we can't get from Mr. Arun Goel because he hasn't only cited personal reasons, in the best interest of the commission, would you be able to disclose what exactly happened? Why did Mr. Arun Goel, who worked with you and sadly is not here today in this entire process, if you can come clean about what exactly happened, what were the differences that led to his sudden and abrupt exit?
That's Ravi Tripathi, DD News. Go there. Yeah.
सर, मैं रवि त्रिपाठी हूँ जी न्यूज़ से। मेरा सवाल ये है कि एक तो सीट के नंबर जो सर आपने दिए हैं वो 543 के बजाय 544 हो रहे हैं काउंट करने पर, ऐसा क्यों है? ये तो जानकारी। और दूसरा कि मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट का जो सवाल खड़ा किया हमारे किसी दोस्त ने कि बार बार विपक्ष ये सवाल खड़ा करता है, तो पिछली बार उन्होंने नाम दिया कि मोदी कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट, जिसमें मोदी के खिलाफ आप सॉफ्ट होते हैं और राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ आप ज्यादा एक्शन लेते हैं। ऐसा क्यों होता है? ऐसा आरोप क्यों लगता है चुनाव आयोग?
Gentleman next to you. Yeah.
सर, नीरज हूँ न्यूज 18 इंडिया से। सर, पहले तो चुनाव आयोग को बहुत बहुत बधाई कि आप लोग पूरी कंप्लीट टीम हो गए हैं दोनों चुनाव आयुक्तों को, और इस बड़ी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हम लोग का वास्ता हो रहा है। हमारा सवाल ये है कि ये तो हमें अंदाजा था कि जम्मू और कश्मीर में विधानसभा के चुनाव नहीं होंगे इस बार, लेकिन ऐसा क्यों किया है? हालांकि आपके पास वक्त है, कोर्ट ने भी आपको वक्त दिया है। जम्मू कश्मीर में विधानसभा चुनाव न कराए जाने की क्या वजहें हैं?
Yeah, the gentleman. Yeah, do it. Yes.
Sir, my name is T.N. Ashok. I used to be former editor of PTI. I also write a lot of political articles from New York. So I just wanted to know, I was just following the Federal Election Commission of the US, which publishes on its website the amount of money raised by presidential candidates, like say, it has just come out only yesterday. Biden has raised about $106 million. Trump has raised $88 million. Nikki Haley has raised about $48 million, and Vivek Ramaswamy has raised about $24 million. Is it possible for the Election Commission of India to publish such kind of details of not the candidates, but the parties? How much have they raised for the 2024 elections?
Yeah, thank you. CC will take questions.
Now, let me answer these questions first. Very critical, very important questions. What are in everybody's discussion during this time, and it is necessary that one clears the stand on that. So first of all, I must congratulate that you have calculated it's 544, not 543. I never guessed that anybody would so quickly calculate this. कि ये 543 सीट है तो 544 टोटल में कैसे आ गई? एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में 2 बार इलेक्शन होंगे, विच इज इन मणिपुर, तो वो 2 बार काउंट हो रहा है, इसलिए 544 से. सो दिस इज द फर्स्ट पार्ट ऑफ योर्स. लेट मी कम टू मिस्टर प्रभु. You asked the questions on totalizers. I entirely agree with you that booth-wise.
All right, and with that, this is the big announcement that we are bringing to you. The election dates, as far as the Lok Sabha election is concerned, have finally been announced by the CEC, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, and as has been announced, this will be a 7-phase poll that will be conducted, just like the year 2019. At the same time, let's also break down for you what this will be looking like as far as the entire 7-phase poll is concerned. We are also bringing to you the dates that are taking place. Remember, there will be Arunachal Pradesh, Andaman and Nicobar, Andhra Pradesh, Chandigarh, which will be going to polls during the first phase. During the second poll, you can expect Karnataka, Rajasthan, Tripura, Manipur to be going to polls. These polls will be conducted in fact, under 3 poll dates that have been given. 4 poll dates have in fact been given for Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand. 5 poll dates have been given for Maharashtra, Jammu and Kashmir, and UP, Bihar and West Bengal will be conducted in the 7th poll. As far as the phases are concerned, 7 phases. What's interesting is the kind of questions that have also been posed, especially with regards to the EVMs, the kind of suspicion that has also been posed by the opposition parties when it comes to the tampering of EVMs, something that the Election Commission has also answered today. And soon after the dates were announced, the opposition has of course come up with the attack. Omar Abdullah has in fact taken to platform X, saying that so much for one election, one poll, that now there is no election date being announced for Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact, let's quickly go across to Payal, who's been tracking all the latest and live developments for us from Vigyan Bhavan. Payal, when you draw a comparison of these dates with the year 2019, how massive it is. You know, what also caught my attention was the tagline of how this is the biggest dance of democracy now that the entire world will be witnessing.
Well, of course, the world has definitely looked forward to Indian elections because they are massive in nature as well, and that's something which has been prophesied time and again. It's, remember, a deep, entrenched exercise that takes place. It takes about 2 years of preparation. The Election Commission team travels to the length and breadth of the country. To every possible situation, they try to assess their preparedness as far as that is concerned, whether it's security, whether it's availability of resources, availability of polling staff. So it's a deep, deep, deep-rooted exercise of democracy that India really does, and India probably takes a lot of pride in it, because you've also had a lot of foreign nations who wanted to come and see how the elections are held in India as well. Having said that, the elections on the expected lines. It's a 7-phase election. Big states like UP, Bihar, Bengal go into 7 phases. Essentially something which the BJP had also been demanding, especially in Bengal. You have the state of Uttar Pradesh going from the election in the same way, from the western part of the state to the eastern part of the state. The big states of Gujarat, etc. will also go into polls as well. A lot of, indication in place of how the northeast states will take place. And of course, dates also announced for the assembly polls, because remember, there are 4 states that go into polls simultaneously along with the Lok Sabha elections as well. 543 seats up for grab. Every political party is going to be prepared for the big match. And of course, for the BJP, it holds a special significance given the fact that they have been in government for a decade. They've been in government for 2 terms. They are already on course to, in fact, get their 3rd term. That's the kind of confidence that they enjoy. And that's the reason Prime Minister Narendra Modi has multiple times said that once his government comes back to power, then they will take up the priority issues, and they also take up the issue of the Viksit Bharat journey. So we'll have to just wait and see how it transpires, because the battle will now begin. The daggers are going to be out, and of course the Election Commission issuing a stern warning to the political parties to make sure that they do not lower the level as far as political discourse is concerned. Because throughout the entire election process, time and again, Akansha, you see warnings being issued, to various leaders for actually making statements that are completely uncalled for, and probably statements being made against each other. So there are a lot of model code violations that are also issued against people. We'll have to just wait and see. It's a very, very exciting phase as far as India is concerned. As the Prime Minister said, it's looking up to the journey for the next 25 years.
Absolutely, a journey for the next 25 years. On that note, let me also bring in Aman and Pallavi, who are currently present with us in the studio. Aman, what caught my attention was unprecedented scale, unmatched anywhere in the world. Also, some very positive developments were highlighted by the CEC when he said that there's been a high rise as far as female voters are concerned, not to forget that rising population of the first-time voters. Take us through what have been the highlights for the general election 2024.
Well, Akanksha, first thing, I think it's a very long election. So we are looking at the first phase on April 19th, the last phase on June 1st, and the results on June 4th.
Right.
So last time the results had come on May 23rd, if I'm not wrong. So about 10 days later, we'll see the results this time on June 4th. 7 phases like last time. The 3 big states, UP, West Bengal and Bihar, will be polling in 7 phases as the last time. UP is polling in the same manner, starts from the west, ends at the east. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi's constituency of Varanasi will be polling the first phase is very heavy. On 19th April, we are seeing as many as 102 seats going to polls in the first phase. Entire state of Tamil Nadu is polling in the first phase itself. So that is a big thing, that the big southern state and very vital state of Tamil Nadu polling on 19th April. So it's almost here, and the parties will have to.
I'm going to stop you right there. Pallavi, do you think that this has been a conscious decision when you see the southern state of Tamil Nadu come in phase 1, considering we've already seen Prime Minister make a very conscious push over there?
Well, I mean, as I said, I mean, I think when we heard the Chief Election Commissioner talk about, he talked about the fact that we have to take multiple, kind of factors into mind. There's a weather factor, of course, which is going to be in mind. There's a terrain factor, and also the deployment, the movement of the forces becomes very important. So if there's a large number of deployment of forces, say in UP, then how do you move them down south? So those factors have also been kept in mind when you have decided. And like he said, this is a work in progress. This is something which we really have been stressing upon. All of those who have been criticizing the fact that just a single person has been deciding on the poll schedule, that's not the way it works. State by state analysis goes on, what kind of forces we require. You have a small cartel of those deployment of forces. I mean, you just move them. You have this entire paraphernalia. There is the administration, there are workers, there are school teachers, all of them are involved. So you have to keep on ensuring that also that movement becomes easy, so that ease of movement, deployment are also important factors. So what I suspect is that once they finish off with, say, the southern states by 19, mostly by April, 19th of April, then you use those forces and the administration to move on to other very critical sensitive areas, West Bengal being one of them, UP being them, Manipur, which is again voting in 2 phases, Jammu and Kashmir, of course. So these are the factors which I think have been kept in mind.
Absolutely. Payal, if I could bring you in on those aspects, something that the CEC was also mentioning was that the weather, of course, has also been kept in mind as one of the crucial factors. Not to forget that the security review has already been done by the Election Commission, for which an entire survey was conducted. What are those factors that have been kept in mind?
Well, various factors. Most importantly, you have to make sure that you can provide adequate security and you can provide adequate polling opportunities and poll agents. That has been there on everybody's mind. Weather is something which is not in anybody's control. But just to give you the bad news, that Kiran Rijiju, the weather minister of the country presently, had said this a couple of weeks ago, that we are looking at a major heat wave in the month of April in the northern part of the country. So that's something which, of course, the Election Commission will certainly watch out for, because terrain, weather, all of these things are extremely important, especially states like the northeast, which have a hilly terrain in place. So it's not a preparation which happens over the last couple of months. There are probably a couple of years that are put into. Multiple officers are sent to all the states of the country. They do a detailed review, not only about the polling conditions. In some places, that's the beauty of the democracy of the country. And Pallavi will agree that in some places, you have to set up a polling booth for even one voter to come out and vote. So that's the kind of power that we have. That's the kind of a reason that we tell everyone to come out and vote and cast that crucial ballot, because you can actually decide on who you want to bring to power. So that's the kind of effort and exercise that is put in. But of course, the ball is now rolling. We'll have to just wait and see. And at present, I'm sure Pallavi will agree with me. We are all going bonkers in just figuring out which state is going to force vote in which phases, which constituency is going into vote into which phases, because there are multiple states that are going into multiple phases. And of course, the crucial states of Bengal, Bihar, Maharashtra, these are going to be the states to watch out for, where of course the battle is absolutely bitter between the rival parties. Right,
but the other state that everybody was in fact also looking out for was Jammu and Kashmir, and that was missing as far as the announcements are concerned. Aman, if I could bring you in on that aspect, do you think that the lack of a date for Jammu and Kashmir at the moment is going to now give more ammo to the opposition, something we've already seen begin with an Omar Abdullah taking that attack to X?
Well, Omar Abdullah has said, that where is the concept of one nation, one election? Of course, the JNK parties, when the Election Commission also travelled to Jammu and Kashmir recently, all the parties there had in fact said that there should be simultaneous elections of the Lok Sabha and the State Assembly. So that has not happened. The reasons, Kansha, I believe, are these, that presently the forces availability is an issue. What I have been told, that about 635 companies have been allotted for JNK Lok Sabha elections. But if the assembly elections also had to be done alongside, then 700 more companies would have been required. That kind of availability is not there, because already 900 companies are going to West Bengal and a total of 3,400 companies have been given. So the force availability in Kashmir was a big issue. When you have an assembly election in Kashmir, you have to also safeguard the candidates. There are more polling booths, more assembly constituencies, of course. So that kind of force, 700 extra companies were simply not available. Now we are looking at a JNK election maybe post the Amarnath Yatra. There is a window between mid-August to September 30th when the state assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir may be held.
All right. In fact, reactions have also started pouring in. Let's also listen into what Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has had to say.
Planning and calculations. For us, it's another extra 10 days. As somebody who's been around the constituency for the last 15 years, a week more, 10 days more is not needed for me to introduce myself to the electorate. But perhaps for the new candidate who's come for the first time, that could turn out to be a blessing for him in terms of giving him more time. On the flip side, on the other hand, it gives the voters more time to realize what he stands for and what his party stands for. So these things cut both ways. I'm not going to be reading too much into the date. It was a point of information we all needed to make our plans for. But I don't think we're going to change anything. My Parliament convention, the traditional nominating convention we have here, is still scheduled for the 19th of March, and we'll go ahead with that. Then we have the 7 assembly conventions in the following week, and all those will happen, and we'll spend, of course, pretty much.
All right, Arunima has also been tracking all the latest developments for us. Arunima, what stood out today also was the bravado with which the CEC also fielded all those questions. One of them, of course, was to do with Arun Goel's resignation. Do take our viewers through what he had to say in the Election Commission's defense.
So he said that, there is personal space that is granted to everybody within the Election Commission. That is the kind of protocol that they have. I think he was trying to underline what Arun Goel also said, and that notification that came from Law Ministry also cited his health reasons. So there's no clear disclosure as to what really happened, because he was scheduled to visit Jammu and Kashmir after he came back from West Bengal. He put in his papers. After that, he was scheduled to go to Jammu and Kashmir. So what really changed? Health reasons is the only thing that we know on record. All that the CEC said today is that he was a distinguished colleague. We had a great time working together, but we do not push our boundaries. We do give everyone their personal space, and that's exactly what we did this time around. When he said that he wanted to step down, his interests were kept in mind by the government, and we respected his views.
All right. In fact, I'm going to request you, Arunima, to continue staying with us. We are getting in more voices soon after that announcement was made by the Chief Election Commissioner. Let's also listen in to more reactions that have come in.
Joining me now is very special guest, the Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य. सर, आपकी मुस्कुराहट बता रही है कि ऐसा जान पड़ता है कि बीजेपी जीतने जा रही है.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतने जा रही है. फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार बनने जा रही है. इस बार 400 पार. 2014 का नारा था 272 प्लस 283 जीते. 2019 का नारा था 300 पार 303 जीते. और 2024 का नारा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए 370 प्लस का है. 370 प्लस भाजपा का कमल खिलेगा और 400 पार भाजपा गठबंधन की जीत होगी. इसको लेकर के कोई शंका नहीं है.
एक आपने राइमिंग बनाई है 000 विपक्ष पे हमला करने के लिए, वो राइमिंग जरा
नहीं, मैंने कहा 4 जून को मतगणना है, तो 4 जून सपा बसपा कांग्रेस या इंडी गठबंधन 000.
ये राइमिंग बनाई है केशव जी ने, तुरंत बनाई है जैसे ही चुनाव आयोग ने. अच्छा, आप पीछे भी कुछ बता रहे हैं कि सबसे बड़ा हमारा जो नेता है, जो सबसे बड़ा चेहरा है, मोदी जी है. वो भी जरा सुनिए.
हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हर लोकसभा सीट पे प्रत्याशी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं. हमारा चुनाव निशान कमल का फूल है. बाकी सब कुछ जाओ भूल, याद रखो नरेंद्र मोदी और कमल का फूल. और इसमें मैंने लिखा हुआ है, आपने देखा, स्वर्णिम भारत के 5 पर्ण, विकसित भारत, गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्ति, विरासत पर गर्व, एकता और एकजुटता, नागरिकों का कर्तव्य. जो चुनाव आयोग ने भी कहा है, अधिकार तो हमारे हैं, लेकिन मतदान हमारा कर्तव्य भी है. इसलिए भारी मतदान करें. अगर भाजपा ने अच्छा कार्य किया है तो सबका आशीर्वाद मिलेगा और हमें पूरा भरोसा, हमने जनता का भरोसा जीता है. चुनाव भी इसीलिए जीतेंगे और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर सरकार.
केशव जी, आप एक लेगेसी से आते हैं, जब कभी भी आपने चुनाव में आपके तरफ से ऐसे शब्द या अल्फाज नहीं यूज किए गए हैं, और तो यही चीज आपसे जानना चाहूंगा, आप स्वयं नेता, तो चुनाव आयोग ने भी आज ये बात कही कि भाई ऐसी भाषा का प्रयोग ना करें, शैली का प्रयोग ना करें, तो उस पर आपका क्या मत है?
चुनाव आयोग के इस विचार का, इस निर्देश का भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले भी पालन करती थी, आज भी पालन करते हैं. विपक्ष में कोई भी नेता, लोकतंत्र है, लोकतंत्र में अपनी अपनी पार्टी की ओर से एक दूसरे के खिलाफ प्रचार में, अगर विपक्ष ने कुछ गड़बड़ किया है तो सत्ता पक्ष की ओर से हम चुनाव में जा रहे हैं फिर से सत्ता में आने के लिए, तो हम उनके कार्यालय कारनामे जो होंगे उसको जनता के सामने रखेंगे. अगर हमारी सरकार ने गड़बड़ किया होगा तो वह रख सकते हैं, लेकिन विचारधारा के मुद्दे पर आप आइए. कोई व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणियों से बचना चाहिए और आप शब्दों का प्रयोग निश्चित तौर से चुनाव में कहीं शोभा नहीं.
आखिरी सवाल, मुझे पता है बहुत ज्यादा व्यस्त हैं. राशन, सुशासन, राम मंदिर, CAA, चारों तरफ से जिसे कहते हैं चक्रव्यूह बीजेपी ने बना दिया और विपक्ष कहीं न कहीं बीच में फंसता दिखता है। अगर यूपी के दृष्टिकोण से बात करें, क्योंकि हम भी क्षेत्र में घूम रहे हैं, तो जो हमें फीडबैक मिल रहा है।
नहीं, आपके जो फीडबैक हैं वो और होंगे, लेकिन हमारा संगठनात्मक तंत्र बूथ स्तर तक मजबूत है, हमारी उपलब्धियों का अंबार।
All right, a very confident Keshav Prasad Maurya over there declaring that this time is going to be BJP NDA yet again. And as we speak, Prime Minister Modi has also taken to X to declare that India is ready for the great festival of democracy. And in fact, Aman will be taking us through a string of tweets coming in from the Prime Minister. Take us through what the Prime Minister has had to say. Aman, he's already declared that this time is 400 par.
He's saying that the people are saying in one voice, "Ab ki baar 400 par." So the Prime Minister has laid out his big aim. Soon after the election schedule has been announced, he's called it the biggest festival of democracy is here. He said the BJP NDA is fully prepared for these elections. So clearly, BJP has already declared about 265 plus candidates. Already PM has already hit the campaign trail. He's in South India. He's begun his campaign trail early. Usually the Prime Minister hits the campaign trail after candidates have filed their nominations. But this time, since 265 plus candidates have already been declared by the BJP even before the election schedule was announced, the Prime Minister has already hit the political campaign. Prime Minister also putting out his development record, saying that 10 years ago when we assumed office, people were feeling betrayed and disillusioned. Thanks to the India Alliance pathetic governance, no section was left untouched by scams and policy paralysis, and from there it's been a glorious turnaround. People are saying in one voice, "Ab ki baar 400 par."
Pallavi, I don't think I've heard seen the Prime Minister send out such a string of tweets in the recent past. In fact, as he's been extremely active soon after that announcement was made, as has been shared by Aman also. Let's take our viewers through some of the statements that he's saying. Is that our opposition is rudderless and issueless. All they can do is abuse us and practice vote bank politics. Their dynastic approach and attempts of dividing society are not being accepted. Equally hurting them is their corruption track record. People don't want such leadership. The message is loud and clear, Pallavi. We all know who he's hitting out at.
Well, the battle has truly and officially begun, actually, frankly speaking, today. So this is absolutely going to be the crux of the campaign of the Prime Minister and of the BJP, and clearly PM obviously is the face of this campaign. But look at the note of confidence. I mean, apart from attacking the opposition where it hurts them the most, the fact is that when he's talking about a rudderless opposition, well, that's really the perception, Akanksha, which people do have about the India front. Ironically, the Bharat Jodo Yatra ends tomorrow. It's going to be an attempt at a show of strength by the India front in Mumbai tomorrow. But missing would be parties like the TMC. So the rudderless opposition that the PM is talking about is an indication of that. So when he goes to the people and he's going to talk about the fact that here we are talking about 370 or 400 par. Here we are very clear on what we are going to offer you for the next 5 years, a Viksit Bharat. But what is it that the opposition is going to give you? Are they going to give you an alternative? Are they even together? They are fighting with each other. They cannot decide on the seat sharing. So do you want to vote for a stable government which is going to bring you progress and development, or do you want to vote for a bunch of political parties who come together only for the time being and who clearly don't know what they want to offer you? So I think here on the battle has really begun. The pitch or the electoral slogan has also been very clearly given out by the PM, and that's the cue really for the rest of his party colleagues.
Absolutely. Aman, one of the other tweets coming in from the Prime Minister says that the war against poverty and corruption will go on at an even faster pace. The emphasis on social justice will be strong. So that's the message that you can see Prime Minister not just convey on the social media platform, but something that he was also delivering, has been delivering when he's sort of escalating his attack against those parties, whether it is the DMK or attacking the Congress today in Karnataka. We all know he's in Kalaburgi today. That happens to be the Congress bastion for Mallikarjun Kharge, where he's in fact attacked both the parties for corruption, for scams, for being anti-women, and that is exactly the tonality that you can sense on X as well.
Well, Akanksha, he's also speaking about his third term. He's already laying out the agenda for Modi 3.0. Very interestingly, he's attacked the opposition, but he's also said what his government will do in its third term. He's saying there's much work to be done. The last decade was about filling gaps created by those who ruled for 70 years, but this time it is about war against poverty and corruption will go on at an even faster pace. And this has been one of the government's big achievements, which the government has been citing, bringing 35 crore people out of multidimensional poverty, something which has been, backed by even foreign agencies now saying that India's extreme poverty level may be down to just 2%. PM saying that the war against poverty and corruption will go on, and we've seen how ED has been acting against corruption, and that has been something that the government has been citing repeatedly. The emphasis on social justice will be strong. This is also another important point at a time when the opposition is making the issue of caste as its central pitch in these elections. He also saying that we will work towards making India the third largest global economy. I can clearly see that in the coming 5 years, a collective resolve establishing the roadmap for the next 1,000 years. The Prime Minister is saying, and in the end he's saying he's also speaking about how the poor, the farmers, the Nari Shakti are all saying,
that's exactly the point that I want to take up with Payal also. I'm being told Payal also wants to pitch in. Payal, one very interesting tweet of the Prime Minister talks about how he derives great strength from people's blessings, especially the poor, the farmers, the yuva, and even the Nari Shakti. He is, in fact, this is the kind of Jan Bhagidari when the Prime Minister talks about Jan Bhagidari.
For many people, Akanksha, who've interacted with the Prime Minister, in public platforms and also privately, they have always asked him what really drives him and what really pushes him to work as well. So his answer has always been that he wants to work for the cause of the people. So the most interesting tweet that I found in the series of tweets is when he says he derives great strength from people's blessings, especially the poor, the farmers, the Nari Shakti, the Yuva that he's always stressed a lot upon. And he says, when they say, "Main Modi ka parivar hu," it fills me with joy and makes me work harder and build a Viksit Bharat. The Modi government has already revised its plans for a Viksit Bharat in the next 5 years, and they look at a journey for the next 25 years. The Prime Minister clearly has said that the cause of the common man is the highest as far as his government's progress is concerned, as far as his government's focus is concerned, and that's the reason they say that if the opposition is rudderless and if they decided to stay in the opposition benches for the longest, it's not their fault. It's probably the opposition to really consider about. So look at the confidence with which the Prime Minister really says. He says, we are completely prepared for the election. We are going to go to the people with a proven track record. We have shown what we've done for every strata of society, and here we are, and we have a plan for you in the future, whether it's a woman, whether it's the poor, whether it's the Yuva. So that's the kind of confidence that you see the Prime Minister really exuberating. And mind you, he's also looking at building a record in itself. He's going to become a Prime Minister for the third time in a row, and the BJP and the NDA is going to create a record by forming a government third time in a row. At least that's what the confidence that the BJP and the NDA really have had. But the Prime Minister says that what gives him extreme joy is that when opposition parties question as to who his family is, he's joyful, he's happy, he's blessed. He's grateful that the people of the country consider him to be Modi ka parivar.
Absolutely, and that also makes me take another question from Arunima as far as the BJP pitch is concerned. Little did Lalu Yadav in fact realize when he was making that jibe about Modi ka parivar that he's in fact going to be serving this on a platter to Prime Minister Modi, and that will in fact become the pitch for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the year 2024, because Arunima, that's exactly what he said today when they say "Main hu Modi ka parivar," it fills me with joy and makes me work harder to build a Viksit Bharat.
Well, looks like a seasoned politician also, like Lalu Yadav has also not really learned from history as to how Prime Minister and the Bharatiya Janata Party turn everything into an opportunity. Maut ka saudagar, chaukidar chor hai, and now Modi ka parivar nahi hai. Every one of those, allocations have been turned into an opportunity, and this time is no different. The moment Lalu Prasad Yadav in that rally in Patna said that, he doesn't have a family and that's why he doesn't care, we saw how this has become a campaign issue. And now, ahead of elections, Prime Minister himself taking it on himself to tell the countrymen that you're all my family and therefore I want to work the hardest to ensure that your issues are resolved.
Absolutely. Aman, if I could talk about the similarities and the differences this time around, even though it's a 7-phase election compared to 2019, what are the similarities first of all?
I think the similarities, UP and Bihar. So Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, the two key heartland states with 120 seats together, they are polling again in 7 phases and again in the same manner. So Uttar Pradesh votes from west to the east. So the Prime Minister's constituency goes to poll in the last phase, in fact on June 1st. And we see the West UP seats, Muzaffarnagar, Baghpat, Meerut polling in the first phase. So that is the same pattern as we've seen in 2019 or even in the recent assembly elections in Uttar Pradesh. Bihar is also polling in almost in the same manner as the last time. So that looks very similar. West Bengal is again polling in 7 phases because of course the highest number of paramilitary forces are going to West Bengal, 900 plus odd companies, because the center and the EC both anticipate that it's going to be a challenging election in West Bengal, especially after the Sandesh Kali violence. I see Maharashtra voting in 5 phases. Last time it voted in 4 phases, if I'm not wrong. So that is a change. Odisha and MP are all, Jharkhand are still proposing in 4 phases like the last time.
So is the national capital.
So is the national capital. So not much changes, only that Delhi is polling in phase 6. So we'll have to really wait for the voting in Delhi to happen. The two important South Indian states, Tamil Nadu is polling in the phase 1 and Kerala is entirely polling in phase 2. So two major South Indian states will be done. Polling will be done by April 26th itself. So these two big states where also BJP is looking to make some gains. You know, our opinion poll has predicted that the BJP NDA could win 5 seats in Tamil Nadu and 2 seats in Kerala. So these states are polling early. Gujarat, the BJP stronghold state, is polling in phase 3 on May 7th. So this is all 26 seats go to polls together. Haryana is polling in phase 6. Punjab is polling the last in phase 7 on June the 1st.
Interesting observations, in fact. And as we speak, more political reactions coming in. Let's also listen in to what DK Shivkumar has to say of the Congress party.
The dates are announced. It's a pretty long election season. It's starting on the 19th of April. Election results will be out on the 4th of June. Tamil Nadu goes to polls on 19. How prepared is the DMK?
DMK is always prepared because of our performances and the non-performance of the BJP. There are 2 counts. One, the DMK state government is performing well. They are supporting the people. They are working for the cause of the poor and neglected sections of the society. Industrial growth is very good. And we are doing everything to the people of Tamil Nadu. But the BJP had failed in all areas. They are ignoring Tamil Nadu, they are cheating Tamil Nadu, they are not even giving the money due to Tamil Nadu so that the people of Tamil Nadu will suffer. They want the people of Tamil Nadu to suffer. So people will not choose BJP. So we are confident that India Alliance will win all the 39 seats in the state along with 1 in Pondicherry.
Okay. So my next question to you is, Congress, DMK, while you've made a pact, constituency-wise, candidate-wise, when can we expect those? Because we just have a month to go for Tamil Nadu to go to polls. What is the development on that front?
No, in a day or 2 it will be fixed. No, we have asked them for a change of a few constituencies because we are working on the winnability. If we find that some constituency is better for the DMK to contest and some constituency is better for the Congress to contest, we want it that way. That is nothing wrong in it. The question of winnability is there. That is why we are discussing with them, and they have accepted. They are not against it because they also want to win all the 10 constituencies they are contesting. So I think we will win all the 40 constituencies. In a day or 2, everything will be finalized.
Right. So, Prime Minister's frequent visit to the southern part of the country, more so in Tamil Nadu, how do you see this? BJP says that they are gaining momentum in the state and that's why Prime Minister is visiting the state. But how do you see Prime Minister's frequent visit to Tamil Nadu and Kerala?
Prime Minister, their party is weak and they cannot win. That is why Prime Minister is visiting very often. His visit is only during the election time. Earlier he did not come here. How many times he had come? He does not know the history of Tamil Nadu. He talks something which is against what he has done to Tamil Nadu. Simple thing. In the union public sector undertaking situated in Tamil Nadu, they are appointing only people from the north. Tamil Nadu youth of Tamil Nadu is denied employment in those organizations. Be it NLC or BHEL or Avadi or railway, anywhere. Even in 2 banks, Indian Bank and Indian Overseas Bank, which has the capital of their headquarters at Tamil Nadu, they are not employing people from Tamil Nadu. So they are cheating the people of Tamil Nadu. And the people know. Everybody knows. Even in times of crisis, the government is not supporting Tamil Nadu by giving the due share to the state. They are giving 29 paise per rupee collected as tax and they are giving 2 rupees to UP per rupee collected as tax, which means they don't want to support Tamil Nadu.
All right, from Tamil Nadu, let's now shift focus over to Jammu and Kashmir, what the reactions have been like. Ishan Wani has spoken to the NC spokesperson. Let's listen into what he has to say.
CEC today announced polls for Lok Sabha, but the political parties in the valley feel a little disappointed given the fact that there are no assembly polls which are going to take place simultaneously in Jammu and Kashmir. To speak more about this, I have with me Imran Navidar, who's the chief spokesperson of the National Conference. Imran, how do you see this announcement?
It is not the political parties who are disappointed today. I think everybody, whether in Jammu, Kashmir or any other area of Jammu and Kashmir, everybody is disappointed. People had pinned hopes on this press conference, and they were expecting that at least their cries and their problems would be heard and ECI would announce assembly elections, but it was not to be. No elections have been announced. Very unfortunate, and we fail to understand what stopped ECI to announce elections, because right now you had everything in place. The security paraphernalia, every bandobast was there. It is bizarre, and the justification that has come out from the CEC is equally bizarre. He's saying that the local administration has given them inputs about security issues. Then what is the security apparatus doing? Then who are they fooling? They have been saying, if you check newspapers, the local administration continues to make tall claims of normalcy. They say that n number of tourists are visiting J&K. When for them, when they have to do propaganda, then the situation is okay. But when it comes to giving people the power to govern themselves and to make officers accountable, then they say that situation is not normal.
All right, our correspondents Arunima and Payal continue to be with us. Arunima, you heard what Imran Navidar had to say, and clearly the opposition's got plenty of ammo now with Jammu and Kashmir not going to polls as was expected earlier. But having said that, has there been any clarification in terms of why the poll dates for J&K have not been announced today? All right, we'll take that question from Payal. Payal, what one wants to know is what is the reasoning behind Jammu and Kashmir not going to simultaneous polls along with the general election?
Well, all along the union government has been saying that they would not like to take the mandate of the people of Jammu and Kashmir for granted, and they were committed to making it back into a state. That's something, statehood restoration has been something which Amit Shah has said on the floor of the House, is committed on the floor of the House. But one has to understand, like Arunima has constantly been reporting in great detail, that if you have to hold elections simultaneously for Jammu and Kashmir, the security personnel deployment has to be very, very intensely matched for, because each and every person who's contesting for the election will have to be given personal security. So that's the kind of a security setup that you really require, and that's something which probably the Election Commission felt might not be possible at this point in time, given the fact that you have certain sensitive states and sensitive areas. For example, you will need a great deployment in security in Bengal, you need it in the northeast region, especially Manipur, which has been on the boil for the last 1 year plus. You obviously need it in Chhattisgarh, which is of course the Naxal impacted area. So all of these things is something which the Election Commission has been doing, and the Election Commission does not take these decisions on their own, Akanksha. Whenever they do a deployment, whenever they want to do anything of that sort, they're constantly in touch with the Ministry of Home Affairs, because the security deployment, the paramilitary deployment has to be done by the Ministry of Home Affairs. But the government of the day has been saying that they would definitely like to see that election really happen. And now that the deadline is staring at us in September, we'll hopefully see several elections taking place at that point in time. So despite the criticism that is coming from the opposition parties, and rightly so, because many political parties feel that there is no need to have a governor's rule in place over there. There is no need for J&K to be made into a union territory. But that commitment that statehood will be restored has been made by none other than the Home Minister himself on the floor of the Parliament.
Right. Aman, the deadline, of course, that was given is 30th of September, and we should now expect them to take place any time before the 30th of September. Having said that, Jammu and Kashmir was also reviewed as far as the EC top brass is concerned. They held a security review there, also met the Home Ministry officials. What have your sources told you about what was deduced from that meeting?
See, the thing is, Akanksha, that Jammu and Kashmir is a bit complex state when you have to take a Lok Sabha and an assembly election together. Now, the Supreme Court has fixed a deadline of September 30th, but right now when the Election Commission team visited J&K, the forces that have been allotted for J&K is about 635 to 640 companies for the Lok Sabha election, but the assessment is that I have to do a simultaneous assembly election. We need at least 700 more companies of forces for an assembly, because number of candidates are more, number of polling booths are more, of course its state is sensitive. That kind of availability right now, as Payal was saying, is not there, because there is also force need. 900 companies are going to Bengal. There is also big deployment going to happen. We feel in Manipur, in states which are sensitive, in Chhattisgarh, in Jharkhand, the Naxal affected states. So it was not possible to deploy so many forces. The calendar is a bit complex, because soon after, if we are seeing a June 4th result, soon after that, the Amarnath Yatra begins in Kashmir. So during the Amarnath Yatra, obviously the elections can't be held, because the forces which go to J&K most probably for these Lok Sabha elections will stay back for the smooth conduct of the Amarnath Yatra. The Amarnath Yatra ends in about mid-August. So we are now hoping, and we are now maybe looking, EC may be looking at a window of between mid-August till September 30th to hold J&K assembly election. Of course, they have to be held, and last J&K assembly elections were held way back in 2014. It's been almost 10 years, and then, the statehood of the state also is a promise by the centre.
In fact, I have a political reaction to play out, but before I do that, I want to bring in Pallavi on this. Pallavi, at a time when the nation is considering one nation, one election as the next big strategy, the timing of the 2024 general election becomes equally crucial, which is why I want to ask you, what is one to make of the kind of attack we've seen coming from Omar Abdullah when he says that so much for running simultaneous elections?
Well, I mean, of course, he's the opponent, so he's going to take that dig at the government. But, as we've all been pointing out, Akansha, Jammu and Kashmir has a huge security concern, and they have been not once, but at least thrice over, if I'm not mistaken, Election Commission team has been going there. Because you also have to ensure something which Arunima also has been reporting on, that you have to ensure the safety not just of the candidate, but every voter who's going to be standing in the line. You cannot have a situation when you are pushing this narrative that things are normal, they're normalizing in Jammu and Kashmir, it's on the road to development projects coming up. And unfortunately, there is even one chook or one fall which takes place in which things go out of control, which is why I think the government doesn't want to be rushed into it. They are going to be doing the state elections, something which I think the Home Minister has made it abundantly clear on the floor of the House.
All right, let's also listen in to what Pawan Khera has to say. As we said, that political reactions are also coming in thick and fast. Let's play out Pawan Khera's reaction.
The election dates are announced. My first question to you is, how ready is Congress and the India Alliance? 17th, tomorrow, the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra is coming to end. How confident are you and the Alliance?
For an election, there are two things that are required. One is the narrative, the issues with which you go to an election, and the other is the resources. As far as the narrative and the issues are concerned, we are more than ready. We are definitely more ready than the BJP, because they are on the defensive, they are on the back foot. We are asking the right questions. We have the right answers also. We are also talking about our vision for the farmers, for the youth, for the women, for different categories of the society. As far as resources are concerned, you know what they are doing to us. They've frozen our accounts. It's a very, it's not a level playing field at all. Yet we'll fight this election with absolute confidence, and we are absolutely confident that we'll form the government.
With just the announcement, we are seeing the Prime Minister is already hitting out at the opposition, especially calling it India Alliance, and also saying that they only believe in dividing the society. Also, they have no issues. They just believe in abusing the BJP and the Prime Minister.
For a man who's been the Prime Minister for 10 years, what he should be talking about are his achievements in the last 10 years. If he is not able to talk about his achievements and he's attacking the opposition, it shows.
All right, going by the political reactions, well, the fight has just begun, and going by what Prime Minister Modi had to say, this is going to be the grand festival of democracy. And that brings me to the end of this discussion. Many thanks to Aman, Pallavi, Payal and Arunima for joining in. And with that, it's a quick wrap from my end. Thank you so much for watching Battle for Bharat.
Coming to the general elections to the Lok Sabha, जो विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार है, सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार, biggest, 543 parliamentary constituencies, of which 84 are reserved for SCs and 47 are reserved for STs. तो इस 543 parliamentary constituencies के महात्योहार में शेड्यूल बताने से पहले सभी वोटर्स का फिर से हाथ जोड़ के आग्रह, अनुरोध, गुजारिश that please join for the voting. Come on the day of voting. छुट्टी मनाने ना जाएं, जरूर आ जाएं. Schedule of the Lok Sabha poll, phase 1. We'll do it in 7 phases, as was done last time. 7 phases. Phase 1 will start from 20th March notification, 5 days from now. And last date of withdrawal would be 30th March and date of poll would be 19th of April. इसमें फेज 1 का शेड्यूल एक दिन से हमें 2 बार करना पड़ रहा है, फिर बिहार के लिए वहां एक फेस्टिवल है, तो नोटिफिकेशन की डेट सेम है, लेकिन बस लास्ट डेट ऑफ विड्रॉल हमें 30 मार्च की जगह 2 अप्रैल सिर्फ बिहार के फर्स्ट फेज के लिए करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि वहां त्योहार है. और 19 अप्रैल को यहां वोटिंग होगी और पूरी कंट्री में 4 जून को काउंटिंग होगी. सो फेज 1 दिस विल लुक लाइक दिस. ये मैप भी हम आपको प्रोवाइड कर देंगे. अभी ये जो येलो पोर्शन है ये ऐसा दिखाई देगा. तो इसमें जो फेज 1 का जो मैप है, इसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट, नीचे तमिलनाडु, राजस्थान, सेंटर में छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड, और ऊपर में जम्मू कश्मीर की 1 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी. ये येलो फर्स्ट फेज का आपके सामने में मैप है. सेकंड फेज और फर्स्ट फेज में 21 स्टेट्स जाएंगी पोल में. सेकंड फेज notification will start on 28th of March and date of poll will be 26th of April. Similarly here in case of J&K, because of the some holiday, the date of one day would be different, date of security of nomination would be different, but date of gazette notification or date of poll would be common. Phase 1 में 21 राज्य पोलिंग में जाएंगे और
everyone, thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. You're watching CNN News 18's rolling coverage that will continue through this evening on the big day today, where the Election Commission has announced the next 2024 general election schedule. The biggest political battle is upon us. The dates for the Lok Sabha elections have been announced, and like 2019, no surprises this time around as well. Polling will be done in 7 phases across the country, with the first phase being the largest one, or with the maximum constituencies. On April 19 is the first phase, that's the kickstart of the general elections. 102 constituencies going to polls on that day, and then result day is the Super Tuesday on June 4. So this election and voting and result is being held over a period of 44 days, which is the longest since 2004. Political parties are already reacting to the poll announcement. Prime Minister Narendra Modi took to social media saying the biggest festival of democracy is here. Election Commission has announced the days. We, the BJP NDA, he says, are fully prepared for elections. We're going to the people on the basis of a track record of good governance and service delivery across sectors. Congress and Aam Aadmi Party have also welcomed the announcement of the date. They're also exuding confidence, saying the AAP and the INDA bloc is ready for this battle. So let me just break down. As far as the election dates are concerned, we'll of course get you more of the nitty-gritties of exactly when you could be polling in your constituency or city. But take a look at these big numbers. April 19, phase 1, the biggest one, 102 seats. April 26, phase 2, 89 seats. May 7, 13, 20, 25 are the next 4 phases, 3, 4, 5, 6. And of course, you've got one final phase in June as well, June the 1st. The final phase, the 7th phase with 57 seats. Generally, the elections get over by the first 20 days of May, and then towards the last 10 days, the government is announced and formed. But this time around, the schedule is running a little bit later. So June 4 is the verdict day. Already the announcement has come a week later, so naturally the entire process has been shift post as well. I want to go across to our magic wall now as well, and let me show you a little bit of the breakup of exactly how the elections are going to pan out. So this is phase 1, mind you, of 2019. So this is the map that I have with me of 2024 as announced by the Election Commission. So you can see these regions went to poll in phase 1 in 2019, and there's a slight change here. Uttarakhand, parts of Rajasthan are going to polls in this phase currently. Rajasthan did not go to polls in the first phase last time around. There are still some areas of Kashmir going to polls, but not these areas that was there last time around. Yes, most of Northeast is still part of phase 1. Sikkim, Meghalaya, you've got Arunachal Pradesh, parts of Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram, Tripura. So they were there last time around too. Uttarakhand, some parts of upper western UP will be there, but they're not, but different seats. Rajasthan, almost half of it is going to polls this time around in phase 1. There are portions of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh going to polls today. But now I come to the big difference. As far as phase 1 this time around is concerned, all of Tamil Nadu is voting in phase 1. So TN is voting in the first phase this time around, while last time around you had Andhra Pradesh and Telangana voting in phase 1. So that's the big difference, and it seems like it is a big difference indeed. So Tamil Nadu generally goes to polls in one phase. This time it's going to polls in the first phase itself. Let me go across to the other filter now, which is phase 2. Okay, so Tamil Nadu went to polls last time around in phase 2, this time in phase 1. Phase 2 this time around has the other half of Rajasthan, lower half of Rajasthan. This was phase 1, this was phase 2. You've got, instead of Tamil Nadu now, Andhra Pradesh, instead of Tamil Nadu, you've got parts of Karnataka, the same as this one, and Kerala going to polls in phase 2 this time around. So there's a little bit of mix-up as far as, or a difference as far as South India is concerned. You've got parts of Maharashtra, because Maharashtra has 5-phase polling, parts of MP and others also going to polls, but I'm not mentioning them. There are multi-phase polling for some of these states, but I think a lot of interest in South India. So Kerala is going to polls in the second phase this time around. It wasn't the case last time around. Let's quickly go across to phase 3 as well. Remember, there are UP, Bihar, West Bengal that are going to polls in all 7 phases. So I'm not going to be mentioning them. Phase 3, Gujarat is the same as last time around. It went to polls in phase 3 last time around as well. You've got parts of Maharashtra, you've got parts of Karnataka, same as last time around. You've got some parts of Chhattisgarh, same as last time around, and there are some parts of MP going to polls as well. So this is not much difference as far as phase 3 is concerned. Very quickly, let's go across to phase 4 as well. Alright, phase 4 last time was 71 seats. This time I think it's about 50-60 seats. Phase 4 2019. What is the phase 4 this time around? So we've got Andhra and Telangana going to polls in phase 4. Some parts of UP and some parts of MP, Maharashtra. So that is it. The big one being AP and Telangana going to polls in phase 4. Phase 5 is going to be many different parts of UP, Odisha, West Bengal, Bihar and others. So I'm not going to go through that. It's not much of a difference. There was no major one state going to polls last time around. So I'll quickly go across to phase 6. Alright, phase 6 is Haryana and Delhi. Same as last time around. You had Haryana and Delhi go to polls last time around. These are the big single phase states or union territories going to polls in phase 6. Parts of West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, etc. So not going across to that. And very quickly, let's also see phase 7. Alright, not much difference as far as phase 7 is concerned either, because last time around also you had Punjab and Himachal go to polls in these phases, plus of course parts of UP, Bihar, West Bengal and others that have multi-phase polling. As I mentioned, UP, Bihar and West Bengal have polling in all 7 phases. Some states have 5, some states have 4 polling dates and some states have 3. So this is the big takeaway. So I think, as I mentioned earlier, the big difference that is emerging is that Tamil Nadu is going to polls first instead of the second, as was the case last time around. Let me go across to my colleague Aman as well, who's joining us in our studios. But before that, let me just quickly toss through the CEC. Rajiv Kumar speaking to the media earlier today, some of the highlights from his press conference where he announced the dates today.
Schedule of the Lok Sabha poll, phase 1. We'll do it in 7 phases, as was done last time. 7 phases. Phase 1 will start from 20th March notification, 5 days from now. And last date of withdrawal would be 30th March and date of poll would be 19th of April. इसमें फेज 1 का शेड्यूल एक दिन से हमें 2 बार करना पड़ रहा है, फिर बिहार के लिए वहां एक फेस्टिवल है, तो नोटिफिकेशन की डेट सेम है, लेकिन बस लास्ट डेट ऑफ विड्रॉल हमें 30 मार्च की जगह 2 अप्रैल सिर्फ बिहार की फर्स्ट फेज के लिए करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि वहां त्योहार हैं. Second phase notification will start on 28th of March and date of poll will be 26th of April. Similarly here, in case of J&K, because of the some holiday, the date of one day would be different, date of security of nomination would be different, but date of gazette notification or date of poll would be common. Phase 1 में 21 राज्य पोलिंग में जाएंगे और फेज 2 में उसमें से और राज्य जुड़ जाएंगे. Phase 3 would be from 12th of April and date of poll will be 7th of May. इसमें भी टोटल 12 स्टेट्स उस समय में जा रही होंगी और इस फेज में 3 नए राज्य में चुनाव शुरू होगा. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह से दिखाई देगा. राजस्थान हम कवर कर चुके होंगे, तमिलनाडु कवर कर चुके होंगे, केरला कवर कर चुके होंगे, गुजरात इसमें कवर कर लेंगे, नॉर्थ ईस्ट पूरा कवर कर चुके होंगे और हम नए राज्यों को मिला के 3 इसमें नए राज्य भी जुड़ेंगे. 4th फेज में 18th अप्रैल को गजट नोटिफिकेशन होगा और डेट ऑफ पोलिंग वुड बी 13th of May. Date of counting in the entire country would be 4th of June for all by-elections, for the assembly elections, for the parliamentary elections. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा. इस समय तक हम इसमें तेलंगाना, आंध्रा, उड़ीसा would start and by that time, other than that, entire South India would be complete, entire Western India would be complete, Northeast would be complete. 5th phase 26 अप्रैल से शुरू होगी और 20 मई तक चलेगी. 20 मई तक डेट ऑफ पोल होगी, बीच में नॉमिनेशन, स्क्रूटनी और विड्रॉल की डेट्स रहेंगी. काउंटिंग ऑफ कोर्स इज 4th of June. It will look like this, which is in front of you, and phase 5 में 49 constituencies will be going to the poll. Phase 6th में 57 constituencies will go to the poll, starting from the Gazette notification on 29th of April and finishing on 25th of May 2024. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा कि मोस्टली यूपी, बिहार, बंगाल, उड़ीसा और साथ में कुछ नॉर्थ का पोर्शन चालू रहेगा. लास्ट फेज, 7th phase, notification will be on 7th of May and polling on 1st of June. Last polling would be on 1st of June and counting on 4th. And इस फेज में पूरा पंजाब, हरियाणा भी शामिल रहेगा, बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा.
All right, let's also go across to my colleague, National Affairs Editor Aman Sharma is joining us. I also have guests Siddharth Yadav, spokesperson of the BJP, Ikram Sandhu from the Congress Party, our experts Nistula Hebar, political editor at The Hindu, and Sumant C. Raman, author and political analyst, also joining us. In fact, Sumant, why don't I begin with you? Tamil Nadu went to the polls in the second phase last time around. This time around, it's going to polls in the first phase. Any comments on that?
I think that, Shivani, this was sort of anticipated. I hate to say this, but the Prime Minister has been campaigning a lot in Tamil Nadu over the last couple of weeks. And there was generally a feeling that Tamil Nadu would probably be going to polls early.
But phase 1 to phase 2 is not that big a difference, is it?
See, look, the thing is that Tamil Nadu last time, though we were phase 2, the polls actually started earlier. So actually the polling was on April 18th in 2019. This time it is on April 19th. It's actually one day later, even though this is phase 1. The basic point is that I don't think it makes a big difference whether we are in phase 1 or phase 2. It does make a difference if we are between, say, phase 1 and phase 4. But between phase 1 and phase 2 is just about a week's gap, and I don't see that as a major issue. In Tamil Nadu, that will lead to a bit of urgency because nominations, the notification will come in 3 days. So, parties have to buck up and get their act together because some of the alliances are not fixed even,
But would the opposition see this as some sort of a way to boost the BJP's campaign?
Look, I think that there are certain things which I don't understand in this scheduling, and one is 5-phase elections in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is not known to be a problematic state from the law and order perspective. In fact, many have also remarked on where is the necessity to have a 5-phase elections in Maharashtra. At the most it could have been a 2-phase elections there. So that seems to be a little strange. See, UP, Bengal, we know, UP
Bengal, Bihar, they're going in 7 phases.
Bengal, Bihar.
I'll come to all of them in bit by bit, but let's talk about Tamil Nadu. Aman, how do you see that? Because this is a big focus area for the BJP this time around.
When Tamil Nadu is polling in phase 1, Shivani, and Kerala is polling in phase 2.
Yes.
So the two big southern states where the BJP has serious ambitions to open its account, our opinion poll said that the NDA could win 5 seats in Tamil Nadu, 2 seats in Kerala. These 2 states are polling in the first 2 phases. So that is very important. Besides that, I think a marathon election, so a 44-day long election, if we also count the result dates, about 47 days, that is pretty long, about 5 to 6 days more than the last election period. So that is where we are only getting the results on June the 4th. The interesting points I found, as the panelist here was saying, Maharashtra last time polled in 4 phases. This time it is polling in 5 phases. Rest of things, there doesn't much change much. Tripura and Manipur only polled in 1 phase. This time obviously they're polling in 2 phases because Manipur has seen unrest. What I found interesting in this is that UP, Bihar, West Bengal, polling still in 7 phases like the last time, but obviously the West Bengal has more focus this time because of the violence which had erupted there in Sandesh Kali, and the EC team went there. It also raised concerns. The big question, of course, is J&K. why no state assembly elections being held alongside the Lok Sabha elections in J&K, which the likes of Omar Abdullah and other J&K parties now criticizing. I think the election commission has gone by the availability of forces. What I am told is that about 635 companies are being given to J&K for a Lok Sabha election, but if an assembly election also had to be held simultaneously, 700 more companies would need to have been sent. That would have been not possible because 900 companies are already going to West Bengal.
Okay, let me also open this up to our political representative, Siddharth Yadav. 7 phases, there is some unrest already emerging as far as the opposition is concerned. Yes, it was 7 phases last time around as well, but they're not very happy with the fact that it's a protracted exercise already delayed by a week and 7 phases yet again. Particularly in states like West Bengal, there was a demand before the announcement was made already that it should be lesser phases because it helps the BJP somehow.
I feel, having this kind of a reaction has now become a fashion for the opposition party, because be it anything that is introduced, anything that is announced, opposition party just has to come out and do nitpicking on things that don't even exist. The election commission has very vividly thought about the election process. The election commissioner has also given a very detailed press conference and has also laid out the entire plan and roadmaps of how we are going to hold the biggest festival of democracy that happens in the world. The highest numbers of voters are going to go to polls. We need to ensure a lot of things as citizens of this country so that the polls happen in a manner that we can celebrate our democracy. Even in this, if the opposition party has to come out and now say why this, why that 1 week later, I still remember the first government in 2014 was formed on 26th of May. The oath was taken then. The second was taken on 30th of May. Now the results are coming on the 4th, so the oath will take around another week later. There's nothing new in this. Seven phases of polls were there earlier. 7 phases of polls are there now. A lot of things have to be thought through, and then such decisions have to be taken. A large deployment of forces, the climate has to be taken into consideration, the distance between the polling states, all of that has to be thought through. I think it is now time that everybody, and definitely on such occasions, everybody, all political parties and leaders should come together. And they should say that we are heading towards the festival of our democracy. Let's all unite together so that we can have a good election, so that the voters can decide whom to vote for. Everybody can go and present their views.
Okay, so is there some needless nitpicking, Ikram, and needless criticism going on as far as these dates are concerned? Sumant, I'll come to you. Let Ikram also have a say.
There's not needless criticism. We have to be very sure about it. The more protected the election will be, the party with the bigger pockets, the deeper pockets, does have an advantage there. And this is something which we cannot actually unsee. It is there, it is for everybody to see. And the election is also held in such a way that it helps the party in power.
Like how? No, Ikram, you have to quantify that statement.
In the sense that if I'm just talking about UP, who are their star campaigners? I can see Mr. Modi is their star campaigner. Now, if you concise the election in UP and you have it in one phase, he can only be at so many places at a time to campaign. So we have seen in UP that the carpet bombing starts from one side. So they will start from Western UP. So there will be 10 or 15 constituency. He'll be carpet bombing. Then they'll move to.
But that's the same for everyone, no, Ikram?
I'm telling you. So therefore, somebody with deeper pockets does not have a disproportionate advantage. I'm not saying that this is the end all of the election process, but it does give you an incremental advantage, and that is what we are talking about.
How many phases were there, Raman, for UP last time around?
Same.
It was same, 7 phases.
I totally agree. What I am trying to say here is that it does not give a disproportionate advantage to them. It is not that just because of this, the things will fall by the wayside for everybody else. No, but it does give them an incremental advantage, and that is tough, And as the Prime Minister, because of his security consideration, the way he has to travel, Indian Air Force taking care of his security, for his travel, it is easier for him to travel more all over the country rather than a leader from the opposition.
Big picture, is this what the opposition should be focusing on? Who's taking care of the Prime Minister's travel versus other things?
It is incremental. It is
Okay,
not
okay.
the
So
end all
otherwise,
of the election.
okay, forget about that incremental thing. Other than that, you have to be prepared. It's time to be prepared now for the Congress, especially. The Congress hasn't really announced a lot of its candidates either. We are hearing murmurs that some of the big names don't even want to contest.
Well, that might be a perception that you have. We have already come out with 2 lists. By day after tomorrow, the 3rd list will be coming out. And since the election is protracted, it is over phases. The last phase will actually go into election in June. So there is still enough time to announce candidates for Punjab or for Haryana, which go to election in the 6th and 7th phase. So don't worry. But before the process starts for every phase, our candidates will be.
Can I also invite Nistula for her opening comments? So Nistula, the big difference is in fact in southern states as far as the scheduling is concerned. Tamil Nadu in phase 1, not 2. Kerala in phase 2 has been brought up. AP and Telangana polled in phase 1 last time around. They're polling in phase 4 this time around. I don't know if you can read much into this, but your thoughts?
No, I actually don't. I would like to say, Shivani, that, this famous Instagram catchphrase, same but different. That is what encapsulates this particular election, because we're already, a lot of people are going into these polls, yawning, saying that, okay, it looks very one-sided, etc. But in terms of Indian politics, this is an extremely significant election, because this would be the first time since Pandit Nehru's time that a Prime Minister would be going in seeking a 3rd term, and this is a Prime Minister who had a bigger majority when he was voted back in 2019, and he also comes in riding on a very fundamental shift, ideological shift and political shift that has taken place under his regime. So this is actually a very significant election. As far as scheduling, etc. is concerned, the EC always has to keep in mind movement of forces, etc. AP and West Bengal were the 2 states which saw poll-related violence the last time around. In UP, the problem is, vulnerability is about Bahubalis, preventing, say, some caste groups trying to prevent more vulnerable caste groups from reaching the polling stations. In states in the south, money and tracking it is the more vulnerable point. So I'm sure that whatever assessments that have been made, they have been made on the basis of these, fundamentally challenging sort of
but I was thinking, Nistula, I was thinking one of the big things that, the BJP, for example, likes to talk about in Uttar Pradesh is how law and order has improved so much. There's been a crackdown on Bahubalis, there's been a crackdown on land mafia dons, etc., the infamous dons of UP, etc.
No, that can well be, can well be the situation, Shivani, but when you do a vulnerability mapping, which the Election Commission always does, before any election of particular areas, it's never money which is the big issue in the northern states. In Bihar, UP, and Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, the caste hierarchies are reinforced. I'm not talking about crime. I'm also talking about caste dadas, And
I understand, but my larger point was that
some other village, people being prevented from voting.
Was UP going to polls in 7 phases purely by its size and number of constituencies alone, or was there a law and order situation mixed into that? And if it was mixed into that, shouldn't UP be polling in lesser phases now?
Shivani. No, you have to. No. It's not a law and order per se situation. This is a sociological situation which creates certain amount of vulnerabilities in the voters, among the voters. All right. So there would be probably no violence, but there would be intimidation. So to prevent voter intimidation, what do you require? You break up the election into phases. You have deployment of forces so that people feel safe about going out and voting. So there are other kinds of vulnerabilities, like in the south. There is movement of money. I remember in Tamil Nadu once there was a movement of money in an ambulance, and who has not? I mean, you ask Aman, whenever we travel for elections, we're always stopped on highways. Our cars are also checked. Random cars are chosen by the forces to be checked because money movement is happening. Of course, we show our press cards and we are given a free pass, but this happens.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think the EC was asked a question particularly about this as well. How they're going to tackle the money problem, the money power, money muscle problem, especially in southern states. Sumant, I have to slip into a very short break, but very quickly, you wanted to add.
Yeah, two quick points. If the situation is so much better on the law and order front in the states of UP and Bihar. Overall, we moved from 30, 38, 39 days to 44 days without counting the counting period as well. So it's actually 6 days additional, right? And as the gentleman said,
no, it's 5 days additional. It's 5 days additional.
Okay, 5 days. 5 days.
Yeah.
Okay, 5 days
No.
polling additional.
No, he is confusing law and order with a sociological issue that is happening there.
One moment.
This is not fair. It is not a question related to law and order. It's about voter intimidation through society and civil society. It's nothing to do with law and order there.
Okay. To law and order. Voter intimidation is directly a law and order issue. Intimidation is a law and order problem. What else is it? What is sociological about intimidating people and threatening them? One quick point.
Of course it is sociological. It
Shivani,
arises from the
quick point.
structure of the society. What are you saying?
1 minute. Jammu and Kashmir, the gentleman says, requires, we are told that the situation has come to near normalcy in Jammu and Kashmir. There's been a dramatic improvement. And the gentleman says 600 companies are needed, and we need additional 700 companies to conduct a election in what is a union territory now. That doesn't add up, right?
There are historical issues there, and Aman would like to add. Why is there such a big security concern still in Jammu and Kashmir if it is a Naya Kashmir?
Well, to first come to Nistula's point on UP. UP, as Nistula is correctly saying, there are issues, but the biggest issue in UP is the sheer size of the state. There are 23 crore people in UP, nearly 13 to 14 crore voters, 80 seats, so many election booths. Obviously, you need security at each and every booth, so it's not possible to poll a big state like UP or a big state like Bihar with huge population in a couple of phases. It's not happened in the recent past.
Not couple, but does it need 7 phases, both Bihar and UP?
Yeah, that has been the model, because also the forces, Shivani, need to move from one area to area. So you have a particular availability of forces, they move in. That is the reason. JNK, when it comes to, obviously it's contentious, because when we, as the gentleman there, Sumanji was just saying, that the claim of the government has been that everything is perfect in JNK, normalcy has returned to JNK. So obviously when the election commission went to JNK, all the political parties of Kashmir told this to the election commission, that the government is saying everything is normal. There has been a rally of the Prime Minister in Srinagar, then why please conduct the elections alongside the Lok Sabha elections. But I think the force requirement in JN Kashmir is a because doing a JNK state election with 700 companies, when you are already giving 3,400 companies across the country, there's a situation in Manipur, the Naxal affected states of Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand are there, you have UP, you have Bihar, you have the southern states. So obviously there is and the Supreme Court deadline is September 30th. I think after the Amarnath Yatra is over, the government would be looking at that window to conduct
bottom line is, as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, they've got a deadline till end of September. They've got to do it in that time frame. If they don't do it, then questions can be asked. I don't think somebody can hold a gun to the election commission's head and say, oh no, because there was speculation it could happen with general elections, and if it doesn't, then there is a problem. I think we need to reframe the way we are looking at the Jammu and Kashmir situation. But I have to slip into a very short break. I request our guests to stay with us. Remember, there are a lot of states, 4 states that are going to polls together with the general elections. We'll talk about them plus other factors in just a bit. We've also got a lot of reactions coming in, flowing in from various political parties. Let's listen into a couple of them as we go into a break.
Is saying that law and order has collapsed. I think Mr. Modi has forgotten that.
Constituency, who will be the candidate for the Kolkata?
That you should ask the PCC president, Mr.
उसमें से और राज्य जुड़ जाएंगे. सो दिस इज द मैप विच वुड बी फेज 2, जिसमें हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में काफी जगह चुनाव को कंप्लीट करते हुए, तमिलनाडु में कंप्लीट करते हुए, सेकेंड फेज में राजस्थान को भी कंप्लीट करेंगे. फेज 3 वुड बी फ्रॉम 12th of April एंड डेट ऑफ पोल विल बी 7th of May. इसमें भी टोटल 12 स्टेट्स उस समय में जा रही होंगी, और इस फेज में 3 नए राज्य में चुनाव शुरू होगा. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह से दिखाई देगा। राजस्थान हम कवर कर चुके होंगे, तमिलनाडु कवर कर चुके होंगे, केरला कवर कर चुके होंगे, गुजरात इसमें कवर कर लेंगे, नॉर्थ ईस्ट पूरा कवर कर चुके होंगे और हम नए राज्यों को मिला के 3 इसमें नए राज्य भी जुड़ेंगे। 4th फेज में 18 अप्रैल को गजट नोटिफिकेशन होगा और डेट ऑफ पोलिंग वुड बी 13 मई। Date of counting in the entire country would be 4th June for all by-elections, for the assembly elections, for the parliamentary elections. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा। इस समय तक हम इसमें तेलंगाना, आंध्रा, उड़ीसा would start, and by that time, other than that, entire South India would be complete, entire Western India would be complete, Northeast would be complete. और 5th phase 26 अप्रैल से शुरू होगी और 20 मई तक चलेगी। 20 मई तक डेट ऑफ पोल होगी, बीच में नॉमिनेशन, स्क्रूटनी और विड्रॉल की डेट्स रहेंगी। काउंटिंग ऑफ कोर्स इज 4th June. It will look like this, which is in front of you, and phase 5 में 49 constituencies will be going to the poll. Phase 6th में 57 constituencies will go to the poll, starting from the gazette notification on 29th April and finishing on 25th May 2024. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा कि मोस्टली
Now, one of the other big things that came up, particularly in the Q&A part of the Election Commission's press conference, was the questions that are raised on the EVMs. Opposition leaders, even till this day, have been raising questions over the alleged misuse or hacking of the electronic voting machines. They've been accusing the centre, particularly, or the BJP and power in the centre, of manipulating EVMs, demanding corrective measures. Now, the EC was asked, or the CEC was asked these questions after announcing the dates, and he said that High Court and Supreme Court have heard on challenges on EVMs, but every time courts have rejected it. Listen to more of what CEC Rajiv Kumar said.
40 बार लगभग इस देश की संवैधानिक कोर्ट्स, हाई कोर्ट्स एंड सुप्रीम कोर्ट्स ईवीएम के ऊपर में जितनी चुनौतियां हुई हैं उनको देख चुकी हैं। चुनौतियां किस प्रकार की हुई? ये हैक हो सकती है, चोरी हो जाती है, 19 लाख मिसिंग हैं, इसमें दिखाई नहीं देता है, ये कंप्यूटर से खराब हो जाती है, रिजल्ट्स बदल सकता है, मैनिपुलेट हो सकता है। हर बार संवैधानिक कोर्ट्स ने इसको रिजेक्ट किया है। देयर आर मेनी स्मॉलर पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज विच in the age of the ballot papers might have not come into the existence. It was the fairness and the political parties know in the heart of their hearts. सबको सब EVMs का 3-3 बार मॉक पोल होता है, कैंडिडेट्स के सामने में होता है।
In fact, the Chief Election Commissioner gave a very detailed response on EVMs, and you know, a little bit of his frustration was very evident, Ikram. Is it time that this whole EVM bahana, as we used to call it, just any questions on EVMs really need to stop, particularly from the Congress party and its leaders or those allied with the Congress party, because you've just won, you know, 2 big state elections.
Shivani ji, I'll just like to remind you that Mr. Modi, when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, you can run his news bites of what he used to talk about the EVMs. So don't just put it on the Congress. Anything, there's a dictum that says that Caesar's wife has to be above suspicion. So therefore, as far as EVMs are concerned, the only thing we are asking for is yes, there is a road that we have traversed on. The number of VVPAT counting should increase. Today, it is between 5 to 10% of the VVPATs that are counted on all the machines that are polled. Why can't it be increased to at least 25%? Once you have a figure like 25% where every 4th machine, the VVPAT is counted, and as we know that it is done where anybody can select the machines, all the polling agents are there. Out of the 100 machines, today 5 to 10 machines are selected. If those 25 can be selected and then VVPAT completely correlates with what your EVMs are saying, people will not even talk about it. Otherwise, there is always that suspicion. It was on the basis of suspicion that Ma Sita had to be was banished by Lord Ram. So if you can question Lord Ram on it, that why on a suspicion did he banish Mata Sita? But it happened. If it can happen with the gods, we are just human beings. So if we have a suspicion about something that might go wrong, I believe it is for the powers to be to assuage
But that's
that
exactly
thing.
what the election commissioner said. He said, the CEC, you've gone to courts, the courts have rubbished it. He even went that now courts have started imposing penalties on those who go to courts raising these questions. None of these cases have actually ever been proven to the extent where, you can say, okay, there was a problem as far as the EVM is concerned. Yes, you could always increase and improve the system, but will that ensure that the suspicion, quote unquote, goes? Let me give Siddharth an opportunity.
Just give me 1 minute. Just 1 minute, and I'll just like to finish on this. That is what, for the last 8 months, we have been trying to meet the election commission. They are not giving us an appointment. And what we are talking about is just more sunlight to
your demand is the VVPAT demand, right?
VVPAT should be counted more.
But will you accept that the hacking thing is bogus?
How can I say that? I'm not an expert. People say it can be hacked.
But experts have said the EVMs cannot be hacked.
Mr. Modi, as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, used to say that all developed countries do their voting only through the ballot paper.
Please don't tell me you go by everything Mr. Narendra Modi says.
So
you should have conviction of your own in what you're saying.
I know Mr. Narendra Modi doesn't take question. He will not even take your question.
Okay.
But you can
let Siddharth come in. Let's Siddharth
respond.
One point, Shivani, one point.
Siddharth, Sumant, I'll come to you. Siddharth.
Shivani, first of all, you want to raise some questions, you have some doubts, raise it in the manner which shows at least that those are genuine doubts and not just your political propaganda. You don't want to go to the election commission. You want to hold press conferences. You will call your experts from either from abroad or from India, your leaders who will just sit down with some boxes and say, no, these all EVMs are hacked, everything's hacked. In the elections where we are winning, they are not hacked. But elections where BJP is winning or other parties are winning, definitely they are hacked. If you want to create this kind of a narrative and want to, mellow down or bring down the confidence of the voters and citizens of this country, I think it is derogatory and I think it is an attack on the democracy of this country. You want to undermine the institutions of this country and you want to undermine the confidence of the citizens by saying you are going there to vote, but your vote is not genuine. It is wrong. You went to the courts have rubbished all your claims. 40 times, the election commissioner told today, 40 times the courts have investigated this and the constitutional courts of our country. And then they have said that all your claims are false, but still you are not stopping. What is making you do all of this? You should at least, after the constitutional courts decide, you should come down and sit down and say, fine, these were our claims. We went to the court has assessed everything. We tried to prove, we couldn't prove. Now this chapter is settled. Now we'll say, demand something more for a fair, free election.
Okay. Ikram, very quickly finish. I have to go to others as well. Ikram, 10-15 seconds.
Yes. Siddharth,
which must be taken very seriously.
आपने मोदी जी को ये सारे तगमे दे दिए कि he doesn't believe in the institution, he doesn't believe in the process because he was also against the EVMs. Period on that. Number two, another issue that had come up earlier where we said that the elections in J&K cannot be held together for the Assembly and the Lok Sabha. Now, Shivani ji, just 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point.
2 days ago, a jumla came out that we will have one nation, one election. तो 2029 में ये सीआरपीएफ की कंपनीज कहां से पैदा हो जाएंगी कि आप J&K के अंदर लोकसभा और विधानसभा की इलेक्शंस इकट्ठी करा दोगे? आपको तो 28 स्टेट्स और 8 यूनियन टेरिटरीज में इलेक्शन इकट्ठी करानी है. If you can't do it for one state today and you say I need another 700 companies, how are you going to do it in 2029 when you say that you will have a pan-India?
I'll come to one nation, one poll in just a bit. We were on EVMs.
That just shows that there is what they say, what they preach and what they practice is totally different.
Sumant, very quickly. Limited time, gentlemen.
No, Shivani, 2 minutes. 1 minute, I don't have Sumant. Yeah. 1 minute.
the first doubt on EVMs was raised by Mr. Lal Krishna Advani, who went and met the then election commissioner, Mr. JVL Narasimha Rao, now Rajya Sabha member of the Bharatiya Janata Party, wrote a book on this whole thing. So let's not get into who raised doubts. Now forget about the part. There are two major issues here. One, the number of votes polled must tally with the number of votes counted. It does not. And this is a fundamental issue. There has been a case in one election where there was a 15,000 vote difference between the number of votes polled and the number of votes counted. So there is this form 17C which must be published. Why? What is the problem? The returning officer or the poll says that so many votes have been polled in this constituency. This data is not put out. Only the form 20 data of how many votes were counted is known. So does the number of votes polled tally with the number of votes counted?
Okay,
now that is a fundamental thing. So why is it that these things can't be done? I mean, look, this data is available, but to say that I will not tell you the number of votes polled.
This data is also available to everybody, sir. How do you get to know the voter turnout if you don't know how many people went to vote?
1 minute, sir. 1 minute, sir. The RTI is actually has been tried multiple times to get this data from the Election Commission about votes polled versus votes counted. Now
Sir,
that
I'm
should
asking,
tally.
how do the voters, how do the citizens get to know what was the voter turnout?
Sir, that turnout is issued by the Election Commission. Do you please show me the form 17C for any constituency?
Exactly, sir. How many people voted is told by the Election Commission. Why would you sit here and lie?
Please show me the form where it says this number of people have voted in this constituency. Please show me. If you show me, I am willing to apologize. I am willing to apologize. I am willing to say I am wrong.
My goodness. Where is it
Sir,
not?
Sir, please tell me where I can find it. You are on national television. Tell me where I can find this data. Please tell me. Number of votes polled in this constituency is so much.
You can find it on the Election Commission website. The voter turnout is also always published. It's told very publicly.
I think you're asking by polling booth, right? One second. Let's not go around in circles. Sumant, are you asking polling booth wise how many votes were polled?
1 minute. Shivani, what happens is that the number of votes polled in each polling booth are recorded by the returning officer.
Yes.
And they are collated centrally at the level of the constituency. Now, the number of votes polled is actually filled in a form called 17C, and this form is actually supposed to be put out in public, but it does not happen. What you get is you get a percentage in the constituency. There has been 63.7% vote in this constituency, but you never get an exact. These were the number of votes that were polled in this constituency.
Okay, but the percentages cannot differ too much, whether it's an assembly or a Lok Sabha. You know, the differences, if you're alleging in the percentages, they're going to be every point difference in the percentages is going to reveal itself as far as the numbers are concerned. So, okay, 1 second.
I'll just take 10 seconds.
Yes, Siddharth, very quickly, I have to go to Aman and Estella.
Just 10 seconds. Shivani, every booth has a candidate's agent. Every agent knows how many people voted on every booth. If you don't have an agent, if you don't have the cadre, not our problem, sir. Everybody knows. Everybody in the agent on the polling booth gets to know how many
Fair enough.
votes
And
polled
actually,
on that booth
if the candidates and their agents raise this concern, it is taken very seriously, and then there is sometimes a revision or the returning officer responds to them as well. 1 second, Sumant, 1 second, one by one, please. You've had your say. Sumant, you got your time to make your point. Let's not go speak over each other. My point is that there is another way to look at it. Nistala, would you agree? As somebody asked, I think the CEC today, the more sunshine or the more light you shine on something, the better. Just like the EC expects this for the candidates, why not for everything that we expect from the Election Commission? Do you think there is scope to do more here, or is the rhetoric on EVMs has just gone out of hand and it's become so convenient? It comes up when you don't win, it doesn't come up when you win.
See, whatever it is, I can tell you that this is a very pernicious sort of situation that is being created. Because the voting process is at the heart of trusting a democracy, the voter has to know that, their vote has been registered freely and fairly, and the result that has come out is a reflection of people voting freely and fairly. So that particular process has to be, of course, above suspicion. When people say that, like Caesar's wife or Sita going through Agni Pariksha, the process has gone through an Agni Pariksha. Having said that, I have also felt, this is my personal opinion, I have always felt that the Election Commission could have done more in terms of a public sort of campaign to engender some confidence in the EVM process when these issues were being raised for the first time. It was some time before they organized a demonstration, etc., and they've been fighting these court cases, as the CEC said today. But there was a need from the beginning, just as they are talking about ease of voting, registering young voters, registering women voters, making sure that people get to the polling booths, etc., creating more polling booths so that it's not so far from people's thing. On EVM also, they should have shown that kind of rigor and that kind of enthusiasm. Former CEC S.Y. Qureshi just came out with a new suggestion saying they can probably increase the number of VVPAT matching.
Yes.
If that is what is needed, to dispel doubt, they should do it, because this is the most fundamental thing with regard to the
But I do have a point to make that, sometimes these suspicions have been carried forward, Aman, despite any proof. For example, hacking of an EVM. We were told there are some signals, you can hack it from any location, some remote signal, etc. All of that was bumkum, but it keeps coming up. So there is a need for the opposition also to revise some of its arguments. And just because somebody said this in 2000 or 2004 doesn't mean that, you don't revise your position, because they keep going back to BJP members doing so. But I think Ikram made a very good point about one nation, one poll. You've been following up on that. So what's the answer to the very good question he asked? How do you do one nation, one poll, even if it was to be in 2 phases, 2.5 years cycle each, dividing the country? How do you do it if you can't even do lesser phases of a general election?
Well, the answer to that is that the recommendation of the One Nation, One Election Committee of Ramnath Kovind has in fact proposed one election in 2029. The Lok Sabha, as well as
not
all
in 2 phases.
Not even 2 phases. The Lok Sabha and the state assemblies also asked for an implementation committee to come up with a plan which goes above these hurdles, obviously, of restricted the deployment of forces, forces availability, and even the issue of how many EVMs and VVPATs will be available for such a big exercise. On the brief point of EVMs, Shivani, I would like to say that yes, there is a case to increase the VVPAT percentage, but to say that EVMs are responsible for the BJP's win, I think is a bit immature than what happened in Karnataka, what happened in Himachal Pradesh, or in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. If the India Alliance does well in Tamil Nadu, so does that mean the EVMs were not manipulated in Tamil Nadu and not manipulated, for example, in Kerala? I think that debate has been set to rest.
And I don't believe that these doubts are coming from the public, quote unquote. These are not public doubts, these are purely political doubts, which are creating doubts in the mind of the public. But I've never heard people go and say that they are not sure of where their vote is going. People are very trusting of the election process. I've come to the end of this segment. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. We have to shift our attention to the other updates that we're also tracking from across the country. The big update as far as the Liquorgate probe is concerned. Remember, Kavitha was arrested last evening. The ED has been granted custody of the political leader till March 23. So that's about 7 days a week. CNN News 18 has accessed details of the remand note in which the agency has made a big revelation. Kavitha is alleged to have told Magunta Reddy that Arvind Kejriwal asked her to give 100 crores. She then asked Magunta Reddy to arrange 50 crores and other half was being arranged by her. This is as revealed in the statement of Magunta Reddy. Remember, one of the accused has been custody of the agencies for very long, since the very beginning of this Liquorgate probe. And this is what has been mentioned by the ED in their remand note. My colleague Ananya Bhatnagar is also joining us with more on this. Ananya.
Well, definitely there are various details emerging out. This investigation that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, and particularly the remand note that we have accessed at CNN News 18 very, very clearly goes on to point out that she was one of the key conspirators in this particular case. Is what the ED's allegation is. Not only this, one more thing crops up is that, it is revealed from Magunta Reddy's statement that Ms. Kavitha had met Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, and he had asked her to arrange for 100 crore rupees. And these 100 crore rupees are basically kickbacks. And out of this 100 crore, 50 crore she asked Mr. Manguta Reddy to actually arrange. And not only this, in exchange of these 100 crore rupees, they were given access to this whole liquor policy early. And in fact, favorable rules were also given to them, in fact, so that they can also attain a lot of profit. In fact, the Indo Spirits, where Arun Ramachandra Pillai was playing as a proxy to K. Kavitha, was one of the key firms when it comes to the whole liquor policy scandal, and it had received a lot of profits in the time when this liquor policy was actually implemented. And that's exactly what the allegation of the enforcement directorate is, that these were kickbacks that were paid to get a favorable liquor policy in the national capital. And this whole South lobby, of which Ms. K. Kavitha was a key conspirator, was arrested by the enforcement directorate yesterday, produced before the court today, and 7 days of police custody remand has been granted by the court. Detailed order copy is yet to be seen. It is yet awaited. But very, very clearly and categorically, the enforcement directorate submission being that she is one of the key conspirators in this particular case, and she met with Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, where a 100 crore rupee deal was cracked, where Arvind Kejriwal had asked her to pay 100 crore rupees to her to get a clear-cut access to this particular liquor policy.
Ananya, just stay with me. I want to break down what the ED remand note says. So these are allegations being made against K. Kavitha, the BRS MLC and daughter of former Chief Minister in Telangana, that K. Kavitha is one of the kingpins and beneficiaries of the scam, that she orchestrated this deal with the Delhi Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister at that time, Manish Sisodia. K. Kavitha paid them kickbacks through intermediaries. In exchange, Kavitha got early access to the policy formulation, that she has been giving false evidence during recording of statements. This is a big charge coming in from the ED, has been making unnecessary, redundant political statements during this process, that K. Kavitha destroyed evidence, is evasive in her responses. All of this has been said by the ED. Some very serious charges, not just about her role, Ananya, but also about the probe process.
Well, definitely, these are in fact serious charges that have been leveled. And what is also very, very clear is that K. Kavitha's legal team has been constantly saying before the Supreme Court that there is some kind of an interim order that was there, that was protecting Ms. K. Kavitha. But we followed those hearings before the topmost of the country. We've seen what has happened there. And Mr. ASG, S.P. Raju, who had appeared for the enforcement directorate, has only made single statement that, whenever we will summon her, we'll give her a 10-day time to actually exercise the legal remedies. Not only this, what was also very, very a key point of this particular remand note was that, she had cracked this particular deal. She was one of the key conspirators. And Arun Ramachandran Pillai, who was at the helm of Indo Spirits, which has earned the maximum profits while this policy was actually implemented and was operational. He was just a proxy person who was acting on the behest of Ms. K. Kavitha, and this was a submission made by Mr. Zohaib Hussain, wherein it was stated that he used to call her madam, and when confronted, he said that this madam was actually referring to Ms. K. Kavitha in this particular case.
All right, and I do thank you for joining us and breaking those details down. Remember, one of the aftermaths or fallouts of K. Kavitha's arrest is that all eyes are also on Arvind Kejriwal, the other chief minister that is implicated as far as this case is concerned. Moving on, the Rising Bharat Summit 2024 from News 18 Network is a showcase of India's boundless potential as well as a celebration of its significant achievements. And over the 2 days of March 19 and 20, prominent leaders, change makers will brainstorm the present and crystal gaze into the future. You can watch out for that all through March 19 and 20 across the network 18. I'll see you on the other side of a short break.
21वीं सदी भारत की सदी है। 125 करोड़ देशवासियों के परिश्रम के बल पर भारत फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी बन गया। 10 वर्षों में हमने अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था में $2 ट्रिलियन और जोड़ दिया। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है भारत पूरी दुनिया के सामने एक मिसाल बनकर के उभरेगा।
Watch PM Modi share his thoughts on Dream Sports presents News 18 Rising Bharat Summit in partnership with Hindustan Times, 19th and 20th March, only on News 18 Network.
बिहार, बंगाल, उड़ीसा और साथ में कुछ नॉर्थ का पोर्शन चालू रहेगा. लास्ट फेज, 7th phase, notification will be on 7th of May and polling on 1st of June. So last polling would be on 1st of June and counting on 4th. And इस फेज में पूरा पंजाब, हरियाणा भी शामिल रहेगा, बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा. This is how the map will look. Yellow denotes the first phase and accordingly the legends are given. We will share this map also with you, ताकि आप इसे अपने साथ रख सकें, इसके हिसाब से देख सकें. ये भी कोशिश की है हमने, और अगर पूरी फेज वाइज हम पिक्चर दें, ये भी एक अच्छी स्नैपशॉट है, जिसमें फेज 1 में 102 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज, फेज 2 में 89, फेज 3 में 94, फेज 4 में 96, 49, 57, 57. So we'll start with the 102, the largest, slowly come down and finish northeast, move up from the south and finish the western area. तो इसमें वेदर और हर चीज का ध्यान रखते हुए काफी सोचने के बाद ये शेड्यूल बनाया गया है. विद दिस, जो सिंगल पोल डेट है वो 22 स्टेट में होगी. 2 राज्य 4 बार में जाएंगे, कर्नाटका, राजस्थान, त्रिपुरा, मणिपुर. 3 फेज में 2 जाएंगे, छत्तीसगढ़ एंड असम. 4 फेज में 3 जाएंगे, उड़ीसा, मध्य प्रदेश, झारखंड. 5 फेज में 2 जाएंगे, महाराष्ट्र एंड जम्मू कश्मीर. जम्मू कश्मीर की हर पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लिए 1 फेज होगी. और 7 फेज में 3 जाएंगे, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार एंड वेस्ट बंगाल. विद दिस फ्रेंड्स, आई एंड माई एड्रेस. कमिंग टू दी जनरल इलेक्शंस टू दी लोकसभा, जो विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार है, सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार, बिगेस्ट. 543 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज, ऑफ विच
Thanks a lot for staying with us. CNN News 18's rolling coverage after the Election Commission has announced the dates for the 2024 general elections. The elections are going to begin on April 19. They're going to end on June 1, a 7-phase election. And then Super Tuesday is June 4 when the verdict is going to come out. So it's going to be taking a little bit longer than what we expected the timeline to be. But no surprises as far as the phases are concerned, 7 phases still. And West Bengal is one of the 3 states, along with Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, that is going to be casting its ballots across those 7 phases. It's not surprising really, because this has happened in the past as well, and violence continues to be a big issue as far as the state of West Bengal is concerned. But politics has erupted. TMC has claimed that doing these polls in 7 phases is against federalism. TMC has further said Bengal will give its reply to PM Modi's jumlas. That BJP has also hit back at the TMC, saying that polls were conducted in 7 phases and last time around as well, so there's nothing surprising. Let's also take a quick check, a quick reminder of the 7 dates as far as the 7 phases are concerned, and of course June 4 being the big day to watch out for. Be with us all through the election season. This is your election hub, and of course on the big day of June 4. It's a Tuesday, we're calling it a Super Tuesday when the verdict is going to be out. April 19th is the first phase. It's a Thursday. It's the longest, it's the largest phase as well with 102 seats, and a lot could be make or break as far as this phase is concerned. Tamil Nadu this time around, a key state to watch out for, is voting in the first phase. Kerala in the second phase on April 26. Single phase elections in these states. Then of course there are 4 poll dates in each week of May, and then there is one spilling over to June as well, which is June 1 of 57 seats. Let's go across to West Bengal now. I want to quickly take you through some of the phases that we saw last time around. So phase 1 was just North Bengal. This is going to be similar this time around as well. These are the 3 seats that the BJP won. 3 out of the 42, 3 out of 3 the BJP won. They actually won most of the seats in North Bengal. They did very well in this area. So very quickly, if I add phase 2 here. So like I mentioned, phase 2 was also very, very good for them. And phase 3, you had a bit of a device as far as the results are concerned. Congress is 1, TMC in 2 and BJP in 1 out of the 4 seats. So you can see just how complex the election process in West Bengal is, because you've got only like 4 or 5 seats going to polls in various phases, which is why even though the seat number is not that high as far as West Bengal is concerned, it takes a longer while. But of course, this main part of South Bengal, if I can say so, this is phase 4 last time around, 50-50 almost as far as the results of the 8 seats are concerned. This is where again the BJP will have chance to improve. Our News 18 mega opinion poll suggests that the BJP is actually increasing its tally quite a bit from the 18, which was a historic tally for them from last time around. Where can they gain? Well, these are the areas they can gain. So very quickly, I'm just taking you through to last time's phases, mind you. These are last elections phases. This is of course more towards the eastern border. The BJP did well in this pocket too. But barring that, they didn't do very well as far as southeast is concerned, and this is where they'll have to improve. But southwest they did well. This is still, like I mentioned, somewhere here they still have scope to improve, and a few seats here as well. Will the BJP manage that or not is a big question. And then of course the results as far as this is of course including Greater Kolkata region. All 5 of those seats went to the TMC, and more from the southeast region where the TMC was stronger. So these are the areas where the BJP can, will hope to improve this area basically in this mark. Whether they can do this or not is another matter. But the big state, of course, to watch out for, along with some others, will certainly be West Bengal.
शेड्यूल ऑफ द लोकसभा पोल विल डू इट इन 7 phases और पूरी कंट्री में 4 जून को काउंटिंग होगी।
So I pointed out the phase-wise distribution, the 7-phase distribution for West Bengal, and I pointed out how it was in 2019. It's effectively the same this time around as well. So not much change as far as the West Bengal polling pattern is concerned. Let me also introduce our fresh guest joining us. Aman Sharma, our National Affairs editor, continues to be with me. Shantanu Gupta, author, political analyst, joining us. Shatarupa, spokesperson, Bengal BJP, joining us. Sanjeev Srivastava, senior journalist, also with us. It's quite a compilation of all the S's today. We've got Shantanu, Shatarupa, Sanjeev, Shivani, and Dr. Shantanu Sen, MP, Rajya Sabha, TMC, will be joining us in just a bit. Aman, you're standing out, but I'll count the Sharma from your name. Right? All right. But Shatarupa, I'm coming to you first up. I don't have Dr. Shantanu Sen with me just yet, but you've heard some of the responses coming in from the TMC. They don't like the fact that you're, grouping West Bengal in 7 phases. They somehow feel, even though they're the dominant party in Bengal and recently won a huge mandate, they somehow feel this will benefit the BJP.
Shivani, first and foremost, I wish Dr. Shantanu Sen was here. At least he's tuned in to listen to my replies, because I don't like talking behind anybody's back. Now, the point is that it is the Election Commission which has declared a 7-phase election. It's got really nothing to do with us. We are equally going to participate along with the Trinamool. And like the Honorable Prime Minister has tweeted so nicely, that this is the biggest festival that the whole of the country waits for. So, firstly, I would say that the Election Commission has, very clearly laid out all his cards on the table, and they've said very clearly that the 7th phase is required mainly because of the geography and the terrain of the country, which starts right from the Himalayas down to the 3 oceans, and therefore there are certain places, many places, where because of the weather, it is not accessible at all times of the year. So they cannot have the whole country going into election in one day. That's one. And they've also said that there are certain logistical problems of the machine and the army moving, the central forces moving. But what the Election Commission did not mention, very politely I would say, was the complete collapse of law and order in West Bengal, as we have seen. You have very rightly pointed out that West Bengal is really the state to watch out for, and that's so unfortunate, because we are always watched out for, in your words, for the violence that West Bengal.
I said that also for the results that one could expect. And the News 18 mega poll is predicting some big bumper results for you.
We'll come to
that in just a bit. I'll wait for Dr. Shantanu Sen to join me before I can get into a political, back and forth. But let me go to Sanjeev.
Maybe I can just add a sentence which you can continue
Sure. He's joining us soon, I hope. So you can always speak to him directly too in just a bit.
I hope so. But then I'm sure Dr. Shantanu Sen, who's a bit unhappy these days, will be very happy to note that UP has also been included in the 7th phase.
Yes.
Because they're always, dead against, oh God, UP is this and West Bengal is that. So I'm sure they should be happy that they.
Yeah, but how can anyone compare the size of UP and West Bengal?
No, and then the Trinamool does.
And even the demography, just the size in sheer population. But yes, Sanjeev Srivastava, West Bengal, the big one to watch out for. As far as scheduling is concerned, there isn't much surprise. Barring actually some of the southern states, which we discussed a short while ago. But West Bengal, the battle in itself, what do you make of the TMC's voices somehow already, already seeming a little bit jittery? Why should they be jittery about how many number of phases or how it goes on? They're the dominant party in West Bengal.
I think BJP has, at least in terms of perception, there was a blip in the assembly elections when the BJP did not do at all well. But in perception, as the Lok Sabha election is drawing nearer, and largely also to some extent because what's happening in Sandesh Khali and all the events surrounding that place, and the kind of mood which is built up because of that there is some consolidation happening of the Hindu vote in West Bengal. And like earlier in the day, I was hearing your one of your senior editors, Pallavi, that even in the greater Calcutta region, see what was the reason that BJP was not able to make much inroads in West Bengal, especially in the assembly election, because there is a sub-nationalism in West Bengal. There is that Bhadralok culture which puts out, keeps the BJP head out, and there's no local big BJP face vis-a-vis Mamata Banerjee, and Mr. Modi, though very popular, does not strike the same kind of resonance in West Bengal as he would in some of the central and northern Indian and even western Indian states.
Okay.
But this time around, things look to be a little different. The Bhadralok also seem to be catching on the Hindutva mood, and the kind of reportage which has come out, and because of which the Muslim vote bank, which was once the core bedrock of Mamata's and TMC's and earlier left's support base, is proving to be a liability because of reverse mobilization happening place. So I'll be very interested to see as to whether this perception holds true in the results, or is it all talk in the run-up to the elections. So that is
Dr. Shantanu Sen is finally with us. MP Rajya Sabha TMC, we've been waiting for your arrival. Dr. Sen, thanks a lot for joining us. First up, we were discussing some of the noises coming in from the TMC about the scheduling itself. It's not surprising that West Bengal is going to polls in 7 phases, sir. You know the history in West Bengal as far as elections are concerned. Why is it that the TMC is raising a question over this?
If you go through the National Crime Record Bureau reporting, you will see that the law and order situation is far, far, far better in comparison to many BJP ruled states in our country. Despite being so, Trinamool Congress run West Bengal is being targeted by BJP time and again, and is absolutely another clear-cut example of political vendetta. You tell me why in 7 phases? And moreover, since independence, people of India, they have hardly seen that the Prime Minister who is going to be elected in this election, prior to the announcement of the election, he himself, along with his Home Minister, is nominating election commissioner. So how can you expect the election commission to play a neutral role?
They were always elected,
so
selected by the PM.
There will be another.
But Mr. Sen, the election commissioners were always selected by the Prime Minister earlier as well. In fact, now there is a 3-member committee. It wasn't always.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But what is the number? Prime Minister along with Home Minister. Have you ever seen this?
Along with the leader of opposition, 3 people.
Bypassing 2:1. Bypassing the Chief Justice.
Earlier it was only 1, the PM.
No. Bypassing the Chief Justice, he along with his Home Minister, and each of us, we know it very well that this newly appointed election commissioner is very close to Mr. Amit Shah.
So and what is your allegation? So one second, I want to understand. Are you saying that 7 phases means that the reputation of West Bengal is being brought down as a state with a law and order problem, or 7 phases gives BJP the advantage? Which one is it? What is the problem here?
It's a calculated move. BJP is always busy in doing anti-West Bengal activities. They are always in a mood to malign, they are always in a mood to deprive West Bengal because they cannot win over West Bengal politically. Have you ever seen since independence that before the announcement of the election, central forces are being sent to one particular state? That has happened in our case of West Bengal.
But sir, look at what has happened in West Bengal recently.
Certainly not. If you, once again I repeat, if you go through the records given by National Crime Record Bureau, you will see law and order situation is worst in the Uttar Pradesh.
Sir,
law and order
Pradesh
situation is much worse in
Interestingly,
Tripura.
before you joined us, Shatarupa mentioned how Uttar Pradesh and Bihar,
Are being run
Uttar
by
Pradesh and Bihar historically have had a crime and law and order issue, but that is not the reason why they go in 7 phases. They're still going in 7 phases, but because of the sheer size and possibly the population load that these 2 states have, West Bengal has a particular issue.
Are there in Uttar Pradesh? They are having 80 seats.
80 seats, sir, but particularly in West Bengal, there's an issue with elections. There's an issue with election campaigning, with people coming out and voting, with booth security. We've seen that play out.
It's a concocted story. It's far away from the reality.
Okay.
In 2021, the assembly poll was very much peaceful, where there was 8 phases of election. And despite having 8 phases of election, people gave a befitting reply to this Bharatiya Janata Party.
Precisely my point. The phases do not matter. It will not give an advantage to anybody. It was needed even in assembly elections.
Definitely, it will give advantage to these seasonal birds like Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah and other BJP leaders.
Okay, Shatarupa, I know you want to come in, but my colleague Aman wants to come in as well.
Instead of the
Shivani, we have to also see the history of the entire matter. Till 2014, West Bengal underwent a 5-phase election. This changed in 2019 to a 7-phase election because 2018 saw this unprecedented violence in West Bengal during the Panchayat elections. Nearly 34% of seats in the Panchayat election 2018 in Bengal went uncontested. This is the reason that led to the government doing a 7-phase election in 2019 in West Bengal. In fact, the last assembly election in West Bengal were held in 8 phases. That's also unprecedented. And now the same model as 2019 is being followed. In fact, the whole calendar for West Bengal, if you see even the phase, which seats are going in polling in which phase, is exactly the same as 2019. There is no change, and it is a situation, I think, in West Bengal that 920 companies of central paramilitary forces are being sent to West Bengal. This is the highest, even more than UP or Bihar. These many companies are also being sent because there is a serious issue the center feels, and the election commission team which went to West Bengal feels that there is a serious issue in conducting elections in a fair, free and fear-free manner. In the
We've seen it play out. I'm not sure it is fair to call it
violence has been a major reason.
Sandesh Khali may be an attack on an ED team. If I even remove that from this, we've seen election after election. Even in the assembly elections, there was violence. Maybe not as much, but there was. And let's face it, the kind of political violence the state of West Bengal has faced is not comparable anymore to any other state, not even Kerala. Maybe Kerala was that at one time. Very quickly, Shataripa, then Shantanu comes in.
Yeah, I just want to make a few statements. One, before Ramanji came in, the other gentleman, I'm sorry, I'm missing half the names because most of the screen is out of my iPad.
Sure. Sanjeev,
well, we did well in election in the assembly. I mean, I completely disagree with the fact that BJP was a washout or BJP did not do well. You know, we went from 3 MLAs to 77 MLAs. For the election that you mentioned, Lok Sabha, we have 18 MPs. So it's not that, we are not ruling West Bengal, but we are not doing badly. We are just going to take the next step higher than this.
But I think what he meant was that because of the expectations that were hyped so much for the assembly elections, even the jump that you had almost seemed like a loss. And that is why people are pointing out if the 370 plus 4 and 400 par mark, if the BJP and the NDA were to fall short of it, would it be seen as a loss almost or a moral victory for the opposition, as they often say?
It will not, Shivani. No, but actually, this is more of a counter to what Dr. Shantanu said, that it's a complete washout. Dr. Shantanu Sen again mentioned NCRB. The less said about NCRB, the better, because they don't even take the reports. I mean, police don't take the reports. The reports don't even go to NCRB. He mentioned he's very upset about the fact that the central forces are here in West Bengal so early. Well, where else would they be? Because West Bengal is the one which is reeking of violence all the time. I mean, day in and day out, you have rapes, you have violence. I mean, their people die. Their karyakartas die more. They kill each other. So forget about BJP getting killed or anything.
Okay,
and the last thing I would like to mention, just 2 more things.
Yeah.
He has mentioned that in the history of independent India, it has never happened. Well, let me please remind him that in the history of independent India, this is the first time that there is a single largest opposition party. BJP has held it, and it's the largest opposition party in the Vidhan Sabha. Migratory birds. He keeps on calling the Honorable Home Minister and the Honorable Prime Minister migratory birds. I would just like to remind him this is not his level. I mean, some junior person does this, I would agree. But Dr. Shantanu Sen is educated enough. He should remember that the capital of India has shifted in 1911. So he cannot call
let's be crisp and succinct. Shantanu.
Shivani, before making a comment on West Bengal, let me congratulate people of India for this festival of democracy. And when I see the numbers, they are appalling, like 97 crore.
What is the exact number of
Dr. Shantanu, I'm coming back to you.
Yeah, my name is also
your
Shantanu.
patience for 2 minutes. I'm coming back for you.
He got confused with the name Shantanu.
Yeah.
So I think I want to congratulate people of India for this festival of democracy. 97 crore voters, 10.5 lakh booths, 1.5 crore personal managing, 55 lakh EVMs, right? Hopefully no blame on EVMs come. And also want to congratulate your news channel, how eloquently you were showing with the technology, how the seats are being placed. I think Bengal is one of the states where BJP is looking for gains from the 303 370. And your poll is one of the polls which is showing that how from 41% vote share, BJP may only gain a 1 or 1.5% vote share, but may increase the seat by 6 or 7. And that's, I think, watch out for a lot of us, the analysts. And we have seen that how BJP has been consistent in opposing whatever wrong in happening in West Bengal, be it the state president, Sukanta Majumdar, or being Subhendu Adhikari in the assembly. So I think it's an interesting contest.
No, but if they were to increase, on what basis do you think this increase will come, Shantanu?
I think we have seen how we were talking about Panchayat election. Even from Panchayat elections to ED people getting attacked, and you can't operate. The central agencies cannot operate. She almost operate like a separate country many times. How Mamata Banerjee behaves, and people are watching it. A lot of schemes, and it is so sad that 2019 PM Kisan was launched. Mamata Banerjee government did not give the data of Kisans. Ki Kisan को पैसा मिला मिला, I don't care. Narendra Modi should not get popular in my state.
No,
And
but
she only gave the data when she won the elections comfortably.
No, but Shantanu,
right?
does all of that really matter as far as the voting patterns of West Bengal are concerned? I mean, I think one of our experts was mentioning this earlier. Sanjeev, what do you think? Has the mindset of the Bengali voter changed enough for them to consider the BJP as the principal choice for them for Lok Sabha elections? I'm not talking about assembly.
But last election they got 40 plus 41% vote. 41% vote in first past the poll system is quite a vote anyway. They were just 2% or 2.5% behind TMC, and just 1%, 1.5% gain can take them.
It can obviously lead to a much different fallout as far as seats are
BJP
concerned.
has been the party which has been on the ascent in West Bengal. If we see the last Lok Sabha elections, BJP rising to 18 from just 2 Lok Sabha seats in 2014. In an assembly election, they have risen from 3 seats to 77 seats. BJP has definitely become the main opposition party to the TMC in West Bengal, with almost the decline of the Congress and the left. So I think that is also the major reason that we are seeing that the BJP is getting very aggressive in West Bengal, and especially after the passing of the CAA. The 8 to 9 seats BJP, especially on the border with Bangladesh, they are seeing they hope to win those seats.
I think they won 3 out of those bordering seats,
and they're planning to sweep that this time. So that is what the reason, I think, from their confidence to grow from 18 to be about 24 to 25 seats is that. And Shivani, just one figure on the number of Bihar is seeing a 7-phase election and Bengal is seeing a 7-phase election, but the number of companies going to West Bengal is 3 times the number of companies going to Bihar. So that also shows the difference, that actually the issue in Bengal is the safe and secure elections.
Yes, Sanjeev Shiva.
Panchayat election, High Court had to intervene, right?
No, of course. I mean, I think it will be a little foolhardy to reject or to deny the reality as far as election violence in West Bengal is concerned. This is not about ordinary day-to-day crime or law and order situation. Sanjeev Srivastav, has the mindset of the Bengali voter shifted enough? As Aman is pointing out very rightly, BJP, the party on ascendancy, and they've proven, actually, they can say they've got a track record now in West Bengal.
So, like I said, Shivani, that we can only come out with our assessment and perception. The answer to your question truly will only be known on 4th of June. But yes, apart from the factors which have been listed, enumerated here, one more is there, that the non-BJP or the anti-BJP vote is also getting split, because India Alliance has not taken any kind of shape in West Bengal. So the anti-BJP vote, in a manner of speaking, or the so-called secular vote, will get split between TMC and left and Congress combination, wherever they are. So we still don't know what the final picture will be, but that's one reason. And the other reason is, yes, there is an element of fatigue also which is setting in with Mamata Banerjee and TMC. We saw that with left after 17 years. Now TMC has also been in power for roughly more than a decade. And so that is also playing out. And third thing is, despite the whatever dissatisfaction or the people of Bengal are not as enamored of Prime Minister and BJP is thought and ideology as maybe in some parts of the country. But the fact is that they will also know that they are not voting for Mamata as Prime Minister. So the fact that the Prime Minister and Mr. Modi's face will be one of the major draws in this election across the country, that may also play its own role, apart from things which I said earlier. The Hindu polarization or counter-polarization this time which is happening, that may play out. So, but yes, the final word we'll only know on the results. Then we are all very good, at least I am very good at doing post-mortem. Hindsight is the most powerful side.
Yes, absolutely. Then, of course, when we talk about West Bengal on the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, we have to also keep in mind that TMC took the very quote-unquote harsh call or strategic call. Congress finds it hard, or the India Alliance finds it harsh, to not go with them as far as the seat sharing is concerned. They didn't see value in that. And obviously, Mamata Banerjee wants to protect her turf. That's the other message coming in. And she feels she's the best person to do so. The Congress and the left are not going to really add anything to her. So why should she bother giving them seats at all? It's going to be a BJP-TMC direct fight. We saw in the in the Lok Sabha, in the assembly elections, both the Congress and the left vote collapsed completely. Shadaripa, you take your 30 seconds. I'm going to move to the magic wall and show exactly that, some of the voting patterns as well in West Bengal.
Thank you. Shivani, I'll go very fast. The reason why we are upbeat is that the urban people, like Sanjeevji was saying, the Bhadralok, so to say, is fed up of the incredible level of corruption that Trinamool is emitting. I mean, we have 4 sitting ministers in jail. And it is continuing. And the fact that Chief Minister is turning a blind eye and is claiming, no, everybody is innocent. The other factor is, if you compare, like he very correctly said, we are voting for a Prime Minister, not the Chief Minister. You will understand that West Bengal is a very educated and calculating, they have this concept of they don't want to waste votes. So they will not give to a party which will not make a difference in Delhi as far as Lok Sabha is concerned. So then, of course, we have these issues of what the Prime Minister has been doing all over the world. The image that India has been put into. This is going to play a big role as far as the Bhadralok is concerned. But what the other gentleman in your studio, your co-editor, I think, was saying was that the CAA is going to be a very big factor. And let me tell you, CAA will not be a factor only in the border states. Shantanu Thakur has very correctly pointed out that 14 Lok Sabha seats, 14 parliamentary seats will be directly affected by CAA very positively for us. So it's not only CAA, it is the lack of infrastructure here and the promise of things that are happening in BJP ruled state. That if we have BJP MPs here, maybe we will get at least.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see. I just want to quickly highlight that area that we're talking about on our magic wall. So this is the districts or the areas, constituencies bordering Bangladesh. Now the BJP won 4 of these. You've got the likes of Shantanu Thakur of the BJP winning, for example, from Bengal. But you come down and this is Basirhat. This constituency that I just highlighted. Of course, Nusrat Jahan no longer being fielded from here. Basirhat is where Sandesh Khali is. So you see, there is a twin factor now. It's not just the issue of CAA as far as this southern eastern border with Bangladesh is concerned, of West Bengal. There's also the added issue of Sandesh Khali and the anger that we saw as far as this area is concerned. And all of this in green is exactly the area where the BJP would hope to make its inroads. They already did very well, historic and unprecedented. But if they have to improve on their 2019 tally, then this is exactly the area where they will hope to improve. Let's also listen into some more reactions from the BJP and the TMC. We'll slip into a very short break. We'll be back with a focus on South on the other side. So stay with us.
अभी तक जो नोटिफिकेशन का आया है 7 फेजेस में 7 फेजेस में इलेक्शन होगा। पिछली बार भी बंगाल में 7 फेजेस में इलेक्शन हुआ था। 19 तारीख से फर्स्ट फेज और सेकंड फर्स्ट फेज शुरू हो रहा है। तो हम इस डिसीजन का स्वागत करते हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि पूरा पीसफुल, फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन हो। सेंट्रल फोर्सेस की उपस्थिति, सीएपीएफ की उपस्थिति में पूरा इलेक्शन हो। देखिए, पूरी शांति बजाय व्यवस्था बना के रखना ये इलेक्शन कमीशन की जिम्मेदारी है। तो उनको चाहिए शांति व्यवस्था बनाने के लिए जितने कड़े कदम लेना है उतने कड़े कदम लेना चाहिए।
So we are pretty confident that in the 7th phase elections, when Bengal will vote in the 7th phase elections, Bengal will give a fitting rebuff to the lip services of Modi, to the jumlas of Modi, and vote for the work done in the state by the Mamata Banerjee government.
Reserved for SCs and 47 are reserved for STs. तो इस 543 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज के महात्योहार में शेड्यूल बताने से पहले सभी वोटर्स का फिर से हाथ जोड़ के आग्रह, अनुरोध, गुजारिश that please join for the voting, come on the day of voting, छुट्टी मनाने ना जाएं, जरूर आ जाएं। Schedule of the Lok Sabha poll, phase 1. We'll do it in 7 phases, as was done last time. 7 phases. Phase 1 will start from 20th March notification, 5 days from now. And last date of withdrawal would be 30th March and date of poll would be 19th of April. इसमें फेज 1 का शेड्यूल एक दिन से हमें 2 बार करना पड़ रहा है। फिर बिहार के लिए वहां एक फेस्टिवल है, तो नोटिफिकेशन की डेट सेम है, लेकिन बस लास्ट डेट ऑफ विड्रॉल हमें 30 मार्च की जगह 2 अप्रैल सिर्फ बिहार के फर्स्ट फेज के लिए करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि वहां त्योहार हैं। और 19 अप्रैल को यहां वोटिंग होगी और पूरी कंट्री में 4 जून को काउंटिंग होगी। सो फेज 1 दिस विल लुक लाइक दिस। ये मैप भी हम आपको प्रोवाइड कर देंगे। अभी ये जो येलो पोर्शन है ये ऐसा दिखाई देगा। तो इसमें जो फेज 1 का जो मैप है, इसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट, नीचे तमिलनाडु, राजस्थान, सेंटर में छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड, और ऊपर में जम्मू कश्मीर की 1 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी। ये येलो फर्स्ट फेज का आपके सामने में मैप है। सेकंड फेज और फर्स्ट फेज में 21 स्टेट्स जाएंगी पोल में। सेकंड फेज notification will start on 28th of March and date of poll will be 26th of April. Similarly here in case of J&K, because of the some holiday, the date of one day would be different, date of security of nomination would be different, but date of gazette notification or date of poll would be common. Phase 1 में 21 राज्य पोलिंग में जाएंगे और फेज 2 में उसमें से और राज्य जुड़ जाएंगे। सो दिस इज द मैप विच वुड बी फेज 2, जिसमें हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में काफी जगह चुनाव को कंप्लीट करते हुए, तमिलनाडु में कंप्लीट करते हुए, सेकंड फेज में राजस्थान को भी कंप्लीट करेंगे।
Welcome back. Polling for Lok Sabha elections in 2024 will be held in Tamil Nadu in the first phase on April 19th itself. Remember, counting of votes or the result day is June 4 after 7 phases of polling. Polling in Puducherry also on April 19th. BJP is saying that it is fully prepared. It will go to the people on the basis of their track record. AIADMK has expressed its reservations over the polling dates. The party is saying that conducting overall general elections in 7 phases over a period of 40 days is, quote, not convincing. The ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu is exuding confidence. They say the people will vote for them in the Lok Sabha polls because it has worked extensively for the public. Before we discuss the Tamil Nadu factor and overall the South factor in these elections, let's listen into some reactions.
The dates are announced. It's a pretty long election season. It's starting on the 19th of April. Election results will be out on the 4th of June. Tamil Nadu goes to polls on 19th. How prepared is the DMK?
DMK is always prepared because of our performances and the non-performance of the BJP. There are 2 counts. One, the DMK state government is performing well. They are supporting the people. They are working for the cause of the poor and neglected sections of the society. Industrial growth is very good, and we are doing everything to the people of Tamil Nadu.
So my next question to you is, Congress, DMK, while you've made a pact, constituency-wise, candidate-wise, when can we expect those? Because we just have a month to go for Tamil Nadu to go to polls. What is the development on that front?
No, in a day or 2 it will be fixed. No, we have asked them for a change of a few constituencies because of we are working on the winnability. If we find that some constituency is better for the DMK to contest and some constituency is better for the Congress to contest, we want it that way. That is nothing wrong in it. The question of winnability is there. That is why we are discussing with them, and they have accepted. They are not against it because they also want to win all the 10 constituencies they are contesting.
All right, let's go across to our guests also joining us. Narayan Tirupati, spokesperson of Tamil Nadu BJP, Dharanidharan, spokesperson of the DMK, Matthew Antony of the Congress party all joining us, Sanjeev Srivastav, Shantanu Sen, Aman Sharma all stay with us. Let me go across to Dharanidharan first. First phase this time around, not the second phase as it was in 2019, Dharanidharan. Are you excited about the elections? Tamil Nadu is going to be in focus very early.
Yes, our leader has maintained Dravidian model of governance has served as an example for rest of India also to emulate. That our chief minister has been rated as India's best chief minister, and all the exit polls have predicted, rightly so, a clean sweep by the DMK. That's what we call it in Tamil. Nadum, Narpadum Namade, Nadum Namade. That is, we win 40 seats, and both the state and the country belongs to us. So we are very confident that we will get 40 out of 40. That includes Pondicherry to Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, 39 plus 1. So we maintain that. However, we have some reservations about the election commission, how at the last minute one member had to resign and then two people were elected in a very last minute, how there were changes made to the election commission selection panel, where instead of where you now have a union minister and the prime minister plus only the opposition leader, so it's tilted towards the ruling government. These are the apprehensions, and another apprehension is also that it appears so that Modi had the prime minister had apparently known the polling dates earlier. That's why he had.
Come on, Dharan. All kinds of these things can be said. What value does it have?
But anyways, it doesn't matter to us because we are going to
exactly.
the polls. We can put Tamil Nadu a dozen of times, or 2 dozen times, or 3 dozen times. It actually doesn't matter. But anyways, see, I think these are right criticism, because look, the Supreme Court had to come and intervene. There is a commission. It can't have one member. Right? Already it was vacant, and then other member resigned, and then the opposition leader says that he was given the list only 10 minutes before the meeting. So all these things had this great sort of doubt. You know how the institutions are being undermined. We can see the from electoral bonds itself. We have seen how ED or CBI has been used to collect funds.
Okay.
Right?
You know, we discussed a lot of this. Unfortunately, I have limited time, so I get your point. But of course, you know, you've had obviously in-state elections, the likes of the DMK, the Congress. You've got, YSRCPs, the BRSs, all of them do, TMC in West Bengal. They've all won elections. They've done well. Congress has won Telangana and Karnataka just recently. So, let's not get into the whole election commission being biased thing and, of course, reading too much into the dates. But I want to bring in Narayan Tirupati as well. Our News 18 mega opinion poll is suggesting that in Tamil Nadu, the BJP could open its account on its own this time around to as many as 5 seats. But Narayan Tirupati, people do also ask us, and I don't have the answer to this, so I'm asking you, where can these 5 seats come from?
CNN News 18 has undermined the BJP's capacity in this election. We will be taking at least 3 times more than what you have said. Our target is around 25. Yes, our target is around 25 seats. Our President, Mr. Annamalai, has been saying this. There will be a silent revolution which is going to happen in Tamil Nadu. You are going to see that. So you may not believe now, but it is a fact. So the thing is that, the misrule of DMK and the deteriorating law and order in Tamil Nadu, the drug issue, which is a major issue in Tamil Nadu, and the murders by, the drunkards, particularly who consume liquor. That is a very major fact in Tamil Nadu. We need to understand. I am quoting this: murders by these people. So all these things will be the reasons.
But sir, can I just come in? No, can I just come in? I don't buy that. I'll tell you why. Yes. Law and order is a state subject.
Okay.
Here in general elections, they're voting for a prime minister and a government at the center. Are these issues going to govern how the public votes? They're going to do that in state elections.
Now, Shivani, you need to understand this. First of all, there is no doubt that BJP has been acting as a very big opposition in Tamil Nadu, and definitely where all factors put together, the DMK has not done well. But you also say that DMK is a bigger party. If the bigger party fails, why should the bigger party fail? Because of their non-performance. So non-performance will lead to our performance, and definitely we are going to win hands down. And the 10
Where
years
are you
of
going to win
rule.
these seats from? That is what the public wants to know.
So many seats. No, from the 39 seats, there are 39 seats. Where are you going to win? What we are going to win 400 seats throughout India, and out of these 400 seats, we will get around 25 seats from Tamil Nadu. What
Okay,
is your
20,
problem?
now
will
you've
wait
gone
and
from
see.
15 to 20,
No,
25.
I said very clearly, Shivani.
25 is your target.
My target is 25. I
Okay.
have made it very, very clear from the
You
beginning.
know, I can tell you that we will congratulate you with all our best wishes.
You
and
will, you
we'll,
will, yes, you will,
our
you will,
cleanest
you
of
will.
wishes if you manage this, because that will be, I think, the
Now
biggest
people-
story
now
we've ever
I
seen
can
in Indian
see-
elections
I
in a
can
long,
see-
long time.
I can see Matthew Anthony,
Yeah.
smiling. He's of all smile, but I don't want him to cry anyway. At least let him congratulate when the results come down, right?
Matthew, I want to come to you. 2 in Kerala being projected by the News 18 mega poll for the BJP. In Andhra, they could make gains because the TDP is back with them. In Telangana, the BRS is all in the decline. Both India Alliance, the Congress and the BJP could gain from it. Tamil Nadu, we talked about. Karnataka, they could retain. So we are estimating, we are projecting that the BJP could almost double its tally in south of India from last time around.
Shivani, thanks. It was quite an entertainment to listen to the 25 seats claim and all of the things. I will have a naughty answer. Then the naughty answer is, the EVM machines can then only decide, which seats they are going to win. The second thing is, we are in a very excited mood today because the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra is coming to an end today in Mumbai. And we are going to win these elections down south as well as in the North India and the entire India, because unemployment, price rise, law and order are the major issues which we are taking up. And the 7 phases of election, which is being declared by the Election Commission, citing law and order reasons and other things, is clearly communicating to the country that the law and order system in this country is kind of terrible. So whatever we have been projecting to the people with respect to unemployment, with respect to the inflation, with respect to the law and order situation, the government itself is proving and giving an assurance to our claim that things are not well. So that is a confidence. And
Let's
2
not
seats from
misquote.
Kerala.
Let's not misquote the election
let me come
commission.
to
One
let
second.
me,
Let's not. No. It's my duty. Let's not misquote the election commission. The election commission
Yeah.
takes into account many factors, including the movement of security forces, which are needed for every election, no matter whether it's a national or a state election. And it's a very big country with most humongous amount of diversity in terms of topography. So let's take into that. They've not said it. This is because of law and order. Law and order situation is in particular pockets in India, not across the country. Yes, continue, Matthew.
Sure. Shivani, let me complete. So within an hour's time, you could put such a graphical analysis of the entire elections with the details. Now, when this country has grown and claiming so much in the digital India and all other aspects of development, with manpower resources, with technology resources, why do we need so much of time then?
Okay.
Okay. And now coming to the claims in South India, this is a propaganda which they are communicating. BJP is communicating that they will win in Kerala. Absolutely not. They will win in Tamil Nadu. It will be a wipeout for BJP in Tamil Nadu. And Karnataka also, we are going to make significant gains there. Andhra and Telangana also, we are going to make significant gains. So I wish all the other parties the best.
Okay.
But we are making it very clear that it is going to be a Congress and an India alliance sweep in the entire South India and mostly in many other parts of this country also. Yes, let's wait and watch. Let's see who will have the
You
final
will
laugh.
not get, sir, overall India, you will not get 40 seats, sir. Overall India, throughout India.
If you have some numbers, and some other mathematics with you, then I will not be able to comment on it. If the people are deciding, we will win. That's where the confidence comes from. If the people of India are deciding, we will definitely make our government in 2024.
Okay. All right, very quickly, Shantanu, a minute each to Shantanu and Aman.
I think in all honesty, we should stop this EVM jokes and EVM debates. That's against the ethos of Indian democracy. I was in Tamil Nadu, I think, a couple of months back, and when I saw Annamalai doing his yatra and Man and Makkal, my soil, my people, I was in Tirunelveli. The response I saw, Shivani, that was something phenomenal. People want to touch him, see him. There was a huge euphoria around him.
He's popular, he's a superstar, but does that mean people will vote for the BJP?
That's showing in your poll that from a single digit, BJP is going to double digit, and they are very powerful in 5 seats. And still, BJP has sent their one of the best electioneering brain, Arvind Menon, there as a Prabhari, and he's working. I've seen a lot of people joining BJP in last 20 days from both the parties and smaller parties. They're doing amazing tie-ups, small tie-ups, right? And when I saw how K. Annamalai's team was working, very techie new team with all the drone cameras, new techie boys working in and out, I think it'll be very different. And apart from Bengal, Tamil Nadu is the one which
Obviously.
I'll watch out for on 1st of June.
Obviously,
On 1st
we
of
all
June.
know that. But Aman, I want to ask you, the AIA DMK factor, the BJP feels confident enough that they actually should go solo still and they'll do better that way?
I think, Shivani, the BJP's way of thinking and the confidence is showing in the fact that they chose Mr. Annamalai and not AIDMK. AIDMK wanted Mr. Annamalai out. BJP chose to stick to its state president. They believe in him. Mr. Modi, I think, believes in him a lot. And I think this election may shatter some long-founded beliefs that the BJP doesn't have a base in South India. Out of the 129 seats in South India, BJP won 29 the last time. This time, our poll has projected about 58 seats, double. I think BJP will open its account in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. I won't say how many seats, but I think BJP, and that shows in the Prime Minister's efforts also. He's the first states he has chosen to go in this election campaign since yesterday is South India. He's touring from 15 to 19 to all 5 South Indian states, and these 5 South Indian states are also polling the first, Shivani. Kerala is polling in phase 2, Tamil Nadu in phase 1, Andhra and Telangana in phase 4, and Karnataka in 2nd and 3rd. So by May 13th, all the 5 South Indian states would have polled. So I think that shows the focus of the BJP also going early into South India and putting in a spirited campaign.
Yes, Matthew, very quickly, I need to give a minute to Sanjeev as well, very quickly.
Yeah, Shivani, on going by Shantanu's comment, if at all you look at the number of people who are attending and participating in our rallies, then we have won this election. You look at Bihar, Tejaswi and Rahul Gandhi has, the maximum number of people on the campaign, and the Bharat Jodo Yatra, Nyaya Yatra, you see the number of people participating in it, and we have swept the election. And then, contrary to what all other exit polls are saying, we have completely won the elections.
Okay, no, I understand. There's sometimes a disparity between what you see on ground in terms of road shows, rallies versus what the voting patterns are. But it would be dangerous, I think, for the DMK Congress combined to count out the BJP in Tamil Nadu. They've been increasing their vote share consistently, Sanjeev Srivastava. You have to see the pattern that emerges. Now, how much of that converts into seats is the big question. But the pattern is that people are increasingly voting for the BJP in both Kerala and in Tamil Nadu.
So you rightly said, just like the DMK and Congress should not write off the BJP and pay the price for it. Similarly, I think the BJP, while it's doing very well and in comparison to what it used to do in the past, it should also not count its chickens before they are hatched. The big thing which is working in favor of, already 2 of my fellow panelists have spoken about it, but I think Annamalai is a big X factor. Number 2, Narendra Modi has now become a factor in Tamil Nadu because Tamil Nadu's super heavyweight politicians are not there on the scene. There is no Karunanidhi, there is no Jayalalitha, and Stalin is not in the same league, if you may. So there, Modi is also getting a foothold. But if BJP really gets anywhere near what the BJP people are thinking or projecting, whether it's just posturing or real, I think that will be a huge achievement, and I'll be very surprised. So they may increase their vote share. But
nobody is really very sure about the seat conversion. I can say one thing. I do feel that there was this north-south divide that was created, particularly on the issue of Ram Mandir as well, that somehow it doesn't matter in the south. I was there in Ayodhya during the Pran Pratishtha. I was there in UP recently with Aman in Kashi and other places. Let me tell you, the number of devotees you see from South India at these pilgrimage sites is mind-boggling. And there is absolutely no reason to discount these factors in southern India as well. Just as an aside, I have to slip into a very short break. I do thank all of our guests for joining us.
Phase 3 would be from 12th of April and date of poll will be 7th of May. इसमें भी टोटल 12 स्टेट्स उस समय में जा रही होंगी और इस फेज में 3 नए राज्य में चुनाव शुरू होगा। इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह से दिखाई देगा। राजस्थान हम कवर कर चुके होंगे, तमिलनाडु कवर कर चुके होंगे, केरला कवर कर चुके होंगे, गुजरात इसमें कवर कर लेंगे, नॉर्थ ईस्ट पूरा कवर कर चुके होंगे और हम नए राज्यों को मिला के 3 इसमें नए राज्य भी जुड़ेंगे। 4th फेज में 18 अप्रैल को गजट नोटिफिकेशन होगा और डेट ऑफ पोलिंग वुड बी 13 May. Date of counting in the entire country would be 4th June for all by-elections, for the assembly elections, for the parliamentary elections. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा. इस समय तक हम इसमें तेलंगाना, आंध्रा, उड़ीसा would start, and by that time, other than that, entire South India would be complete, entire Western India would be complete, Northeast would be complete. और fifth phase 26 अप्रैल से शुरू होगी और 20 मई तक चलेगी. 20 मई तक डेट ऑफ पोल होगी. बीच में नॉमिनेशन, स्क्रूटनी और विड्रॉल की डेट्स रहेंगी. काउंटिंग ऑफ कोर्स इज 4th June. इट विल लुक लाइक दिस, विच इज इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू. एंड फेज 5 में 49 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज विल बी गोइंग टू द पोल. फेज 6 में 57 constituencies will go to the poll, starting from the Gazette notification on 29th April and finishing on 25th May 2024. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा कि मोस्टली यूपी, बिहार, बंगाल, उड़ीसा और साथ में कुछ नॉर्थ का पोर्शन चालू रहेगा. लास्ट फेज, 7th phase, notification will be on 7th May and polling on 1st June. So last polling would be on 1st June and counting on 4th. And इस फेज में पूरा पंजाब, हरियाणा भी शामिल रहेगा, बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा. This is how the
Welcome back. We're getting some important defense-related update. After an Indian warship, remember, on patrol in the Western Arabian Sea was fired upon by Somali pirates on board a merchant vessel hijacked by them 3 months ago, defense sources are telling CNN News 18 that Marcos have been pressed into action to rescue the crew members and they're boarding that vessel now. My colleague Akash is joining us with more details. Akash, over to you.
So Shivani, this is a big update that is coming from Arabian Sea. Marcos, Marine Commandos of Indian Navy have been pressed into action and they are currently boarding MV Rowan vessel. MV Rowan is important because you must be remembering the time in December when it was hijacked, and even at that time, Indian Navy tracked the vessel, in fact tracked the whole movement of the vessel, in fact asked them to release the hostages. But then this vessel entered into the territorial waters of Somalia. But now, yesterday it was again intercepted, and in fact, the pirates were asked to release any hostage they may have, but they opened fire. In fact, we have seen the video where pirates can be seen firing upon the Indian naval platform. But as of now, big action is happening in the Arabian Sea, where we are learning that Marine Commandos of Indian Navy have been asked to board the vessel, and as of now, when we are speaking, these Marine Commandos are boarding the vessel in the Arabian Sea.
How many crew members to rescue, Akash?
As of now, we don't have any update on that, but remember when it was hijacked back in December, at that time around 22 to 23 people who were there as far as the crew and individuals are concerned. But as of now, since it went into it went in Somalia and then have returned back and is currently being used as mothership for other piracy, other piracy events. That's the reason why we have no confirmation as to how many crew members are there on board. But definitely, in some time from now, we're expecting that an official update from Indian Navy will confirm the presence of individuals on board.
All right, Akash, I do thank you for joining us. On that note, time for me to take your leave. Remember, CNN News 18's rolling coverage, special coverage on the election dates being announced continues after a very short break.
Yellow denotes the first phase, and accordingly the legends are given. We will share this map also with you, ताकि आप इसे अपने साथ रख सकें, इसके हिसाब से देख सकें. ये भी कोशिश की है हमने, और अगर पूरी फेज वाइज हम पिक्चर दें, ये भी एक अच्छी स्नैपशॉट है, जिसमें फेज 1 में 102 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज, फेज 2 में 89, फेज 3 में 94, फेज 4 में 96, 49, 57, 57. So we'll start with the 102, the largest, slowly come down and finish northeast, move up from the south and finish the western area. तो इसमें वेदर और हर चीज का ध्यान रखते हुए काफी सोचने के बाद ये शेड्यूल बनाया गया है. विद दिस जो सिंगल पोल डेट है वो 22 स्टेट में होगी. 2 राज्य 4 बार में जाएंगे, कर्नाटका, राजस्थान, त्रिपुरा, मणिपुर. 3 फेज में 2 जाएंगे, छत्तीसगढ़ एंड असम. 4 फेज में 3 जाएंगे, उड़ीसा, मध्य प्रदेश, झारखंड. 5 फेज में 2 जाएंगे, महाराष्ट्र एंड जम्मू कश्मीर. जम्मू कश्मीर की हर पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लिए 1 फेज होगी. और 7 फेज में 3 जाएंगे, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार एंड वेस्ट बंगाल. विद दिस फ्रेंड्स, आई एंड माई एड्रेस. कमिंग टू दी जनरल इलेक्शंस टू दी लोकसभा, जो विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार है, सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार, बिगेस्ट. 543 parliamentary constituencies, of which 84 are reserved for SCs and 47 are reserved for STs. तो इस 543 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज के महात्योहार में शेड्यूल बताने से पहले सभी वोटर्स का फिर से हाथ जोड़ के आग्रह, अनुरोध, गुजारिश that please join for the voting. Come on the day of voting. छुट्टी मनाने ना जाएं, जरूर आ जाएं. Schedule of the Lok Sabha poll, phase 1. We'll do it in 7 phases, as was done last time. 7 phases. Phase 1 will start from 20th March notification, 5 days from now. And last date of withdrawal would be 30th March and date of poll would be 19th of April. इसमें फेज 1 का शेड्यूल एक दिन से हमें 2 बार करना पड़ रहा है. फिर बिहार के लिए वहां एक फेस्टिवल है, तो नोटिफिकेशन की डेट सेम है, लेकिन बस लास्ट डेट ऑफ विड्रॉल हमें 30 मार्च की जगह 2 अप्रैल सिर्फ बिहार के फर्स्ट फेज के लिए करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि वहां त्योहार है. और 19 अप्रैल को यहां वोटिंग होगी और पूरी कंट्री में 4 जून को काउंटिंग होगी. सो फेज 1 दिस विल लुक लाइक दिस. ये मैप भी हम आपको प्रोवाइड कर देंगे. अभी ये जो येलो पोर्शन है ये ऐसा दिखाई देगा. तो इसमें जो फेज 1 का जो मैप है, इसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट नीचे तमिलनाडु, राजस्थान, सेंटर में छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड, और ऊपर में जम्मू कश्मीर की 1 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी. ये येलो फर्स्ट फेज का आपके सामने में मैप है. सेकंड फेज शेड्यूल ऑफ द लोकसभा पोल, विल डू इट इन 7 phases और पूरी कंट्री में 4 जून को काउंटिंग.
Namaste and Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen. It's the biggest political battle that is upon us, and we now have the dates for the Lok Sabha elections 2024. Like in 2019, this time around as well, the polling will be done in 7 phases across Bharat. The first phase being the largest, and this will be on the 19th of April, phase 1, 102 constituencies that will go to polls. And this election, voting is being held over a period of 44 days. It's the longest since 2004. Political parties are already reacting to the poll announcement. Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking to social media and saying the biggest festival of democracy is here. Election Commission has announced 2024 Lok Sabha election dates, and we, the BJP and the NDA, are fully prepared for the elections. We are going to the people on the basis of our track record of good governance and service delivery across sectors. Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party welcoming the announcement of the dates, exuding confidence, saying the AAP and the INDIA bloc is ready for this battle. So what's going to happen? What are the dates? When is it that we're going to see the polls happen? Let's look at the dates and the various phases. First up, ladies and gentlemen, there are 7 phases, like I said. Day 1 of polling is the 19th of April, where 102 seats will go to the ballot. Phase 2 is the 26th of April, 89 seats. Phase 3, the 7th of May, 94 seats. 96 seats in Phase 4 on the 13th of May, 49 seats on the 20th of May in Phase 5. Phase 6 will see on the 25th of May, 57 seats go to the ballot, and again it's 57 seats on the 1st of June, Phase 7. Result day, verdict day, 4th of June, it's the Super Tuesday, and there's only one place that you need to be, here, CNN News 18, because it's elections, it's with CNN News 18, ladies and gentlemen. 7 phases, 44 days, and then the Super Tuesday, the 4th of June 2024, when the ballot and the verdict will be decided. Will it be 400 par for the NDA? That's the big question. Will it be a record-breaking turn or return to power for Narendra Modi and the NDA? Will the BJP cross that 350 number as a party, as a single party? All those questions will be answered. It's being built up. Let's try and understand which states go to polls on which date and in which phase. Phase 1, like we said, is the biggest, 102 seats, and 4th of June with the verdict. But these are the states: Arunachal Pradesh, 2 seats, 5 seats of Assam, 4 seats of Bihar, 1 seat of Chhattisgarh, 6 seats of Madhya Pradesh, 5 seats of Maharashtra, 2 of Manipur, 2 of Meghalaya, 1 from Mizoram, 1 from Nagaland, and 12 from Rajasthan on the 19th of April. Then Phase 2, let's go to Phase 2. Oh, there are other states too, because there are 22 states in all that will go to the ballot on Phase 1 itself. Phase 2, 89 seats, Assam 5 seats, Bihar 5 seats, Chhattisgarh 3 seats, Karnataka 14, Kerala 20, Madhya Pradesh 7, Maharashtra 8, Manipur 1, Rajasthan 13, Tripura 1, Uttar Pradesh 8, West Bengal 3, Jammu and Kashmir 1. And let's look at Phase 3. Phase 3, 94 seats that include 4 in Assam, 5 in Bihar, 7 in Chhattisgarh, 2 in Goa, 26 Gujarat, all of Gujarat goes to polls together, 14 in Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh 8, Maharashtra 11, Uttar Pradesh 10, West Bengal 4, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Daman Diu 2 seats, and Jammu and Kashmir 1 seat. They all go to polls in Phase 3. Phase 4 is the 13th of May, 96 seats again, all of Andhra Pradesh together, 5 seats in Bihar, 4 seats in Jharkhand, 8 seats in Maharashtra, 11 seats in Maharashtra, 8 in Madhya Pradesh, 4 in Odisha, 17 in Telangana. So all of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh go to polls together on the 13th of May. Uttar Pradesh 13 seats, Bengal 8 seats, and Jammu and Kashmir 1 more seat. That's on Phase 4, the 13th of May. Phase 5 again will see 49 seats on the 20th of May, a relatively smaller grouping, 5 of Bihar, 3 of Jharkhand, 13 of Maharashtra, 5 of Odisha, 14 of Uttar Pradesh, 7 of West Bengal, 1 from J&K, and of course 1 from Ladakh, the Union Territory of Ladakh. Let's look at Phase 6. Phase 6 will see 57 seats going to the ballot on the 25th of May, 8 from Bihar, 10 from Haryana, 4 from Jharkhand, 6 from Odisha, 14 again from Uttar Pradesh, 8 from West Bengal, and all 7 of Delhi. 25th of May, Delhi goes to polls. And phase 7, the final phase, is on the 1st of June, 57 seats again, 4 from Himachal, 8 from Bihar, 3 from Jharkhand, 6 from Odisha, Punjab 13, Uttar Pradesh 13, West Bengal 9, and Chandigarh 1. So these will go to the ballot on the 1st of June, and of course result day is the 4th of June 2024. Let's try and understand how the phases were in 2014. The phases were far spread out. 2014 the scenario is very different. 2014 there were 9 phases in all, and look at the states that went to the ballot. Phase 1 was largely in the northeast, quite troubled at that time. Phase 2 again was concentrated only in the northeast. Phase 3 saw regions of Bengal going to polls along with some of the other regions going to polls here in Uttar Pradesh. These were the phases. And then phase 4 saw a lot of Uttar Pradesh, some portions of Bengal, all of Andhra and Telangana, and of course this region of Uttarakhand and Himachal going to polls. Then phase 5 saw some of the other spreads on the western side and also the northwestern side. Phase 6 saw some of the states in south get activated. Phase 7 again more towards the west and central, and then phase 8 and 9. So there were 9 phases in 2014 that got crunched to 7 phases in 2019. And if you look at the spread in 2019, it was a little more even. So you had northeast, some portions of south and south central India, and also some portions of North India go to polls in phase 1. And you could see that spread even across the country, across the 7 phases in 2019. And in 2024, it looks like it's going to be a similar pattern. Let's try and compare. And if you look at it, largely 2019 and 2024 mirror themselves, except for the fact that there is a phase swap. There's a phase swap that has happened with respect to these regions here. So the south, rather than going in phase 1, is going in phase 3. This Andhra Telangana region, this region is going in phase 3. So there are some swaps that have happened in terms of who's going in when. Phase 2, if you see, you have in 2024, you have Karnataka and Kerala, some portions of Karnataka and Kerala going to polls, whereas in phase 2 here, you didn't have Kerala, but you had Tamil Nadu and some parts of Karnataka going to polls. So some swaps, some changes. If you can see, Gujarat, it's the same. If you look at North Karnataka, Southern Maharashtra, it's the same here. It's mirroring itself. So the color coding, the same colors for all phases. That's what we've maintained. So then you can see the difference very clearly. In this pocket also, there seems to be a bit of a shuffle. You see this, you see the eastern part, and if you look at Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Bengal, these regions, there is a bit of a swap in the phases and the regions, but largely it mirrors 2019 when it comes to Uttar Pradesh. This belt, Uttar Pradesh, it largely mirrors itself, but downwards in this region, there is a bit of a change, bit of a swap of some of the phases, but trying to maintain that combination. Phase 1 sees the largest spread. 22 states will go to the ballot in phase 1. That seems to be a big increase compared to 2019. So this is where it is right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and we've got a guest coming through, Guru Prakash Paswan, national spokesperson of the BJP, Shekhar Iyer, senior journalist, Anirban Banerjee, political analyst, Sumansi Raman, author and analyst, and of course Amitabh Tiwari, election strategist. What we've done, ladies and gentlemen, we've taken the All India map. This is according to the 2019 breakup of the seats, but the map is broken out, and when we go into individual states, will be broken out as far as the 2024 phases. That's what we've done. So this is very unique. That's been done on the magic wall, and kudos to our team at the back end for the phenomenal graphic audio-visual effect that you're seeing, plus the effort behind collating and getting this data right as far as plotting it on the magic wall here. So the 2024 phases with the 2019 breakup of the parties. We'll get into the details in just a bit, but first up, quick thoughts from our guests joining us at this point. Guru Prakash Paswan, how would you see the phases? I'm going to request our team to just call out the difference between 2019 and 2024 once again here, and we'll try and get Guru Prakash Paswan to weigh in, especially on the Bihar aspect. 7 phases in Bihar. 3 states go through 7 phases. UP, Bengal and Bihar, who will have elections right through the 7 phases. Your thoughts, Guru Prakash Paswan? That trend continues to be maintained from 2019.
No, correct. And I would say that trend continues to be maintained from 2009 as well, because I was just getting the data from 2009 general election, and I saw that in 2009 Lok Sabha election there were 714 million registered voters. Today there are 96 crore voters. So more than 900 million voters today. We have to conduct an election. We are the world's largest democracy. The entire world is looking at us. So I think from 2009 to 2024, we have seen a whopping more than 25 crore new voters being registered to participate in the Indian democratic exercise. That is point number 1. Point number 2, we have to understand that this election is very critical. This election is going to be historical at so many levels. From our side, from the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party, we are trying to have a constructive and a very positive narrative. For us, with all the humility, I can say that 2024 is a done deal. If you notice, the entire political discourse, the entire conversation is that whether Bharatiya Janata Party led NDA will get 400 seats or plus. The conversation is no longer that whether Prime Minister Narendra Modi will come for the 3rd time or not. That is exactly what we want. We have offered a vision for 2047. We have a roadmap for 2047. The 2024 battle is a done deal. 2024, again I say it with a lot of humility, is a writing on the wall. It is a foregone conclusion. And I say this because for the last 10 years, we have given a report card. For the first time, we have a leader who goes to the masses and gives his report card on infrastructure, on jobs, on connectivity. The level of commitment, the level of dedication that he has shown is unparalleled. And now,
please complete in 10 seconds and then yield.
And now for the next, for the next 25 years, let me just, for the next 25 years, we have a vision that how do we become a Viksit Bharat, a Sashakt Bharat, an Atmanirbhar Bharat, a Vishwamitra Bharat, an India which is globally respected by each and everyone. The
confidence is good.
India which can show the world
the confidence, the story, the vision is good. It's fantastic. But let me tell you, even on the News 18 mega opinion poll, there is a clear 35 to 36% voter who still does not buy into the vision that's been outlined by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, nor do they believe that the BJP is the right party. There's still 35%, and that itself is healthy because that means there is democracy and not an electoral autocracy. Everybody is not showing one way. There is a difference of opinion. That means that the BJP still has some hard work to go on ground, and this 35-36% is somewhere continuously a constant over the last 10 years, if not somewhere more or less. But let me ask you, Shekhar Iyer, how would you look at the division of the states, the seat spread, and also the 7 phases as they have been outlined? 44 days the election is going to stretch. If it was really such a done deal, did they need to stretch it over 44 days? It's the first time since 2004, if my memory serves me right, that such a long duration of elections.
Anand, we had discussed this in 2019 also. We talked of election fatigue, that people got tired and even they forgot that elections were going on. But what has happened is there is a lot of logistical issue involved here, and consistently, in West Bengal particularly, political parties, particularly the opposition parties, have been insisting that multi-phase election is very much necessary in West Bengal because, there is a systematic effort to prevent people from coming to the booth and vote. Even when central paramilitary forces are deployed, we have seen how things, unnecessarily violence breaks out, and even central forces are caught in that violence, so that they get a bad name. So obviously they have taken into account this, and the other factor I think which the Election Commission has taken into account is the fact that, like say Maharashtra, Maharashtra is going to have a much bigger, longer phase. And people are already saying, why does Maharashtra need like that? But then I think Election Commission has its own reason. It is talking of the movement of forces, how it is important for them to, first they have to ensure the forces don't have to travel a long distance. The rather concern is more security and logistics and rotation of taking the ballot boxes. I mean the EVMs and things like that. But somewhere along the opposition feels a multi-phase election benefits BJP. A multi-phase election benefits the Prime Minister. What I get to understand from opposition parties is a longer phase means they have to spend more money. I mean, they have to keep their oil machinery. I mean, the machinery going, and there is a heavy cost involved in keeping that phase going. So parties which are today facing funds crunch, they say that look, we cannot match. So that a longer phase, even once you announce the names of the candidates itself, the meter is down. You need to spend more, and a longer phase is a heavy on our expenditure.
Heavy
so
on,
there is a complaint on this.
See,
But
if
then,
the BJP was so confident, the Election Commission follows its own format and it has its own decision-making process. That's a given. But the BJP has also not made a noise that let's crunch this and let's just finish it off in May. It's not happened. The dates also have been announced 6 days later. And there has been drama with respect to the Election Commission itself not being a full quorum till day before yesterday. But Anirban Banerjee, how would you look at the fact that Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and West Bengal will be polling across all 7 phases? And there seems to be some shift in terms of which regions will go to the poll between 2019 and 2024.
Look, it is entirely up to the Election Commission of India to decide on exactly how the polls are to be conducted, whatever suits their need the best. They are absolutely free to decide on their own, but the problem is that the impartiality or the unbiasedness of the Election Commission has come into question because we have seen in the recent past, forget about 2021 assembly elections in West Bengal. Just let's focus on the fact that when the Supreme Court ordered in a certain manner as to the appointment of the Chief Election Commissioner, the Modi government instantly brought in an ordinance and reversed that particular order. Therefore, what message does that convey to the general public? What message does that convey to the Election Commission, the officials within the Election Commission, the ones who get appointed or are going to get appointed in the future? Therefore, there's always a shadow that the decision of the Election Commission or the decisions that are going to be made in the future while the elections are going on will be heavily influenced by and for the needs of the BJP. And that is a question that I think that we all know the answer, but nobody is going to really admit it in public. And we have seen in 2021 elections, there were heavy deployment of the central forces. And the speaker before me correctly mentioned that even the central forces themselves they didn't get entangled in violence. They were the ones who fired at ordinary people and killed more than 4 people in Shitalkuchi. And that investigation is still on. The central forces are not cooperating. So there are a lot of questions when it comes to the central forces. There have been allegations from other parts of our country as well that there are some Jawans from the central forces or the officers who are allegedly trying to influence the voters to vote for the BJP. And those are very, very serious allegations that the Election Commission never probed. Therefore, the neutrality, the unbiasedness of the Election Commission is under a lot of scrutiny, and I do not really know whether the Election Commission even cares about that or not.
Right. Guru Prakash Paswan wanted to respond. Yes, Guru Prakash Paswan, and then we'll go across to Amitabh Tiwari and Suman Siraman. Yes, Guru Prakash Paswan.
No, Anand, the 2 very quick points that was being discussed. I think I come from Bihar, and what elections used to be in Bihar 20 years ago is exactly what the situation is in West Bengal now. I very well categorically remember when we were growing up, TN Session came as the election commissioner and how he was hounded by the likes of Lalu Yadav, who very well comfortably sits today in the lap of India Alliance. So that is point number 1. Point number 2, there are often conversations, misinformation campaign on the appointment of Chief Election Commissioner. Let me make this very clear. And I would expect you to do so as well, because facts state something else. For the first time in the country, for the first time in our history, there is a role and intervention, a participation of a leader of opposition. For the last 75 years, before this law came into existence, the appointment of election commissioner was a complete and a total prerogative of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister alone individually used to decide who is going to be the election commissioner. And for your kind information, sir, let me put this straight, that Mr. Naveen Chawla, who was declared unfit to hold any public office by none other than Shah Commission, was made an election commissioner right before on the eve of 2009 general election. This is the same Mr. Naveen Chawla who used to call himself, मैं इंदिरा गांधी का तीसरा बेटा हूँ. I am the third son of Indira Gandhi. So as far as the integrity and the independence is concerned, I think you should better be aware of the fact that for the first time, Mr. Adil Ranjan Chaudhary was part of the process of selection and appointment of election commissioner. Please stop this misinformation campaign. Election Commission, for God's sake, I request you to please go and read Article 324 of the Constitution of India. It categorically states that Election Commission is an independent autonomous institution. When you win in 2021, Election Commission is all right. When Bharatiya Janata Party loses in Telangana, Election Commission is all right. For God's sake, Anandji, I request from the bottommost core of my heart, this is not the way you should do. आपको जब सुविधा होती, whenever you like, constitution, संविधान, and as per your convenience, as per your own advantages and disadvantages, you place an accusation, you allege such things on election commission or the constitutional body. This is beyond my comprehension.
Right.
संविधान, सदन, ये देश में सर्वोच्च होना चाहिए, and this should be beyond question.
Yeah, yes, Anil.
Just one line. Yeah, just one line. That is, if BJP is so confident about the constitution, the appointment of the election commission, etc., why did you have to bring in an ordinance to reverse the judgment of the Supreme Court regarding the same?
Arey, what ordinance, Anirbanji? What ordinance are you talking about? For the first time, there was a leader of opposition
so there was
in the
no
appointment
ordinance
of election commissioner.
No, so was there an ordinance brought in?
नहीं होता था. For the first time, Mr. Adil Ranjan Chaudhary participated.
Was there an ordinance brought in or not? Bringing an ordinance or not to reverse the Supreme Court judgment? That is a simple question. That is fine, sir. Did the government bring in an ordinance?
Exercise. You should understand
this.
Did
you bring in an ordinance and reverse the Supreme Court judgment?
The same order of the Honorable Sir. Let's just take the conversation forward. You are saying you brought in an ordinance, but the same judgment said that the government is within its powers to bring in a legislation, and till the time the government brings in a legislation and reworks the order, this will stand. If you bring in an ordinance or you bring in a legislation, you have the right to exercise. Why did you bring an ordinance is the fair question to ask. The BJP will not openly answer that. That's also another point to be noted, but the fact is both were within their rights. The other question is that the state versus center story is quite reflective as far as Bengal is concerned. For Bengal to go into polls over 7 different phases is a statement in itself. But Sumant Raman, how would you look at the 7 phases and its distribution? 22 states overall will go to polls simultaneously, single polls. Just sharing this information. 2 poll dates are there in the states of Karnataka, Rajasthan, Tripura and Manipur. So 2 phases. Electing or voting across 3 phases in Chhattisgarh and Assam. So 2 states there. States which have 4 phases, who are polling on across 4 phases. Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand. 5 poll states. That means states which are polling in 5 states across 5 phases. 2, Maharashtra and the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. And only 3 states polling across all 7 phases, that is Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and Bengal. Yes, Sumant Raman.
Yeah, Anand, just a couple of points. One, Maharashtra is not a state which is prone for law and order issues. So this 5-phase, last time itself there were eyebrows raised when it was a 4-phase election in Maharashtra. This time it's been made 5-phase. A lot of people want to know why, whether being a state where the BJP is not as comfortable as the Hindi belt, maybe it is to give the Prime Minister more time to campaign. See, the issue is everywhere there is this feeling that, somehow the schedule has been worked. Varanasi, for instance, is in the last phase. So, which means that, the Prime Minister can then devote a few days to his constituency, just, even if he doesn't need to. The point is, the entire scheduling, first of all, this 44 days, compared to 38 or 39 days as was the case earlier. Now, that itself has raised eyebrows, because in a state like mine, Tamil Nadu, the EVMs will have to be guarded for almost for 6 weeks, from 19th of April until 4th of June. So I think that, look, there are 2-3 things here. Now, I understand Uttar Pradesh, but even Uttar Pradesh, the claim is law and order has improved dramatically. This is not the badlands of Uttar Pradesh that it was when the Samajwadi Party or the Bahujan Samaj Party was ruling the state. There has been a phenomenal improvement in law and order. So why is it that it's not reflected in the manner in which the elections are being held? Why not make it a 5-phase poll? I agree, you can't have Uttar Pradesh on a single day, but why can't it be a 5-phase poll? Second, Jammu and Kashmir, the assembly elections there, why are they not being held now? We are told that there has been a dramatic improvement in the law and order situation. Things are almost near normal in Jammu and Kashmir, correct? And it is repeatedly echoed on television
Right.
channels that things are nearly normal. So what is it that I understand that they don't need to be held till September. This is not about the legal part of it.
Correct.
The point is, since we are saying that there has been a dramatic improvement on the ground, what is it that prevents the Election Commission from having the...
Let Guru Prakash Paswan answer that, and then we'll also play out what the CEC had to say on it. Yes, Guru Prakash Paswan. Maharashtra, multiple phases,
No,
5 phases so that the PM can campaign. Varanasi in the last phase so that the PM can campaign.
No. See, we have to understand that even Varanasi during the last election was in the last phase only. Similar questions were raised last time as well. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, people are saying that a Hindi belt, non-Hindi belt. I think we are one nation, we are one people. We should stop viewing or dividing our country on the lines of religion, on the line of Hindi speaking, on the line of non-Hindi speaking. This is my firm opinion, this is my firm belief. And Maharashtra, for instance, let me make this very clear. It is the people of Maharashtra who will decide. I ask my friend, who is the single largest party in Maharashtra? It is the Bharatiya Janata Party. Who is the single largest party in Maharashtra in terms of Lok Sabha? It is the Bharatiya Janata Party. Then we are confident. We have the blessings of the people of Maharashtra. Point number 1. Point number 2. Like I said, in 2009 general election, there were registered voters of 70 crores. Today, there are registered voters of more than 97 crore. So, in 2009 general election, when Mr. Naveen Chawla was made the Chief Election Commissioner, there were 5 phases for 71 crore voters. In 2024, when the population is 140 crore, the registered voters are 97 crore. Why not have a 7-phase poll? We are the world's largest democracy, sir. We are known for being the smoothest country with respect to transition of power. Third, and your last question with respect to Jammu and Kashmir, let me make this clear. Jammu and Kashmir saw a poll of DDC, District Development Council election happened in Jammu Kashmir, and we saw a large number of people from the previously known as terror infested areas like Pulwama, Kupwara, Gandarbal. Large number of people came and participated in the DDC election as well. And I think Jammu and Kashmir, I'm sure the Chief Election Commissioner and the entire
He has explained.
assessing
He
and
has
examining the situation.
See, one of the aspects is that the phases have not been decided by the BJP or the government. It's been decided by the Central Election Commission with the commissioners and all of them taking survey and survive and understanding each dynamics of each state. If it was trying to allow them more time to campaign, then some of the states in the south should have been broken into multiple phases. Some of the states in the south should have not been bunched together on the same day. Andhra and Telangana is polling on the same day. Why should all of that be done? So the argument can be twisted however it is. UP has always voted in 7 phases, west to east. And that's the same trend that's been carried on. So Varanasi is in Purvanchal, so it comes in the last phase. So there are some logical answers to some points. Sumantram, 1 minute. Amitabh Tiwari, your thoughts, sir, before we play out what the CEC said on Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Amitabh Tiwari.
You see, essentially, since the elections have been announced almost a week later compared to 2019, that's why the elections is moving into the first week of June. I do agree that this could have been reduced by a few days because May would see a severe summer in many states across India, which could impact the turnout. However, these factors would have been taken into account by the Election Commission. See, what happens is that if one starts doubting or saying that the Election Commission is subservient to the government and thus it helps the government win elections, then by this logic no incumbent would have ever lost any election, correct? See, Election Commission does not win elections for any party. The voters decide who is going to win or lose any election. Now there is a lot of talk about the number of phases. As you already mentioned, in 2014 when the Congress government was in power, the number of phases were 9. Today it's 7, correct? And the number of phases again does not give any benefit to any party. The argument is that the Prime Minister gets more times to campaign, but so does the opposition, so does Mr. Rahul Gandhi, So does Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge. Correct. Everybody gets 80 days to campaign.
But somewhere
if the
their
result
campaigning is
4.
being discounted.
Everybody gets 80 days to campaign.
And Prime Minister's campaign is being accounted.
Correct. That's number one. Number two, let's say Varanasi was in the first phase. Prime Minister would have been free by the first phase itself and would have been easily able to concentrate on other phases.
Right.
But these things are not decided by the Prime Minister. Correct. These things are decided by the Election Commission. I am reminded of, there are two categories of students, Anandji, on light humor. One who fails probably gives an excuse that the infrastructure was not correct, there was not proper light, etc., etc. Whereas a genuine student who fails acknowledges the weaknesses and tries to improve upon them and give the exams the next time. Election Commission does not win any elections for anybody. Any party or leader has to win the hearts of the people, then only elections can be won. So these are mere excuses.
ना नौमन तेल होगा ना राजा नाचेगी या फिर नाच न जाने आंगन टेढ़ा. So these are all references as far as Hindi is concerned, the muhavras which account for or perhaps reflect what Amitabh Tiwari was just saying. But ladies and gentlemen, we are compelled to take a very short break. The conversation continues and we'll pick up J&K. The issue that was raised, why not multiple phases? Many netas have asked this question. The EC has answered this too. And we'll come back with that. Stay with us.
इक्कीसवीं सदी भारत की सदी है. 125 करोड़ देशवासियों के परिश्रम के बल पर भारत फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी बन गया. 10 वर्षों में हमने अपनी अर्थव्यवस्था में $2 ट्रिलियन और जोड़ दिया. मुझे पूरा विश्वास है भारत पूरी दुनिया के सामने एक मिसाल बनकर के उभरेगा.
Watch PM Modi share his thoughts on Dream Sports presents News 18 Rising Bharat Summit in partnership with Hindustan Times, 19th and 20th March, only on News 18 Network.
इक्कीस स्टेट्स जाएंगी पोल में. सेकेंड फेज notification will start on 28th of March and date of poll will be 26th of April. Similarly here in case of J&K, because of the some holiday, the date of one day would be different, date of security of nomination would be different, but date of gazette notification or date of poll would be common. Phase 1 में 21 राज्य पोलिंग में जाएंगे और फेज 2 में उसमें से और राज्य जुड़ जाएंगे. सो दिस इज द मैप विच वुड बी फेज 2, जिसमें हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में काफी जगह चुनाव को कंप्लीट करते हुए, तमिलनाडु में कंप्लीट करते हुए सेकेंड फेज में राजस्थान को भी कंप्लीट करेंगे. फेज 3 वुड बी फ्रॉम 12th of April and date of poll will be 7th of May. इसमें भी टोटल 12 स्टेट्स उस समय में जा रही होंगी और इस फेज में 3 नए राज्य में चुनाव शुरू होगा. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह से दिखाई देगा. राजस्थान हम कवर कर चुके होंगे, तमिलनाडु कवर कर चुके होंगे, केरला कवर कर चुके होंगे, गुजरात इसमें कवर कर लेंगे, नॉर्थ ईस्ट पूरा कवर कर चुके होंगे और हम नए राज्यों को मिला के 3 इसमें नए राज्य भी जुड़ेंगे. फोर्थ फेज में 18th अप्रैल को गजट नोटिफिकेशन होगा और डेट ऑफ पोलिंग वुड बी 13th of May. Date of counting in the entire country would be 4th of June for all by-elections, for the assembly elections, for the parliamentary elections. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा. इस समय तक हम इसमें तेलंगाना, आंध्रा, उड़ीसा would start and by that time other than that entire South India would be complete, entire Western India would be complete, North East would be complete. और फिफ्थ फेज 26 अप्रैल से शुरू होगी और 20 मई तक चलेगी। 20 मई तक डेट ऑफ पोल होगी, बीच में नॉमिनेशन, स्क्रूटनी और विड्रॉल की डेट्स रहेंगी। काउंटिंग ऑफ कोर्स इज 4th of June. It will look like this, which is in front of you, and phase 5 में 49 constituencies will be going to the poll. Phase 6 में 57 constituencies will go to the poll, starting from the Gazette notification on 29th of April and finishing on 25th of May 2024. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा कि मोस्टली यूपी, बिहार,
Back on the battle for Bharat, ladies and gentlemen, 7 phases. 7 phases is how these elections will be conducted, and the polling will start. Day 1, phase 1 is the 19th of April 2024. Result day is the 4th of June 2024, the Super Tuesday, because the final phase of polling is the 1st of June. Verdict day, result day, Super Tuesday, 4th of June 2024. The only place that you need to watch the comprehensive election coverage is the home of elections, CNN News 18, ladies and gentlemen. 44 days of these elections. Jammu and Kashmir will also extend into multiple phases, and questions have been asked that if you're doing it in multiple phases, why not do the Lok Sabha and also the assembly polls in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir together? Listen into some of the netas, but more importantly, what the Election Commission had to say about it.
दिसंबर 23 से हमारा लीगली चुनाव कराने का रास्ता खुला है असेंबली का। तो अभी तक तो मार्च ही है, अभी तक तो बर्फ ही है, अभी तक तो कुछ कराने
7 चरणों से मैं बाहर नहीं आ सकता कि ये चारों स्टेट के साथ साथ जम्मू कश्मीर में चुनाव कराए जाते तो अच्छा लगता।
We fail to understand what stopped ECI to announce elections, because right now you had everything in place. The security paraphernalia, every bandobast was there. It is bizarre, and the justification that has come out from the CEC is equally bizarre.
Where the government of India was talking about one nation, one election. Here was an opportunity. 4 states have already are going to go for both parliamentary election and state elections. Why has this state been denied? Here, not only National Conference, BJP, every other party that went before the Election Commission requested them that please hold state elections also. We have been denied elections since 2014. Isn't it high time that we are given an election?
Well, I'm trying to see if we can plot Jammu and Kashmir here. Jammu and Kashmir is not there in the overall picture, ladies and gentlemen. So what we're going to do is we're going to stick with this in just a bit. But first, let's try and understand Jammu and Kashmir, what the issue is. The Rajiv Kumar, the CEC, very clearly said that we cannot do state and assembly, that's the assembly and Lok Sabha elections in Jammu and Kashmir, because of the requirement of companies, security company. At least 500 companies are required only for the Lok Sabha across the 5 phases. Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory is going to vote in 5 phases. They said that additional 700 companies would have been required had we had to do the Vidhan Sabha or the assembly elections also in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, would you accept or reject this justification or this explanation, saying that even though people wanted simultaneous elections, it's not possible because we cannot deploy that kind of forces given national election? Shekhar Iyer, where do you stand?
Well, I think the Election Commission would have gone by the intelligence inputs provided by the Home Ministry, which would have said that holding a polls at this time could encourage some of those forces which are still active, forces encouraged across the border, and they would like to thwart this election, because once these elections are held, it would mean Jammu and Kashmir is moving further towards on the road to normalcy, and then the next question of upgradation of the Union Territory into a full-fledged state, that question would also come. I think the Election Commission has gone by the inputs provided by Home Ministry, which is independent of the view that the BJP took before the Election Commission when it visited Srinagar. Therefore, I think we will have to accept the fact that in the summer months, as Chief Election Commissioner was indicating, it's quite possible that soon after the Lok Sabha elections, say maybe around end of July or July-August, the Election Commission could take a call and hold the assembly elections.
Correct. See, that
could be the first decision.
They have to conduct the assembly elections, whatever it is, before the 30th of September as per the orders of the Honorable Supreme Court. But soon after the Lok Sabha elections, this is also the period of the Amarnath Yatra. Amitabh ji, would you have wanted the Election Commission to take this into serious consideration? Or would you fault the opposition or some of the political parties and other voices saying, why aren't you doing it simultaneously in J&K?
No, see, again, the same thing, Anandji, that it again unnecessarily raises the question marks over EC's independence. The Chief Election Commissioner has given an answer why the simultaneous elections are not happening. It's largely due to the inadequacy of security personnel required for the protection of candidates who would be contesting the Vidhan Sabha elections. Now, again, here the double standards are exposed of the opposition. On one hand, the opposition alleges that one nation, one election is likely to benefit the BJP. That BJP, riding on its Lok Sabha performance, will also be able to do better in the Vidhan Sabha election. Now, when a one nation, one election is not happening in J&K, then there is an argument that why it is not happening. See, again, we have started making opinions or forming opinions about things or issues based on our political, where we stand politically, correct? And that is what is causing all this confusion, because it's clearly double standards. Either one nation, one election is good or is it bad. On one side we are saying it's not good, BJP will benefit, but when the election is not happening, we are saying that elections are not happening and why they are not happening, correct?
There are some more reactions, political reactions. I'm just going to check what reactions or what issue they are, and then we'll go across to that. But Sumant Raman, you want to react to what Shekhar Iyer and Amitabh Tiwari had to say before we go to Guru Prakash?
First of all, this whole bit about one nation, one election. Look, if Arunachal, Sikkim, Odisha and Andhra are having simultaneous elections, why can't Jammu and Kashmir? That is the argument. The argument is not about one nation, one election at all. There are 4 states that are having simultaneous assembly polls. Here is a region that has been waiting for a very long time for having an election. That is the point. I mean, it's not, this got nothing to do with one nation, one election. As far as this election is concerned, you are having 4 states voting on the same day. Why can't you have the 5th? So that is the point. And as far as Mr. Iyer is concerned, I agree. This is obviously, for safety's sake, it is essential that the intelligence inputs are followed. And clearly, despite all the propaganda, things have not reached a stage of normalcy to permit the elections to be held simultaneously in Jammu and Kashmir. So that is the bottom line. I mean, either you have to accept one of these two, right? If the situation is perfectly okay, then you say, no, we'll go ahead with simultaneous election. You say, no, we've got inputs that, it may not be possible without additional security companies. Then don't say situation has returned to normalcy, no? So you can't have it both ways. So my point is, I think the Election Commission is doing the right thing, because you have to go by whatever inputs you get, and if they need extra security personnel, they will have to have them. That is not a negotiable thing at all.
Right.
My point is, why do you make a propaganda that everything has come back to normal?
Well, everything is come back to normal, and that's the reason why you have had DDC and Panchayat level polls, and then you are having phases, and you have had a delimitation, and you are doing and you are committed to doing. The EC is not saying they don't want to do the assembly elections; they want to do it, but there should not be a law and order situation. If there's a law and order situation, it's like you have a dhol or a mridangam, whichever side you want to make the sound, you will hit with the right or you will hit with the left. That's a little too convenient.
or Andhra
That's a little too convenient. What about Jammu and Kashmir? The situation in Jammu and Kashmir and the situation between in Odisha, Telangana or Andhra is very different, Sumant Raman. To your own intelligence, please don't do injustice there. Please don't do injustice. Let's just listen to some more reactions, political reactions before we get Guru Prakash Paswan on the 7 phases and also on the polls and who's geared up and who's not. Some differing opinions there. Let's listen in.
For an election, there are 2 things that are required. One is the narrative, the issues with which you go to an election, and the other is the resources. As far as the narrative and the issues are concerned, we are more than ready. We are definitely more ready than the BJP because they are on the defensive, they are on the back foot. We are asking the right questions. We have the right answers also. We are also talking about our vision for the farmers, for the youth, for the women, for different categories of the society. As far as resources are concerned, you know what they are doing to us. They have frozen our accounts. It's a very, it's not a level playing field at all. Yet we'll fight this election with absolute confidence, and we are absolutely confident that we'll form the government.
हम भी तैयार हैं और मोदी जी के प्रति जो अटल विश्वास और असीम श्रद्धा है, उसके कारण पूरा देश भी तैयार है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार ऐतिहासिक सफलता प्राप्त करेगी. अकेली बीजेपी 370 और एनडीए के साथ 400 पार.
All development work will be stopped, and stopping nearly 70-80 days means you imagine how the country will progress, because election code of conduct, people will not move, material will not be supplied, budget will not be spent. So this is a very, according to me, it's not good.
I think that is, given the heat and everything, I think this gives candidates and parties and the people, the voters, more time to engage with the candidates, more time to evaluate who's saying what, who has done what, and to make the right decisions on voting day. So I don't see this as particularly any great thing to worry about.
Guru Prakash Paswan is with us. So development work will be delayed. Why are you doing it across so many phases? We will go with the promise of guarantee. How do you want to react to this?
No, Anand, this is our argument, no. Development work will be delayed, there will be policy paralysis, let's not get stuck into the cycle of election. I think this is our thought, this is our line of thinking. And I'm happy that someone from the Congress party is taking the same line. But I was listening to a couple of observations that they are full of resources, they are full of money and everything. I think this narrative must be busted. Anand, the data came. Electoral bond data, out of 20,000 crore, the Bharatiya Janata Party got 6,000 crore. Where did the rest of the 14,000 crore go?
That is not true. Sorry, that is not true.
I did not speak when you were. I did not speak when you were speaking. Anand ji, मैं ऐसे नहीं debate करता हूँ. अरे Anand ji,
okay, you made your objection. Let's not heckle each other. You can counter that, please. Yeah, let's try and keep it. Yes, Guru Prakash Paswan, complete. Although there is an objection made that is not true.
Patiently.
Yeah, go. Yeah, all right. We've heard you. We heard you, Sumant Raman. You don't need to repeat it again. Let's not ham our way through this debate. It's been sane so far. Yes, Guru Prakash Paswan. So there is objection that it's not true, whatever you're claiming.
There is a very beautiful word in Hindi. It's called vyakul ho jana. तो कुछ लोग व्याकुल हो जाते हैं. And I think people who are becoming the spokesperson for Kashmir, I strongly recommend them to just view the rally of Honorable Prime Minister in Kashmir Valley. Just look at the sheer number of genuine Kashmiris who participated in Honorable Prime Minister's rally. I think people sitting somewhere else outside Kashmir, they're speaking on behalf of Kashmiris. They would always see the glass half empty. This is just beyond my comprehension, Anandji. We must say, people of Kashmir can speak on behalf of Kashmir. Not only 2 families, not only 3 families. This is what used to happen. Where were you, sir, when the women of Jammu and Kashmir, when the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, when the OBC of Jammu and Kashmir, their rights were being violated by the state of Jammu and Kashmir? You did not utter a single word back then because it was not comfortable. For the first time, like you said, DDC election, panchayat election, investment, terror incident being 80% lesser now.
See,
this is all amount to Jammu Kashmir being a peaceful region now.
That's the counter argument, that if it was not right then, you are claiming, and the claim is that it's all right now since the 5th of August 2019. So then why not do it together? Here, the single most important aspect that the EC has said is that it was not physically possible for us to move the kind of security arrangement that's required to do simultaneous polls in Jammu and Kashmir, the Union Territory. So you have to respect that, and they have given the assurance that between mid-August and September, they will do it. It may as well be on the 5th of August 2024, because that date is also significant. We'll take a very short break and come back with more. Stay with us.
उड़ीसा और साथ में कुछ नॉर्थ का पोर्शन चालू रहेगा. लास्ट फेज, 7th फेज, notification will be on 7th of May and polling on 1st of June. So last polling would be on 1st of June and counting on 4th. And इस फेज में पूरा पंजाब, हरियाणा भी शामिल रहेगा, बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा. This is how the map will look. Yellow denotes the first phase, and accordingly the legends are given. We will share this map also with you, ताकि आप इसे अपने साथ रख सकें, इसके हिसाब से देख सकें. ये भी कोशिश की है हमने, और अगर पूरी फेज वाइज हम पिक्चर दें, ये भी एक अच्छी स्नैपशॉट है, जिसमें फेज 1 में 102 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज, फेज 2 में 89, फेज 3 में 94, फेज 4 में 96, 49, 57, 57. So we'll start with the 102, the largest, slowly come down and finish northeast, move up from the south and finish the western area. तो इसमें वेदर और हर चीज का ध्यान रखते हुए काफी सोचने के बाद ये शेड्यूल बनाया गया है. With this, जो सिंगल पोल डेट है वो 22 स्टेट में होगी. 2 राज्य 4 बार में जाएंगे, कर्नाटका, राजस्थान, त्रिपुरा, मणिपुर. 3 फेज में 2 जाएंगे, छत्तीसगढ़ एंड असम. 4 फेज में 3 जाएंगे, उड़ीसा, मध्य प्रदेश, झारखंड. 5 फेज में 2 जाएंगे, महाराष्ट्र एंड जम्मू कश्मीर. जम्मू कश्मीर की हर पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लिए 1 फेज होगी. और 7 फेज में 3 जाएंगे, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and West Bengal. With this, friends, I end my address. Coming to the general elections to the Lok Sabha, जो विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार है, सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार, biggest. 543 parliamentary constituencies, of which 80.
Back on, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm just going to try my hand on the magic wall, which largely is Zaka Jacob's domain. But let's try and understand this. What we've done is we've looked at the map of India as plotted on the 2024 phases, and I'll go into the phases in just a bit. And these are the overall seats that the BJP has won and also the parties won in 2019. So this is the 2019 tally, and we've tried to plot it vis-a-vis the 2024 phases. So let's go to the filters and try and see what's the story on phase 1. April 19th, phase 1, that's the phase. Now, interestingly, in this phase, 102 seats, so that's another important aspect. 102 seats, this is the biggest phase overall, 22 states. So 22 states will go to the polls. So that's another interesting aspect, the largest bunch. But more importantly, the BJP in 2019 on these 102 seats has returned less than 40 seats. So their conversion rate is less than 40%. So it's a less than 40% conversion rate for the BJP. That means this is their biggest challenge right first stop. First up, on the 19th of April, they will have to take this up closer to 102. That means they have to get up to a 60 mark if they want to get to anywhere that is 400 plus for the NDA. And this is what is going to set the tone. Now, where are the areas where they've got to score? They've got nothing here, so they've got to score here. There are pockets here where they need to score and they need to improve. And there are pockets here where they need to score and they need to improve. And also in the northeast, in Assam and in this belt, they have to improve. So unless they start well begun is half done. Unless they get up to nearly 60 seats out of these 102, they will not set the tone for the rest of the phases for them to get to the challenge or to the benchmark that the Prime Minister has actually set for them. Stay with us here on CNN News 18. The battle for Bharat, the coverage continues.
SCs and 47 are reserved for STs. तो इस 543 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज के महा त्योहार में शेड्यूल बताने से पहले सभी वोटर्स का फिर से हाथ जोड़ के आग्रह, अनुरोध, गुजारिश that please join for the voting, come on the day of voting, छुट्टी मनाने ना जाएं, जरूर आ जाएं. Schedule of the Lok Sabha poll, phase 1. We'll do it in 7 phases, as was done last time. 7 phases. Phase 1 will start from 20th March notification, 5 days from now. And last date of withdrawal would be 30th March and date of poll would be 19th of April. इसमें फेज 1 का शेड्यूल एक दिन से हमें 2 बार करना पड़ रहा है. फिर बिहार के लिए वहां एक फेस्टिवल है, तो नोटिफिकेशन की डेट सेम है, लेकिन बस लास्ट डेट ऑफ विड्रॉल हमें 30 मार्च की जगह 2 अप्रैल सिर्फ बिहार की फर्स्ट फेज के लिए करनी पड़ रही है, क्योंकि वहां त्योहार है. और 19 अप्रैल को यहां वोटिंग होगी और पूरी कंट्री में 4 जून को काउंटिंग होगी. सो फेज 1 दिस विल लुक लाइक दिस. ये मैप भी हम आपको प्रोवाइड कर देंगे. अभी ये जो येलो पोर्शन है ये ऐसा दिखाई देगा. तो इसमें जो फेज 1 का जो मैप है, इसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट नीचे तमिलनाडु, राजस्थान, सेंटर में छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड, और ऊपर में जम्मू कश्मीर की 1 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी. ये येलो फर्स्ट फेज का आपके सामने में मैप है. सेकंड फेज और फर्स्ट फेज में 21 स्टेट्स जाएंगी पोल में. सेकंड फेज notification will start on 28th of March and date of poll will be 26th of April. Similarly here in case of J&K, because of the some holiday, the date of 1 day would be शेड्यूल ऑफ द लोकसभा पोल. विल डू इट इन 7 phases और पूरी कंट्री में 4 जून को काउंटिंग होगी.
It's the battle for Bharat, ladies and gentlemen. And the stage is all set because the Tariq has been laid out by the Central Election Commission. 7 phases is when this battle will be fought across the length and breadth of Bharat. The fight for 543 seats, the polling over 7 phases. The first phase goes to ballot. 102 seats will be polled on that day, and that will be on the 19th of April. 19th of April is when 102 seats go to the ballot, and the result, Super Tuesday, the 4th of June 2024, verdict will be out across the 543 seats. The last phase of polling is on the 1st of June. So from 19th of April to the 1st of June, it's 44 days for Lok Sabha Elections 2024. Right through the summer as it peaks, ladies and gentlemen, the challenge will be across the states. Now let me also tell you that 22 states will be polling in one phase. There will be states like Maharashtra and the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir that will go to the ballot across 5 phases. But more importantly, the 3 states that went across 7 phases in 2019 continue to do so in 2024. Bihar, Bengal and Uttar Pradesh. So let's look at the phase dates and get you those dates quickly. The dates are as coming up here. Verdict Tuesday, 4th of June 2024, but phase 1 is on the 19th of April when 102 seats go to the ballot. Phase 2 is when 89 seats go to the ballot on the 26th of April. Phase 3 is the 7th of May when 94 seats go to the ballot. 96 seats go to the ballot in phase 4 on the 13th of May. On the 20th of May, it's phase 5, 49 seats then. Phase 6 is 57 seats on the 25th of June, 25th of May, and then it's the 1st of June, 57 seats, phase 7. So the phase with the least number of seats is on the 20th of May, phase 5. The phase with the maximum number of seats is the 19th of April, phase 1. So whoever starts well, 102 seats, whoever starts well, they will perhaps have a head start and they will do well. And interesting, ladies and gentlemen, there is a story in it for the BJP itself, for the opposition to stand up and take notice that the BJP has its task cut out as early as phase 1, as early as the 19th of April. But let's quickly tell you which are the states that will go to polls across how many seats on each of the phases. So on the 19th of April, 102 seats. Arunachal will go to polls with 2 seats, 5 seats of Assam, 4 of Bihar, 1 of Chhattisgarh, 6 of Madhya Pradesh, 5 of Maharashtra, 2 of Manipur, 2 of Meghalaya, 1 of Mizoram, 1 of Nagaland, 1 of Rajasthan. That doesn't add up to 102 because there is more. So let's go to the other states which are going to the ballot on the 19th of April. Sikkim 1, Tamil Nadu, all 39 on the 19th of April already. Why do you think the PM is already making those visits there? Uttar Pradesh 8, Tripura 1, Uttarakhand 5, West Bengal 3, Andaman 1, Jammu Kashmir 1, Puducherry 1, Lakshadweep 1. So these will then make the 102 seats for phase 1 on the 19th of April. Let's look at phase 2. Let's move on and see. Phase 2 then sees the states of Assam again back in the mix. Bihar 5, Chhattisgarh 3, Karnataka 14. Karnataka goes in 2 phases. Kerala 20, all of Kerala in phase 2 on the 26th of April. Madhya Pradesh is 7, Maharashtra 8 again, Manipur is 1, Maharashtra is 5 phases, Rajasthan again 2 phases, so 13 seats here. Tripura 1, Uttar Pradesh 8, and that includes Noida on the 26th of April. West Bengal 3, Jammu Kashmir 1. Let's move on. The next phase, phase 3 comes up here. 7th of May, 94 seats, Assam back in again, Bihar, Chhattisgarh. So Assam 4, Bihar 5, Chhattisgarh 7, Goa 2, Gujarat, all of Gujarat goes to the ballot on the 7th of May. Karnataka 14, so this is the balance of Karnataka. Madhya Pradesh 8, Maharashtra 11. Maharashtra goes to polls in 5 phases. Uttar Pradesh 10, West Bengal 4, Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Daman Diu 2, and of course Jammu and Kashmir 1. Jammu and Kashmir goes to polls again in 5 phases. So 1 seat in each phase. That's what we are looking at. Phase 4, 96 seats on the 13th of May. All of Andhra Pradesh and all of Telangana will come into the mix on the same day. There you are, 25 and 17. Bihar 5, Jharkhand 4, Madhya Pradesh 8, Maharashtra 11, Odisha 4, and then Uttar Pradesh 13, West Bengal 8, Jammu Kashmir 1. Then Phase 5. Phase 5 will perhaps see the least number of seats going to the ballot in a single phase. That's 49 seats, 20th of May, Bihar 5, Jharkhand 3, Maharashtra 13, Odisha 5, and Uttar Pradesh 14, West Bengal 7, J&K 1, and Ladakh 1. With this, Maharashtra closes, J&K closes. 5 phases are done. Phase 6, then again, but the seats go up. It's 57 seats, Phase 6, 25th of May, Bihar 8, Haryana 10, Uttarakhand 4, Odisha 6, Uttar Pradesh 14, West Bengal 8, and all of Delhi. So Delhi, mark your date, it's the 25th of May. Phase 7, 1st of June, the final phase. We complete Bengal, we complete Bihar, we complete Uttar Pradesh, then Himachal Pradesh goes to polls, Punjab goes to polls, and then we have Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, Chandigarh and Jharkhand completing it. Odisha completes its phases. So that's how we move to verdict on the 4th of June. That's the Super Tuesday. That's Result Day Live, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting, we'll have Tehseen Poonawala, political analyst, joining us. Smita Prakash, editor ANI. Shehzad Poonawala, national spokesperson of the BJP. Abbas Haider, spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, also with us. Quickly, Namaste and Jai Hind to everybody. Smita Prakash ji, 7 phases, 44 days. 2004 के बाद सबसे लंबा election है. You already posted that we need to hydrate right through because it's going to be when it's dead heat on ground.
Correct. I think, Anand, it's going to be excruciatingly difficult election to cover this time. One, because of the heat, as you mentioned. Two, because I don't see a pattern as such. We'll have to just crisscross across the country. Initially, it seemed to me that, oh, okay, the south states are going to polls, so we can just move most of the assets on the ground to the south. But then, you know, there's northeast too, and then there are central Indian states. So, you know, it means moving. So election planning is like you can never get it right, I feel, sitting in newsrooms. It's something that you learn over the years as to how to do this. But I think, you know, all the criticism that comes in that it shouldn't have been such a long election, make it shorter. But as the election commissioner said, you know, that there are so many factors at play. We have this vast geographical size. I mean, when we think of us as journalists covering it, imagine an election commission which has to ensure that free and fair polls are held. So to see to it that, you know, a maximum number of people get to the polling station and that security concerns are taken care of and resources are put to optimum use. At the same time, you know, see all those X factors like, you know, festivals coming up, weather conditions, the cultural reasons, which could be, you know, like a whole host of reasons, and then the security issue. The most important is that to make sure that the entire world looks at us and sees a democracy in action. I think all criticism should be put to rest. I mean, people who say that it's conducive to PM being able to campaign a lot. If Narendra Modi can campaign, so can Kharge ji, so can Rahul Gandhi, so can Mamta or Kejriwal. So it's equal platform for all of them to campaign for the next 80 days.
True, and since we are talking about the big campaigns and the big states, the state that is going to poll across the 7 phases, it has to be, we have to talk about Uttar Pradesh, and baat UP की है तो कुछ तो special होना चाहिए. So can we call the UP की गाड़ीज and try and get a recap of what has been the status or state of Uttar Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen. We should have Brajesh Pathak ji joining us quickly for a conversation. So before we get to our other guests, just seeing what is the situation in UP compared to 2019 Lok Sabha, and we'll also look at the assembly scenario, how things have changed and how or what is the challenge. Let's try and see if the cars are going to come. The News 18 mega opinion poll, though, upset the India Alliance, especially the Samajwadi Party. It's the opinion of the people on ground, but it was conducted by News 18. We covered all the Lok Sabha constituencies, 80 Lok Sabha constituencies in Uttar Pradesh, and it returned a rich haul of 77 seats for the NDA, 15 more than the last time around. So there are the cars. Let's call in the Gadis inside and try and get you the picture of Uttar Pradesh. ये आ गई देखिए. Oh, lovely driving into the studio. Lovely. आपको थोड़ा सा वहाँ घुमा के गाड़ी यहाँ लाना पड़ेगा. Yeah. So the NDA wagon will come here, even as the India Alliance wagon comes here, and they are all in front, ladies and gentlemen. Let's read the picture. Lok Sabha Elections 2014. It was a rich haul that was returned by the NDA, led by the BJP. 73 of 80 seats, but that dropped to about 64 in 2019. Then the allies went out, and it came down to about 62. And for the India Alliance, the things have not looked up in the last 10 years. 7 and 6, that's what happened. All the alliances stitched. When they went together, it has not served Akhilesh Yadav's purpose, be it UP ke ladke or Bua Bhatija. But the moment you come to the assembly scenario, what we saw is that in 2014, in 2017, if it was a big leg up, big victory, 313 out of 403 for the NDA and for the BJP, and with Yogi Adityanath becoming the chief minister, the next time, along with PM Modi, Yogi was also on the ticket. There was a little bit of a slide, 20 seats down, 30 seats down to 81 out of 403 seats, but still a big win. What we saw was the Samajwadi Party getting a big leg up. 113 out of 403 is what the SP got. The Congress got 47 and the Alliance, the India Alliance had got only 47 in 2017. They went up to 113. Now that should have translated to more gains when you come to Lok Sabha 2024, since this was just 2 years ago. But what we see in the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll, ladies and gentlemen, is that the NDA is steamrolling the opposition. Now let's talk about this with our guests in just a bit, but we've got Brajesh Pathak ji joining us. Brajesh Pathak ji, namaste, Jai Hind, बहुत धन्यवाद. Even as the cars make their way out, thank you very much. Let's go straight across to him. चुनाव की तारीखों की घोषणा हो चुकी है. पिछली बार से थोड़ा विलंब हुआ इस बार घोषणा होने में, और थोड़ा लंबा खिंचेगा चुनाव. रिजल्ट डे 4 जून है. आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैं निर्वाचन आयोग द्वारा घोषित चुनाव का मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं और आभार प्रकट करता हूं निर्वाचन आयोग का. लगभग 1 घंटे की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ने निर्वाचन आयोग ने देश की जनता से अपील की है कि सभी लोग मतदान में हिस्सा लें, छुट्टियां मनाने न जाएं. ये लोकतंत्र का महापर्व है और शुचिता के साथ चुनाव लड़ें. अपनी जो वाणी है उस पर संयम बरतें. और जिस ढंग से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से देश की जनता को निर्वाचन आयोग ने संबोधित किया है, हम उसकी सराहना करते हैं. उन्होंने रहीमदास जी के दोहे का भी उल्लेख किया है कि रहीमन धागा प्रेम का मत तोड़ो चटकाए, एक बार टूटे जुड़े गांठ पड़ जाए. वास्तव में भारतीय संस्कृति के अनुसार जिस ढंग से निर्वाचन आयोग ने देश की जनता को संबोधित किया है, बहुत ही सराहनीय काम है.
7 फेजेस में फिर से चुनाव होंगे. फेजेस का जिस तरह से बंटवारा हुआ है, कैसी है भाजपा की तैयारी?
हाँ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी तरह से तैयार है. वैसे भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरे 5 वर्ष जनता के बीच में रहकर उनके सुख दुख में शामिल होकर के काम करती है. उत्तर प्रदेश के लिहाज से मैं कहना चाहूँगा, उत्तर प्रदेश में माननीय मोदी जी की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक तरीके से लहर चल रही है. गरीब कल्याण योजनाओं के माध्यम से उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी परिवारों में माननीय मोदी जी ने गहरी पैठ बना ली है. कोरोना महामारी के काल से लेकर अब तक लोगों का मानना है कि मोदी जी उनके अभिभावक हैं और अभिभावक की तरह उनके जीवन स्तर को ऊपर उठाने में माननीय मोदी जी ने कामयाबी हासिल की है. उत्तर प्रदेश का गरीब, किसान, महिलाएं, युवा सभी लोग इकट्ठा होकर के, मैं कह सकता हूं, जाति धर्म संप्रदाय से ऊपर उठ करके आम जनता माननीय मोदी जी के साथ है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है.
समाज में वैमनस्य पैदा करने वाली टिप्पणियों से बचें, शिष्ट व्यवहार रखें, अशिष्ट व्यवहार ना करें. चुनाव आयोग ने ये सारी अपील की है सभी पार्टियों से कि चुनाव का माहौल बिगड़ने ना दें. आपको लगता है उत्तर प्रदेश में माहौल अच्छा रहेगा?
हाँ, बिल्कुल सही है. नहीं, बिल्कुल सही है, बिल्कुल सही है. मैंने अभी पूर्व में आपसे बताया कि हम सबको सामाजिक जीवन में, राजनीतिक जीवन में एक दूसरे के प्रति ऐसे शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करने से बचना चाहिए जिससे हमको पीड़ा पहुंचती हो. और चूंकि हम सब एक ही सोसाइटी के लिए काम करते हैं, हमारा उद्देश्य गरीब कल्याण है, लोगों को मुख्य धारा में लाना है और विकसित भारत का संकल्प जो माननीय मोदी जी ने देश के सामने रखा, दुनिया के सामने रखा है, उस ओर हमें तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ना है. हम आज 5वीं बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था है माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, और शीघ्र ही तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनेंगे, ये दुनिया के बड़े बड़े अर्थशास्त्रियों का मानना है। ऐसे अवसर पर हम यही कह सकते हैं कि जो विपक्षी दल हैं वो दिग्भ्रमित हैं, उनके पास कोई नीति नहीं है, कोई एजेंडा नहीं है, कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं है। खासकर समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार जब जब प्रदेश में रही है, उत्तर प्रदेश में, इन लोगों ने गुंडई अराजकता माफियागर्दी की वजह से, प्लाट मकान दुकान कब्जा करने की वजह से, बहु बेटी की इज्जत आबरू खतरे में डालने की वजह से समाजवादी पार्टी को बुरी तरह नकार दिया है। यहां पूरी तरह से विपक्ष साफ हो जाएगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी 80 की 80 सीटें पर चुनाव जीती।
देखिए 14 में 71 थी, 19 में वो गिरकर 62 हुई। अभी न्यूज 18 का मेगा ओपिनियन पोल आपको 77 सीटें दे रहा है, आपको यानी एनडीए को 77 सीटें दे रहा है। ये फरवरी में हमने किया था सर्वे। आपको क्या लगता है अब की बार कितने पार उत्तर प्रदेश में?
देखिए अभी मैं आपके जो आपने जो अनुमान लगाया है, हम उसका स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। लेकिन अभी चुनाव की तारीख की आज घोषणा हुई है। जैसे जैसे मतदान का तिथि नजदीक आएगा, आप खुद पाएंगे कि हम 80 की 80 सीटें जीत रहे हैं। माननीय मोदी जी की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की लहर चल रही है। हम सभी सीटों पर प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ जीतने जा रहे हैं।
देखिए आरएलडी वापस एनडीए में आ गई है, राजभर जी वापस आ गए हैं। ऐसा तो नहीं कि सीटों की लालसा और अंदरूनी टकराव के बीच में आपका नुकसान हो जाए।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक विशाल परिवार है और हम सब लोग मिलजुल करके देश की जनता की भलाई के लिए, प्रदेशी जनता की भलाई के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। हम उत्तर प्रदेश की सभी सीटों पर 80 की 80 सीटों पर विजयश्री हासिल करेंगे।
आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए ब्रजेश पाठक जी। लेकिन वहाँ विपक्ष भी यही कहेगा कि हम भी चौड़ में हैं, हम भी तैयार हैं, ऐसे कैसे आपको जीतने देंगे। अब्बास हैदर जी के पास चलते हैं। धन्यवाद ब्रजेश जी। अब्बास हैदर जी इज विद अस। अब्बास हैदर, सो समाजवादी पार्टीज गुंडागर्दी, माफियागर्दी, all of that will be rejected by the people. The opposition does not have a narrative or a story or a vision. BJP will steamroll the opposition. They are hoping for an 18-seat gain from the last time around. All of 80 is what they want to take, or they are claiming.
I don't understand, because right now they're having 66 seats in Lok Sabha. If they want to win 84 out of 80, I don't want to comment on that. But Anand bhai, whatever they were telling, they were just bunch of lies. In fact, the crime in Uttar Pradesh has increased ever since the Bharatiya Janata Party has come to power. I'll tell you an example of Ghaziabad, which is next to where you are sitting right now. Murders in Ghaziabad has increased by 144% in just 1 year. I'm talking about 2022. So this is the state of Uttar Pradesh. You talk about crime against women in 2015 and 2019. If you compare the data, the increase is 66%. So crime in Uttar Pradesh is rampant. Every day we come across, around 8 to 10 murders every day. On an average, there are 10 murders which happens in Uttar Pradesh. Around 8 rape occurs in Uttar Pradesh on an average every day. This is the state of Uttar Pradesh. This is the state of crime. Crime against women, crime against scheduled caste, crime against children, crime against, murders, dacoity, kidnapping. UP tops all these types of crime. And still they claim that UP, there is no crime in Uttar Pradesh. There are BJP leaders who have, illegally occupied lands. A BJP district head office was constructed on a land which was illegal. This is the state of Uttar Pradesh, and you are talking about land grabbing. You are talking about the crime. Certainly in Uttar Pradesh, there are two types of criminal. One are state protected, other are regular criminal. We believe that criminal should be treated like criminal. There shouldn't be any,
Right. So you are saying there is no, this law and order bump up is a perception and not a reality. Abbas Haider, let Shehzad Poonawala respond to that. 80 के 80 नहीं मिलेंगे आपको, आप 80 पार नहीं होंगे। शहजाद पूनावाला।
First of all, Anand, let me at the outset congratulate the people of India that the biggest festival in our Indian democracy, the Shubh Muhurat for that is out, and we are very confident because we have a mission and vision for this country. Part of it, you are seeing the way in which economy is going from 10th to 5th position. The 25 crore people have been pulled out of poverty, the manner in which expressways and highways are being built. And on the other hand, you have a template of confusion and utter politics of division. But that aside, now let me come to Abbas's point. Abbas is a dear friend of mine and I hope he won't interject me. When Abbas was saying that these are the issues in Uttar Pradesh, I was only remembering in the first list, they have given the ticket to Afzal Ansari. Are they going to fight crime with Afzal Ansari, convicted brother of Mukhtar Ansari? This is their idea. And secondly, on law and order, their MY factor, we know what their MY factor was. Today, the MY, please Abbasji, I did not interrupt you. I requested you not to interrupt me. You have a bad habit. The problem with them is that today, when you can see that they are sending the criminals to Vidhan Sabha and Lok Sabha, we have sent criminals like Mukim Kala, Atiq Ahmed and Mukhtar Ansari to the place where they deserve to be. That means behind the gallows. Today you can see that on the mafia's properties, bulldozer action takes place. Today you can see that 71% conviction rate is there on crimes against women. It's the highest conviction rate in any state across the country. But I asked them that if they are concerned about the women, why they were quiet on Sandesh Khali? Tell me one statement of Akhilesh Yadav on Sandesh Khali. Tell me one statement of Priyanka Vadra on Sandesh Khali. अरे प्रियंका जी तो इतना चुप रह गए कि एक आध दो सीट मिल जाएगी, पर आनंद जी उनको एक आध दो सीट भी नहीं मिली. और लास्ट कमेंट में बोलना चाहता हूं, अब देखिए आज जो 7 फेज इलेक्शन हो गया है, पर स्मिता जी एंड आनंद जी नोट कीजिए, 4 फेज ऑफ फ्रस्ट्रेशन होगा. फर्स्ट फेज ऑफ फ्रस्ट्रेशन ऑन ओपिनियन पोल, second phase of frustration on why PM's Chunav is on the last date, third phase of frustration on election commission and EVM, and fourth phase of frustration on जनता. तो ये 4 फेज ऑफ फ्रस्ट्रेशन, उसका एक नमूना अभी देखिए 10 सेकंड में शुरू होने वाला है. तो आप पेटी बांध लीजिए एंड से रेडी स्टेडी गो. देखिए अब
देखिए पेटी कमर जिसको भी बांधनी होगी बिफोर तहसीन पूनावाला कम शहजाद पूनावाला, जहां तक मेरे को आंकड़े दिख रहे हैं बीजेपी को भी कमर कसनी होगी. बीजेपी का भी कोई टास्क इजी नहीं है, मैं बता देता हूं क्यों. एंड this is purely on numbers and not political rhetoric. Here, let's just go back and visit this again. What we have done, ladies and gentlemen, the 303 seats the BJP won last time. So all 543 seats. But what we have tried to plot is plot it on the 2024 phases. So that's what we have tried to do, and have a look at this. So on the 2024 phases, let's look at the first phase. Overall, this is what the breakup is. Let's look at the first phase. So I'm going to go into the filters right now and call for first phase, where 102 seats are going to the ballot. So these 102 seats come, and in 102 seats you have to mark, and we'll come to this in just a bit. This is Western UP, and this region is also going to the ballot. But this is the big number. Out of the 102 seats, the BJP last time around returned only 39. So it is a less than 40% strike rate that they have. So their Arambh was not Prachand the last time. So Shehzad Poonawala, this time around, if you do not take this up to a 60% strike rate at least, then you have a problem. You have a serious problem, and your problems are not just in Uttar Pradesh, they are also there in Rajasthan, they are in Madhya Pradesh, they are in Telangana, they are in Andhra, and more importantly, they are in Tamil Nadu. There is problem even in the northeast for you. There is problem even in Chhattisgarh. So all these areas you have trouble. It's not an easy cakewalk for you. And let's do one thing. Let's try and bring it down, narrow it down. So this is an all India number. Let's just narrow it down, ladies and gentlemen, to, I'm just going to erase all of these states, and then let's just quickly just bring it back to Uttar Pradesh. Let's try and choose the state of Uttar Pradesh and stay in phase 1 itself. So Uttar Pradesh, phase 1, what's your challenge? Let's go. States, and we've got Uttar Pradesh, and we'll go to the filter, and we have phase 1, beg your pardon, phase 1. So let's go phase 1. Now, ये नंबर भी देख लीजिए. इस नंबर में भी आपके नंबर अच्छे नहीं है. अब आप इसको क्या कहिएगा? शहजाद पूनावाला 8 सीटों में 3 भी नहीं आई थी, 3 ही आई थी पिछली बार.
You are talking about, see, I don't have a live screen in front of me, so I'm presuming you're talking about Uttar Pradesh, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the Uttar Pradesh number will come. Uttar Pradesh, first phase, 8 out of 80 seats. The NDA got only 3. Only 3 last time.
Okay. Now, Anand, just understand one thing. First of all, I don't just consume your show. I consume entire coverage of CNN News 18, and therefore I consume the very good opinion poll you showed, in which you have shown that plus 13 is taking place in Uttar Pradesh for various factors. But having said that, just analyze on a political level also. Last time they had strongest alliance of SP, BSP, RLD. Today, BSP is not there. RLD is also not there, and those people who think कि SP और कांग्रेस के 1+1 करने से इनका 11 होने वाला है, इनका 1+1 करने से 0 होने वाला है, you wait and watch. ये गणित वाली राजनीति करने के चक्कर में इनका केमिस्ट्री टोटली फेल होने वाला है, और आप देखिए इसीलिए अमेठी की सीट पर डिक्लेयर नहीं कर पा रहे।
तो शहजाद पूनावाला और उनकी पार्टी गणित वाली राजनीति करे तो केमिस्ट्री भी फिट होता है, बट कांग्रेस तहसीन पूनावाला की कांग्रेस पार्टी सपा के साथ अब्बास हैदर के पार्टी के साथ करे तो ना अरिथमेटिक फिट होगा ना केमिस्ट्री फिट होगी। ये थोड़ा समझाइए तहसीन पूनावाला, प्लीज एक्सप्लेन।
Namaskar Anand, Namaskar to all my fellow panelists, and thank you for having me on the show at the onset. Many congratulations to you, to all our fellow citizens, and all the best to Smita ji. I know the ANI team will have to go along with the Election Commission everywhere to cover it, because it's as tough a job to cover, and to you Anand and to your team. Almost 1 billion people are going to vote, 96.8 crore, 12 lakh polling stations. So this seems like a tough job to cover and to execute. 2 or 3 things. Whatever the BJP spokesperson said, including personal comments of having to wear a seat belt. It's okay to wear a seat belt, it keeps you safe. It's what you really need is a helmet if there's nothing up here. So that is more important to keep safe. The important point is, you may be arrogant as Ravan was, as Duryodhan was. You know, when Bhagwan Krishna went to Duryodhan, दे दो केवल 5 ग्राम रखो अपनी धरती तमाम, हम वही खुशी से रहेंगे, परिजन परस्ती ना उठाएंगे. The same arrogance was the same arrogance that is seen on a show. We have Bhishma Pitama, we have Dronacharya, ये क्या करेंगे, इनकी तो 9 लोगों की सेना, इनकी तो केमिस्ट्री नहीं, इनका तो फिजिक्स नहीं, इनका तो मैथ्स नहीं. ये जो एरोगेंस है ना, जो हशर दुर्योधन का कुरुक्षेत्र के रन पे हुआ था, यही हशर भाजपा का होने वाला है. And therefore I say, come 4th June, Congress soon. Congress Sarkar ab har bar. Everyone is saying this across the country. It's a sweep for the India Alliance. It's an absolute sweep. Now 4th June is not very far. We'll come to know.
See, the fact that Duryodhan lost and Arjun won is not because of what they said. It was about dharm kiski taraf tha. And this question was answered by Krishna himself. But a champion spokesperson of the Congress party, although not appointed yet. Yes, Shehzad Punawala.
एक लाइन देखिए, तहसीन पर्सनली क्यों ले गए, मैंने तो बोला कि सम पीपल में शो 4 phases ऑफ फ्रस्ट्रेशन. आई डिड नॉट टेक एनीबॉडीज नेम, बट आई लाइक द स्लोगन तहसीन अगेन, बट थोड़ा सा उसमें चेंज होगा. 4 जून कांग्रेस सून नहीं, 4 जून कांग्रेस को दूरबीन से ढूंढ, ये दूरबीन लेकर ढूंढना पड़ेगा. और तहसीन पुनावाला, देखिए एक और चीज की खुशी है मुझे कि जो कल तक राम जी के अस्तित्व को नकारते थे, आज वो कृष्ण, दुर्योधन, महाभारत, रामायण कोट करने लगे हैं. तो मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, रोम रोम करने वाले अब राम राम करने लगे हैं. सोचिए, समाजवादी पार्टी भी राम राम कर रही है, आरजेडी भी राम राम कर रही है. तो चलिए, पर आपका गठबंधन राम नाम सत्य है.
ये लोग सब राम राम करने लगे तो जो राम की राजनीति आप कर रहे थे वो फेल हो जाएगी. स्मिता प्रकाश वांट्स टू से समथिंग, then Abbas Haider, and then we have to take a break.
हम राम राज्य की राजनीति करते हैं.
कोशिश कीजिए सर, राम राज्य तो अभी बहुत दूर है. पहले विकसित भारत पहुंचे, फिर राम राज्य करेंगे. यस स्मिता प्रकाश.
हम सीता राम करते हैं, और जो राम को सीता से अलग करे वो कौन है वो बता दें.
I sometimes wonder what was the breakfast at the Poonawala family table. You know,
that's what kind of fruit juice
these 2 boys have in their childhood, that they spout poetry in every debate. You know, but Tehseen, I find your enthusiasm so endearing about the Congress party, because on the ground one doesn't see this kind of enthusiasm as you show in the debate. We were discussing about Uttar Pradesh. To come back to what you were discussing,
right.
The traditional thing is that, okay, fine, the road to Delhi goes via Lucknow, but here I think the BJP is going to be very ambitious, right, or they're going to be creative in their ticket distribution, like you saw in the assembly elections, because that's the only way they can battle, even if there is a little bit of anti-incumbency factor, because remember, 2 terms, right. So it's not going to be all that simple in Uttar Pradesh. So I see a lot of creative work happening in the distribution of tickets in Uttar Pradesh.
You believe that there is going to be a lot of difference or fights in the distribution of tickets. Quick question to Abbas Haider, where do you think you're going to win? Because when we look at Uttar Pradesh overall, the Samajwadi Party is quite spread across the state as far as the 2022 assembly elections are concerned. But in the Lok Sabha, except for this Azamgarh pocket, everywhere else it looks tougher. Even there, the BSP ruled the roots. Our News 18 mega opinion poll says only Azamgarh for the Samajwadi Party.
Anandji, first of all, it's going to be a bipolar fight in Uttar Pradesh between India Alliance and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Second thing, Anand, you cannot analyze this election on the basis of 2019, because in every election the issues are different, and people vote according to them. So basically, the government has failed people of Uttar Pradesh. Even in past 3 days, the resentment against the Bharatiya Janata Party has increased far more because of the electoral bonds and the massive amount of corruption Bharatiya Janata Party has done. We have all seen what has happened, and they have
whether there was corruption or not, one has to that jury is still out there, because all this money in electoral bonds is actually white. It's transparent white money. One person donates to the other. That's white money. The bonds are white. It's transaction which is declared, and there is a proper record of that money. It's white money. It's not black money. Whether there was a quid, whether there was a quid pro quo to that, whether there was a quid pro quo on the basis of those donations, jury is out on that. We'll wait for this data. The debate is not electoral bonds. The debate is not electoral bonds. The debate is also not कि किसके घर से कितना कैश मिला था जब नोटबंदी हुई थी, किसने कितनी सड़कों पर अपने नोट की बोरियां छोड़ दी थी. The debate is not there. The debate is who do you think has got the mandate. Abbas Haider, how many seats do you think you will win out of 80? I have to take a break because we're going to discuss Bengal and also Dakshin Bharat after that. But quickly, how many seats out of 80 do you think the Samajwadi Party will win right now?
India Alliance is going to win all the 80 seats in Uttar Pradesh, and I'm telling you the reason. The electoral bond is one of the factors. There are many factors.
Right. We'll see if those factors are. We'll discuss Uttar Pradesh threadbare in detail very soon. आज थोड़ा समय अल्प है. We got to take a very short break. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, in this battle for Bharat. Verdict, Super Tuesday, 4th of June.
Security of nomination would be different, but date of gazette notification और डेट ऑफ पोल वुड बी कॉमन. फेज 1 में 21 राज्य पोलिंग में जाएंगे और फेज 2 में उसमें से और राज्य जुड़ जाएंगे. सो दिस इज द मैप विच वुड बी फेज 2, जिसमें हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में काफी जगह चुनाव को कंप्लीट करते हुए, तमिलनाडु में कंप्लीट करते हुए सेकेंड फेज में राजस्थान को भी कंप्लीट करेंगे. फेज 3 would be from 12th of April and date of poll will be 7th of May. इसमें भी टोटल 12 स्टेट्स उस समय में जा रही होंगी और इस फेज में 3 नए राज्य में चुनाव शुरू होगा. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह से दिखाई देगा. राजस्थान हम कवर कर चुके होंगे, तमिलनाडु कवर कर चुके होंगे, केरला कवर कर चुके होंगे, गुजरात इसमें कवर कर लेंगे, नॉर्थ ईस्ट पूरा कवर कर चुके होंगे और हम नए राज्यों को मिला के 3 इसमें नए राज्य भी जुड़ेंगे. 4th फेज में 18 अप्रैल को गजट नोटिफिकेशन होगा और डेट ऑफ पोलिंग वुड बी 13th of May. Date of counting in the entire country would be 4th of June for all by-elections, for the assembly elections, for the parliamentary elections. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा. इस समय तक हम इसमें तेलंगाना, आंध्रा, उड़ीसा वुड स्टार्ट एंड बाय दैट टाइम अदर देन दैट एंटायर साउथ इंडिया वुड बी कंप्लीट, एंटायर वेस्टर्न इंडिया वुड बी कंप्लीट, नॉर्थ ईस्ट वुड बी कंप्लीट. और 5th फेज 26 अप्रैल से शुरू होगी और 20 मई तक चलेगी. 20 मई तक डेट ऑफ पोल होगी. बीच में नॉमिनेशन, स्क्रूटनी और विड्रॉल की डेट्स रहेंगी. काउंटिंग ऑफ कोर्स इज 4th of June. इट विल लुक लाइक दिस विच इज इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू. एंड फेज 5 में 49 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज विल बी गोइंग टू द पोल. फेज 6 में 57 constituencies will go to the poll, starting from the Gazette notification on 29th of April and finishing on 25th of May 2024. इसका मैप कुछ इस तरह का दिखाई देगा कि मोस्टली यूपी, बिहार, बंगाल, उड़ीसा और साथ में कुछ नॉर्थ का पोर्शन चालू रहेगा। लास्ट फेज, 7th phase, notification will be on 7th of May and polling on 1st of June. So last polling would be on 1st of June and counting on 4th. And
Back on, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the state of Bengal that we are talking about. Let's try and quickly focus on the 7 phases of Bengal, and the dates are out very clearly. Phase 1 is on the 19th of April, so this is the region, North Bengal. Like the last time around, it's the same pattern that's being followed. Phase 2 is on the 26th of April, and then you come down into the bottom belts, and then you will come to central Bengal, where suddenly the Trinamool Congress will come into play. We'll look at all of that. Phase 3 is 7th of May. Phase 4 is the 13th of May. Phase 5 is the 20th of May. And then Phase 6 is the 25th of May. So this is the region that you get into the Sundarban area, the Sandesh Khali, Greater Kolkata region, where the Trinamool held sway the last time around, but you've had the BJP making inroads with respect to Phase 7 and Phase 6. Now this region, the BJP made some inroads here, but this was dominated by the Trinamool the last time around. The News 18 mega opinion poll actually gave the NDA 25 out of the 42 seats, and it brought the Trinamool's tally from 22 to 17, 22 last time around to 17 this time around. So let's try and understand why that happened and where the fight is. If the fight is between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Mamata Banerjee, let's try and look at what is the story with respect to vote share and the growth of the BJP in Bengal compared to Lok Sabha and Assembly elections in the past. So if you can walk across and then quickly tell you what the story was, ladies and gentlemen, in the past, and we will quickly look at these numbers here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the ticket, Mamata Banerjee in Bengal on the ticket. The story of the Bengal Lok Sabha seats and votes, if you were to see, the Trinamool Congress has steadily grown from 31% vote share to about 43% vote share between 2009 to 2019 in the 10 years. But the BJP, if you look at their growth, the BJP's growth has been significant. They have grown from 10% vote share to 17% between 2009 to 2014. But look at that jump between 2014 to 2019. They've jumped from 17% to 40%. So literally the left vote has then transferred all across to the BJP. That's what many were to say, because largely the core group of voters, there was never an absent group of voters there. Were there voters who never came to vote or backed any party? That question still remains. But this time around, the News 18 mega opinion poll says that the Trinamool will slide 1% vote share down to 42%, and the BJP will bump up, go up 2% vote share to 42%. So 84% of the votes will be between two parties, the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. So the left combined and the Congress is largely reduced to just taking about the remaining 16% votes. So a lot of votes being pinched away from the Congress and the left by the BJP. And overall, then that breaks up. It becomes a two-horse race in Bengal, where 25 seats go to the BJP and 17 go to the Trinamool. Now, will you take that? Tehseen Poonawalla, Smita Prakash stays on with us, and we also have Shehzad Poonawalla with us at this point. Tehseen, will you take no seats for the Congress or the left in Bengal?
No. I think the Congress left are going to do extremely well. I think it's going to be a three-cornered fight, and I think the BJP is going to see significant erosion, particularly in the northern northern Bengal area, where they won. Where they won last time. That's their strong point. That's the strong point in northern Bengal. I am telling you, in the northern West Bengal, they are going to be completely wiped out. The BJP will try to make gains in Sandesh Khali, that's in that green area, bordering West Bengal, especially with CAA now out. But northern, they are going to be almost wiped out.
Bengal. So you're saying BJP will be
and
wiped out in North Bengal.
And if you see that area, the blue, that's
this is where Adhir Ranjan is, and the Trinamool is
Congress.
blaming Adhir Ranjan for the Congress and BJP. Congress
that
and
doesn't
Trinamool not
matter.
coming
I'm saying
together.
it will be a three-cornered fight, and Congress will gain in northern West Bengal.
Congress will gain in
Upwards.
North Bengal. This is where they'll gain. Shehzad Poonawalla, you want to weigh in on this one? Because what is being said, and I'm just going to quickly move back here, trouble for our VJs, because I'm constantly shifting places, but this is just to highlight, this region is where, this is the Sundarban Ilaka, and this is where the Trinamool holds sway, but Sandesh Khali, Sonakali, these are all the regions here. The BJP is trying to make inroads in this area. The Trinamool holds sway here. The BJP is trying to grow here too. This is the Adhir Ranjan factor which is being seen. Greater Kolkata, so far the News 18 mega opinion poll does not give any seats to the BJP, but the BJP believes they will make inroads even in Greater Kolkata. Shehzad Poonawalla, Tehseen Poonawalla says the BJP will lose here. It will lose here and the Congress will gain here. What do you say, North Bengal?
Anand, I would have been inclined to take Tehseen, Congress, unofficial Congress seriously if Mamta Didi, their ally in India Alliance, was willing to take them seriously. Mamta Didi tells them 2 seat lena hai to lo varna bhago. And they are allies still. As of now, on paper, they are India Alliance partners. So अब ममता दीदी जिनको सीरियसली नहीं लेती आनंद जी, ये अन्याय मुझ पे मत करिए कि मैं अपने ही खून को टीवी पे बोलूं कि आई कांट टेक यू सीरियसली. तो कम से कम उस विषय को छोड़ देते. अब मैं पूरी बात पर आता हूँ बंगाल के विषय में. देखिए आनंद जी, हमारा बंगाल में क्या था 5-10 साल पहले? कुछ नहीं था. 2 सीट पे थे हम लोग और हमने एक संकल्प लिया कि ये जो पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन ऑफ वायलेंस, ऑफ मास रेप्स ऑफ हिंदू विमेन एज एनकम्पस्ड बाय शाहजहां शेख, ऑफ करप्शन बीइंग इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज्ड, हम इसको लड़ेंगे. चाहे लेफ्ट लड़े, चाहे कांग्रेस लड़े, चाहे उनके साथ कुश्ती करे, दोस्ती करे, हम इसको लड़ेंगे. और हमने लगातार अपने 300 से अधिक कार्यकर्ताओं को खोया. पोस्ट पोल वायलेंस में महिलाओं के साथ जो हुआ, संदेश खाली में जो हुआ, बीजेपी एक लौती पार्टी है जो उस विषय पर अडिग रही. हम उनसे लड़ते रहे. इसीलिए 19 में हमने 2 सीट से 18 सीट और आपके पोल के हिसाब से 25 सीट, और जिस प्रकार से हमारा वोट शेयर बढ़ा है, यह दिखाता है कि लेफ्ट और कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता भी भाजपा के साथ ही आना चाहते हैं. उनको पता है कि भाजपा ही इस तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति को, इस उग्रवादी मानसिकता को बढ़ावा देने वाली, तालिबानी मानसिकता और कल्चर की राजनीति का विरोध करने वाली, एंटीडोट देने वाली इस वायरस को केवल भाजपा ही है. इसीलिए, और आज सीए के नाम पर भी सोचिए, बंगाली हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, बांग्लादेशी हिंदुओं के खिलाफ बंगाल में जो बंगाल प्राइड की बात, 10 सेकंड और 10 सेकंड देखिए, ये बंगाल प्राइड का चक्कर लगाने वाले लोग, शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा बंगाल से है क्या? ये यूसुफ पठान बंगाल से है क्या? हमारी तो पार्टी का जन्म श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी ने किया, पर इन्होंने बंगाली करते करते बंगाली हिंदुओं के खिलाफ है. और
देखिए, ये बोइरोगोतो वाला आर्गुमेंट इज ओवर.
इस राजनीति
the बोइरोगोतो आर्गुमेंट इज ओवर. लेट्स कम बैक टू द numbers per se and let's focus on that. Phase 1, 2 and 3, ladies and gentlemen, covers largely most of North Bengal past this chicken neck, and this becomes the chunk where you'll have 4, 5, 6, 7. But here the BJP actually commands or holds sway because it wins 7 out of 10 seats. So a 70% conversion rate in these 10 seats in the first 3 phases for the BJP. But it's interesting what happens thereafter. Now let's quickly look at what happens thereafter. I'm just going to remove these phases and we will look at, beg your pardon, we'll look at the phases 5, 6 and 7. So let's look at phase 4, 5, 6 and 7. 5, 6 and 7. Now these 5 phases, these 4 phases, this is the bulk. Now this is where the Trinamool then beats the BJP. If you look at these numbers here, out of the 32 seats, 20 have gone to the Trinamool in 2019. Only 11 have come to the BJP. So this, interestingly, this region is where the fight is, both for the BJP and the Trinamool. The Trinamool may want to look upward, but it will want to rest these 11 seats here, and if they do that, then these 32 seats then go right across to the Trinamool Congress. And if the BJP is able to rest fights here, then again the story becomes interesting. I just quickly, what I want to do is, ladies and gentlemen, just add another filter of the Matua factor here. Now where does the Matua factor play? Let's just add this filter to these phases and see where the Matua factor phases. So the Matua factor has an influence in 7 out of the 42 seats. 7 out of the 42 seats in these phases, that's where the Matua factor has an impact. So how much of an impact will the CAA have on ground if this is the area where the BJP needs to make the maximum inroads, where out of the 32 seats, only 7 seats the Matua factor influences in these phases, phases 4, 5, 6 and 7. Smita Prakash, quick word, your thoughts.
Yeah, as far as the West Bengal election is concerned, there's between 2019 and 2024, you saw that happening even in 2019, this from the shift, the swing that was happening from left politics to right politics, from Vietnam to Jai Shri Ram, as they said, Amar Tumar Naam, Vietnam became Amar Tumar Naam, Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram. And now you have the Ram temple which is being constructed. So that you didn't mention, but the impact of that Ram temple could also be there in West Bengal, though for a long time people had been saying that, oh, Ram is not significant in West Bengal. Not true at all. It has been significant. One saw that when the Ram temple was built in Ayodhya, there was a reaction even in Bengal. There was a positive reaction. Then comes the CAA and the Matua factor that you're talking about. It's the first time we're going to see the influence of that. Whether that affects actually on the voting or pattern or not, that has to be seen. The Sandesh Khali incident, that has dented Mamta's pro-woman image to some extent. Will that result in anger at the voting booth? Again, one has to wait and watch. TMC not really happy about election being held in 7 phases. I think, I don't know, this time it's I think 4 days more or something like that. That's all. 39 and 44 if I'm not mistaken. 39 in 2019 and 44 this time. Not happy about that. They wanted it lesser, but the election commission absolutely wants free and fair elections. They don't want the scene of what we saw in the panchayat elections of the polling material being rushed from one area to the other, Mamata Banerjee being injured. They don't want any of that. As far as the alliance is concerned, which you're meaning, the alliance is absolutely vaporized as far as Bengal is concerned. Adi Ranjan making it pretty clear and Mamata also making it pretty clear that it's Ekla Chalo.
Right. We've got limited time. We've got to cover South. So 30 seconds and I'll interrupt you. Yeah.
I acknowledge the Matua factor, but the leadership there is split between the TMC and the BJP. So you have a union minister.
No, but I'm saying is CAA, will it really have an impact on ground, because the Matuas have an overall impact. I've got the Matua number. The Matuas have an overall impact on 11 seats. In the critical phase where the BJP and the Trinamool are actually fighting with each other, they have influence in 7 seats.
But the leadership of the community is equally with the TMC. In fact, quite of them are MLA. So I don't know how much, till the citizenship actually does not come, it may impact. Because if an uncle is in the BJP...
Correct. So then you yourself are saying that CAA is not the actual factor, despite the opposition trying to say that CAA is the factor. So it is not a factor. We're going to take a break. The South coming out. That's the big battle, ladies and gentlemen. 129 seats in the South, less than 30 seats for the BJP in 2019, because they had bulk of it only in one state, in Karnataka. The remaining states they've largely returned a knot. Will they make inroads this time around, and where are they going to poll? We'll talk about the South when we come back. America and Narayanan joins the panel. Stay with us in this battle for Bharat.
पंजाब हरियाणा भी शामिल रहेगा, बंगाल, बिहार, उड़ीसा. This is how the map will look. Yellow denotes the first phase and accordingly the legends are given. We will share this map also with you, ताकि आप इसे अपने साथ रख सकें, इसके हिसाब से देख सकें. ये भी कोशिश की है हमने, और अगर पूरी फेज वाइज हम पिक्चर दें, ये भी एक अच्छी स्नैपशॉट है, जिसमें फेज 1 में 102 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज, फेज 2 में 89, फेज 3 में 94, फेज 4 में 96, 49, 57, 57. So we'll start with the 102, the largest, slowly come down and finish northeast, move up from the south and finish the western area. तो इसमें वेदर और हर चीज का ध्यान रखते हुए काफी सोचने के बाद ये शेड्यूल बनाया गया है. With this, जो सिंगल पोल डेट है वो 22 स्टेट में होगी। 2 राज्य 4 बार में जाएंगे, कर्नाटका, राजस्थान, त्रिपुरा, मणिपुर। 3 फेज में 2 जाएंगे, छत्तीसगढ़ एंड असम। 4 फेज में 3 जाएंगे, उड़ीसा, मध्य प्रदेश, झारखंड। 5 फेज में 2 जाएंगे, महाराष्ट्र एंड जम्मू कश्मीर। जम्मू कश्मीर की हर पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लिए 1 फेज होगी। और 7 फेज में 3 जाएंगे, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार एंड वेस्ट बंगाल। विद दिस फ्रेंड्स, आई एंड माई एड्रेस। कमिंग टू दी जनरल इलेक्शंस टू दी लोकसभा, जो विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार है, सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक त्योहार, बिगेस्ट। 543 parliamentary constituencies, of which 84 are reserved for SCs and 47 are reserved for STs. तो इस 543 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज के महात्योहार में शेड्यूल बताने से पहले सभी वोटर्स का फिर से हाथ जोड़ के आग्रह, अनुरोध, गुजारिश that please join for the voting, come on the day of voting, छुट्टी मनाने ना जाएं, जरूर आ जाएं। Schedule of the Lok Sabha poll, phase 1. We'll do it in 7 phases, as was done last time.
132 seats out of 543 in the southern states, and the BJP in 2019 had presence or victories only in 29, 25 of which came in one state of Karnataka. So it's the big challenge, if the thrust is for 370 for the BJP and 400 par for the NDA, that they open their accounts and do well in states like Andhra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Joining us now is Madhvi Lata, who's taking on Asaduddin Owaisi in Old Hyderabad. Madhvi ji, namaste. The dates are out, the phases are out. Your thoughts?
Hyderabad has been given May 13th date. That's like a fabulous time for us because we have 2 months to go to prepare for our entire campaigning. So I'm happy. I have nothing to say about it.
Are the hopes up with the Prime Minister pushing in a lot of effort in the south, especially in Andhra and Telangana? 17 seats in Telangana, 25 in Andhra Pradesh, 42 overall out of the 132 in the south.
Yes, he would want to this time reinforce and give assurance to people that being citizens of this country, they need to, a basic thing that they need to enjoy in this life is not being ruled by political leaders who are corrupted. What else a best gift Prime Minister of this country can give to their citizens? I think he is really the person who is very, very, very emotionally touched for his people. I am happy, more than a political leader, I am happy to listen as a common man.
24 hours after the arrest of Kavitha Kavalakuntala, Prime Minister Narendra Modi says he will not spare anybody who's corrupt. He blamed the BRS and Congress leadership of being mired in corruption. Is this a message to the voter? And he said he wanted it to be spread across in Telugu, that the BRS and the BJP are no longer bhai or hand in glove. Was this a perception during Vidhan Sabha polls?
Anandji, I would say one thing. I am a very amateur politician. I am very frank to say this. I am more a citizen of this country who has just entered into politics. So, I don't know to take a vote bank advantage whenever they want, however they want. I can only tell one thing as an educated individual, that let people at least now stop misusing every event for their personal benefits. What does a ED or IT department has to do with a political party? They don't work at the instructions of political party, right? They are their own independent departments. They work the way they are supposed to work, and that's how they're working. As simple as that. The departments are not corrupted. That's the reason they are working in their right way and right form. Now, whether they could finish their entire process before 2023, May not be. Maybe this is a time when they have finished their entire process and they have taken a decision. How does it matter? I'm sure any educated person in this country would definitely look at it from a different perspective. Not like a politician at least.
The News 18 Mega Opinion Poll gives the BJP 8 seats in Telangana. That's the projection. Will you take it?
No, I will not take that number because you need to have one more exclusive poll for Telangana. And Anand ji, आप खुद मेरे सामने आकर तब कहेंगे कि माधवी लता जी नंबर जो हमने पहले बताया, the numbers that we given earlier, they stand invalid and your seats have increased phenomenally. So I wish you all the best that one more survey of comes out and you yourself would tell us that's a fabulous number.
That survey also gives the old Hyderabad seats to the AIMIM.
That's too early. That's too early, Anandji. February was too early. I'm sure you need to conduct a poll now again. And I'm sure your polls would surprise you giving BJP name.
Well, we'll see. We'll have a look at that. We'll surely come down to Hyderabad and see how it is going on ground very, very soon. Madhvi Lataji, all the very best to you, as to all the other candidates who are in the fray across the parties. It's the battle for Bharat. Result day, verdict day is the 4th of June. It's a Super Tuesday. The only place that you need to be to watch the most comprehensive, exhaustive, widespread and engaging coverage is here on the News 18 network and at CNN News 18, your election news headquarters. Bye for now.